Hello folks, good to see you all. Hi. Hey, one and all. Good morning. I am making coffee, that's exactly it. I realize I don't have my laptop, however, and I am going to need to get that in order for me to be able to see what is happening in these games. So do give me 1 second while I get my laptop, because I'm going to need it so I can see you all, because I can only see one chat right now, and that is very sad. I'd like to be able to see more of you. Do we have a preview? We do. So 1 second, guys. I'll be right back with my laptop, that I may see you all in your wonderful high-def glory. I have my laptop for a second screen. Everything is right with the world, or it will be eventually. Fine. There we go. Mute that and plug this in. Oh. Okay, well there's our, interesting champion pool differences. Okay, so there's the shared stuff, but then you can see the different ones. Obviously things like BLG have pulled out the Twitch, which has been quite good fun. We've seen a bit of Pike, we've seen a bit of Blitzcrank on the other side for Weibo. It does mean that theoretically, come Game 4, come Game 5, should we get there, things get very spicy indeed. Let me get at my chats as well while we're at it. Dun, dun, dun. That's one chat. That's where our best of fives are. So it's Weibo lost to JG, but will beat Ultra Prime, beat OMG, Ultra Prime, Ultra OMG. BLG obviously lost to Thunder Talk, which was hilarious. And deservedly so, actually, not gonna lie. Deservedly so. Okay, so who are we doing as the head-to-head? Okay, Breathe v Bin. I think that is fair. We're looking at Breathe being a bit more involved in the fights. Bin being a little bit more about those stats, right? Actually is doing really good work in the gold CS and damage taken, actually, as well. Doing a good job of tanking stuff up. Not necessarily that Breathe is doing badly with these things, but there is a discrepancy here. Hopefully Weibo will be red. I actually don't know. I'm assuming Weibo will be red, yes, because BLG... Actually, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I did know. It made my life a lot easier. If anyone does know, do give me a heads up. Okay, so XQW and Climber. This is jungle proximity, is what this I believe. So Xiaohu and Tian, or Tian playing Tian. Tian, yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to think about. I had to think about how that's pronounced for a second. And Vasily's still in there. Bloody hell. Is that Lucian win rate? That might be Lucian mid win rates. BLG 3-2, BLG 3-1. I think it's probably a 3-1 for BLG personally. But we shall see. Definitely played mid. Is there really no other channel covering the LPL but yours? Yeah, so there is LPL English, who is a fan run, but yeah, there is no official broadcast right now. But let me put the camera back on. There is no official broadcast right now. So hi, I'm Initialise. I am Nymaera's brother. You may find me in such things as LEC. You may see me on such things as this LPL channel, but we basically cover LPL pretty much every damn day of the week here on Nymaera's channel. You can find me in the title. Please do follow me. I'm at Initialise Casts. And if you can throw a follow or a subscription here, it is much appreciated. And we will love you forever if you do. Hey, Rich Tomato, good to see you. Stamping the podcast episode again. Thank you very much. There is indeed also a podcast. A new one. A new hope. It's episode 1, The Phantom Undertow Menace, where basically we try to make the LPL digestible because there's just so many games and they overlap with other big series, particularly in the LCK. So watching all of the games as a fan can be really, 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 really hard. And so what we do is basically say, look, go watch these series. These were the really good ones, or the really entertaining ones. Not always good, sometimes just entertaining. And then we try to point you in the right direction, and then also just have a look at some of the players as well and say, look, who do we think was good, who do we think was bad, and why? And we stole shamelessly from Top Gear to take their cool wall and name it the Fraud Wall instead, to have players on there who are ranged from being the heroes of their team to being absolute frauds. Yeah, by all means join us on YouTube as well. Alright, no worries to everyone else. Welcome to the channel anyway. Nice to have you in here. And hello Solo Puppy, I see you in there as well. Let me unmute this briefly.
前期的团战比较重要，但是大家其实观众们都非常期待你跟威之间的野区博弈嘛。那你认为你和他之间打法风格上有什么样的区别呢
Speak it, Jim.
感觉我跟威选手的话，打法可能区别看着不是特别大，但是我觉得还是区别比较大的。
好，具体什么样的区别，可以从我们今天的对决当中去找一找答案了。那最后呢，给自己和队友加油吧！
LCK finals. Do not blame me.
大家加油，今天拿下！
好，谢谢。
Knight on the other side.
好，现在我们有请到的是 BLG 的 Knight 选手来到我们的赛前采访。你好 ，Knight，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 Knight。
好的，欢迎 Knight。那现在淘汰赛的第2日开打，对于败者组的 BLG 来说，机会也是只有1次，不允许任何的失败。那想问问你们今天是抱着什么样的心情开始这场比赛的呢？
我觉得，因为我们一开始的失误就导致我们没有复活甲吧，所以季后赛我们抱着必胜的心情就对待每场比赛。
那你们的淘汰赛目标是什么呢？
目标就1穿5呗。
目标就是打到最后，挺进最后。
是的。
好，那我们要问问了，因为今天这场比赛的话呢，大家都非常关注你跟小虎选手的中路对决嘛。那你认为你们俩之间会是怎么样的展开？
我觉得去年就没输给过小虎吧，今年也会一样的。
好，非常的有信心。那当然了，我没有想到上一场比赛你们在面对 TT 战队的时候是遗憾落败。那想问问复盘之后，你们认为需要在哪些地方做得更好，才能够万无一失？
复盘之后，我觉得我们的决策还有判断就都做得很差了。 觉得季后赛 BLG 觉得会不一样的，就会做得很好。
好的，我们也期待今天的比赛当中 BLG 不一样的表现。谢谢。
谢谢 indeed. All right, let's unmute this. Yeah. And go back to Spotify. What even is this track? Zach? This is Zach's themes. Huh. Oh, I got done in by autocorrect. Why have you done this? Is the social thing under the cam, Sam? Yeah, it is. I think. Oh no, it's not. It's just in an awkward spot. Tell you what, let me play with this. I might move it around anyway, and Alex can yell at me later. Actually, where is it? Is it even on this screen? Oh, it's not even on this screen. Wah. Okay, so there is no socials thing on this screen. You know what? I'm not messing with OBS without Alex here. That's Alex's OBS thing to mess with. No, Genji 3-2, you reckon? You reckon Genji have it? Can't blame you for thinking that, honestly. And thank you very much for the follow, Ziggy. Welcome on in. I think HLE 3-2, yeah, me too. I think HLE have probably been the more consistent team. And maybe if Genji play like that against DK, then who knows? But I will also say, I feel like Showmaker had a shocker. And I'm not sure that's going to happen. I think the level we're going to see from HLE will be quite different. And I feel like people like Peanut have enough clutch in them to do something weird. Even if Peanut sometimes has a bit of anti-clutch in him too, he is both the winner and loser of every series, I swear to God. HLE 3-0. It would be very on brand at this point. Oh. Okay, here's our lights. Let's just tell you what. Might unmute just for the player walkouts and stuff if we can. Once we've got hosts and stuff up. We on the right thing? We are on the right thing. Okay, cool. There they are. Whoa, that's so loud. Oh my god. Why are you so loud? Holy shit. That's more like it. Bloody hell, son. Wow. Alright, LPL. Metal. Are you all awake now? Holy moly. Yeah, little LPL jump scare. Sorry about that, folks. I jump scared myself. Bloody hell. Oh. Don't get jungle gap this time. Yeah, we'll see. I think there's a threat of that happening. TN is quite good when it's not finals. Then again, it's playoffs. TN not always the best. Bin time, I see it. Man, the BLG jerseys are so clean. Look at that. Who else runs a gradient pink to blue jacket? We don't really get crowd interaction in LEC anymore because the crowd is separated up from the players pretty heavily. It's not a good sign. Jungle synergies are off already going. Way already going too soon. Alright, let's mute it up before we kill ourselves again. Alright. Boom. Where is Spotify? There we go. And then it has to get muted again because unfortunately there is copyright music to deal with. And so no longer is there copyright music. There is me and Viego's theme. Players up on screen. Will your brother be casting as well? Yeah, later on. He's currently sleeping because it's very early on, and he's on LEC this evening, so he doesn't want to absolutely screw his sleep schedule for this, which is very reasonable. I, however, am willing to do it because I do not have LEC this evening, and therefore can ruin my sleep schedule. So 6 AM starts are fine. Into double best of fives. My voice is not going to be very pleased with me. Draft coming soon. Morning, Zampa. Good to see you. And hello to Nymaera's YouTube. Hello to Onivia's YouTube. But the lights are up, my camera goes down, and the drafts, theoretically, should be on screen in a matter of moments. And there, behold, is our draft one. Weibo Gaming on blue side. BLG over on red. Varus, Jace, Poppy, band away. I think all makes sense. On the other side, you are obligated into the Skarner band, the Callista band, also very sensible into light. And Aurora is very, very strong, so understandably gets banned. Tien is a big vibe player, and it allows you to hook a draft around her very easily, because you've got your big go button, you can have everyone join or have a way to follow up very potently, and that can be a big deal. So, now what is the response from BLG? Wukong, often the answer into Vi, tends to be a matched pair in the LPL at the very least. Can also do things like the Maokai. Rumble up will be taken. Bin, obviously, a huge Rumble, and not having a first pick Rumble, again, is a big, big deal. That's surely then going to be something like a Sejuani to go alongside it. You want that lockdown to set up for the big Rumble ult. Maokai also, as we said, a really good option with that, but they will decide to go towards the Sejuani. Combos very nice there for BLG, and again, you've given up some very potent options, but the response to the Rumble is inevitably the Galio. They'll lock in a Kai'Sa as well, and it is a very solid answer, because Weibo Gaming now have dive plus follow-up both as a tank and as a damage option with the Galio and the Kai'Sa. The Galio answers the Rumble in lane. BLG, what do you have? Might well be looking for an AD carry of their own here. Corki, I think, would make some sense. Is a flex between mid and bot, even if mid Corki hasn't been as successful as you might think. I believe 1v1 is now reserved for Game 5 side select. Yes, it is. Yeah, so I'm seeing some questions in chat. Yeah, we don't get side select until Game 5. Before that, it is purely random chance. So basically, the idea is it's coin flip or seeding into Game 5 being your 1v1 for side select. Basically because theoretically, even if you lose, you get chances on blue side, right? So you would still have an even amount of chances to be on the more powerful side, and then a Game 5 is determined by a 1v1, which actually ironically may have cost NIP Game 5 just yesterday. We had a ruinous Atacon yesterday, guys. A ruinous Atacon. We saw the blood petals. We saw 69 roses in inventory. It was a wonderful sight. It was a very nice sight indeed. Yeah, exactly. Yone mid with it would also make a lot of sense for Knight. It is a very good pairing with the Sejuani. We saw it literally yesterday where Tarzan and Shanks absolutely crushed a game to the extent where they spawned Ruinous Atacon. That is how many kills they got as a duo. It was pretty damn spectacular. The response then is triple AD carry bands, Ashe, Xayah, both really good in this option. Ashe follows up with the Sejuani really well, pairs up with the Braum super well. And on the other side, the Lucian is a Xiaohu special. Often plays it into things like the Onyx. It gives him a lot of lane prio, and you know that Galio likely going top. And the Akali, again, something that can be pretty good into the Onyx. Excuse me, as I yawn my way through a slight amount of exhaustion. Elk will get onto an Ezreal. Allows On to get out of lane. It's good follow-up with the Rumble. Again, you've now got follow-up that can basically hit whoever is targeted by the Glacial Prison. You really could use a little bit more follow-up. So a Leona or something here goes really hard for On. The Rel, I think, for Hung is not a surprise. Our LPL supports love this champion. BLG Jack is kind of cute. Yeah, oh yeah. Flandre with the 800 Q, Berserk Grease to win the 1v1. Genuinely, yeah. It worked out crazy well. Especially because in the Black Cleaver didn't get anywhere near as much value because you weren't shredding as much armor. Okay, so gone towards the Alistair instead. Fine. Bit more tanky front line. Still good engage. Follows up on your Sejuani or sets up your Sejuani super well. Good into the Rel because you can play that matchup quite nicely. So, Weibo Gaming, dive. You know what BLG do? Pick, but also dive. There's a little bit less committal from BLG, but the committal from Weibo Gaming is a lot harder. The Galio should answer the Rumble, but I feel like both comps will be playable here. Does Sejuani Yone outvalue Vi plus follow-up from the whole team? Will be really interesting. In TN, I think Kobe was talking about this last night, and I agree. If he doesn't track flashes and gets dragged miles away by, say, like an Ezreal Arcane Shift flash, it is pretty doomed. So he needs to be very, very careful on the targets he picks, not to end up getting pulled miles away, particularly by that Yone and that Ezreal, who have got a lot of mobility. So that will be a really key part of this. But now I need to turn the music off and instead get ourselves ready to listen in to the dulcet sounds of the clean feed. And there you go, onto the rift. Noxian Boris is there. He is real, he can hurt you. The crowd can uplift you though. Bin hatching a ward on did start top side, drop a ward, and then rotate back towards his laner. There is absolutely a world here where absolutely a world here where we could have ended up. Actually, I don't know where I was going with that. I think I was saying like there's a world in this game where we could have seen a lane. So I was like, actually, is there? Not really. Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Rel, Alistar, both happy to play that. Don't think we're seeing anything super scary, but there is the lane swap. Spotted that by that ward, and so it is going to be the lane swap. Interesting. Rumble's going to come mid, and so actually I was right. I was just like subconsciously so. I was like, oh, are we going to lane swap this? I guess so. It also makes Breeze's life a lot harder. He's just dead. Flashes away, needs to dodge this Q, gets out. Okay, so Ignite from on, Flash from Breathe. You initiated the lane swap and regretted your life really fast. Got a fair amount of the wave, but this Flash is down, and instead, Wade's going to come top. Join the other side, crash down on Wei, who flashes out. Bin gets the turret. Should be able to clear this up. And actually, nice rotation from Bin. Gets him level 2. Has Flame Spitter and Electro Harpoon. Doesn't have the Scrap Shield, but has a lot of wave clear and damage now. Look, you won't see BLG versus Tarzan for a little while yet. Because Tarzan, obviously, in the upper bracket still quite happily. Took a bit of doing, but they did win the game 5 yesterday against NIP. Galio, at least hit level 2. Will Justice punch forward, but is buffered well with the taunt, with the pulverize, but on then headbutts away as the Shield of Duran comes through. Bin has Flash and a Dream. Mount up comes on through. Bin scrap shields, try to buy a fair amount of time. Cannot, dies. First blood goes the way of Tien's Vi. Nice gank and good aggro juggling there from Hung in particular. Knight eating a bit from the Corki, but done alright in this lane so far. Second win is a hell of a drug. Here we go, redive. This didn't work out for anyone's legend just yesterday. Bin still has got Flash and use it to dodge the Q. And actually now Hung has to flash out himself or he's going to get roasted down. So, Flash for Flash. Survive the dive. Well done, Bim. Been basically flame horizon Breathe right now. Yeah, absolutely. 12 CS to 4. That's insane. That is 4 times. Over 4 times the CS. That's incredible. If that discrepancy remains the same, then we'll be talking about that. I don't think we will. So, On's roam top. TN is still around. That's hilarious. Interrupts TN with a headbutt. On is just a menace. On had a rough series versus TT. Was not at its best. Elk as well was a bit of a sussy player. Yeah, Enrique, if you want stats, you'll probably have to wait till after the game. Otherwise, they are in the middle of the screen. For those of you who are not League of Legends enjoyers normally. Where's my box? Give me a box. Yeah, your stats are down here. There you go, timer is on. Cool. Problem I think we're going to find is Brumba Breathe still doesn't have his flash. So there's the ignite. Permafrost comes on through. Nice gank bot. Alright, topside Bin's being jumped at the same time. Trying his best to get some value here. The scrap shield is good. TN eats a lot of damage. Oh my days. The aggro is juggled well. Bin dies again. Weibo Gaming, relatively happy with that start. The problem is, of course, that you're looking at Elkanon, who are still playing up this bot lane pretty well. Well, the Kai'Sa getting slightly ahead of curve is a bit of a frustrating point. Don't miss the cannon. Nice. Play. Nice. TN going to get grubs while they can. That's after the dive. Bin doing their best to claim as much farm as they can. Be useful. $12 up 4 times 4. No, you're right. That would be 16. That would have been 3 times, wouldn't it? It's fine. I shouldn't have done maths on air. Sorry about that. I wish TES could play Yone. His Yone was so good. His Yone was very specifically as an Aatrox counter as well, though. Okay, so Breathe might experience the bin treatment again. His flash is back up. He is level 5. Justice Punch is down though. Taking a fair chunk. Do we want this? Flash away. Winds of War comes through. True Shot Barrage a bit wide, but the Permafrost is still in. Wei gets the second kill, but hey, you've killed him again. You'll take it. Hang on. Elk didn't get an assist there. Oh no, he did. It's because the first kill he didn't because it was too far away. Equalizes the wave. In the op block jungle. Equalize, there is a rumble. It's how we get 2 bangers at the same time. If you become the next president in Korea, can you change the time of the LCK games? Yeah, I can do that. That's fine. I'll chat with the Korean Parliament right now. Tien, nice flash. Needed to be, but nice flash. Hey, Jeff Spares, good to see you. And thank you for the resub. Have we talking Weibo? Yeah, absolutely. So, game state, as it stands, relatively even. 2-2 in the kills, Dragon for grubs. Gold is slightly to BLG's favor, but Knight has to leave this lane. We've got minute 22 to grubs. They're going to try and play for this turret. Reminder, they do have the grubs. They'll be able to claim on top of plates here. True Shot Barrage cleans the wave. Nice. From Knight to try and get forward. I think if that stun hadn't come through, Knight could have altered them under turret, and they could have been in a really dangerous spot, especially with On behind to follow up even more. Still, saves the turret for now. And interesting, we are sort of leaving our bot lane as mid, and our mid lane as top for now. So everyone's in the wrong lanes, basically. It's as wrong as it could be. Somewhere out there, right, Roxxon is having conniptions, trying to figure out an elegant solution to the lane swapping thing. Oh, hang on, Light finds the ult. Knight flashes away, Q3. Nice find from Light. Finds the W, immediately alls in, knows that the health bar isn't there, and of course, has the Kraken Slayer completed. So, has an angle in, and that's pretty big coming into grub fight. Light won't have the ult, of course, it's a big deal, but will have significantly more HP, and Knight maybe force a TP back in if they want to play this. Bin the rooms on up, and we'll be having a lot of ultimates available to play this one out. And over to the grubs we go. Does look like Weibo Gaming saying, yeah, we are not playing this, and back away. Did I not see the change for the lane swap? I did. It's just not an elegant solution. It's a little bit like what they did try and deal with. To deal with funnel. They are waiting to try and find a more elegant solution. This is a very ham-handed solution right now until they can find a more elegant way to do it in game. I think personally, I don't mind lane swap being somewhat viable. I just think that that if you're going to do it, there needs to be a little bit more of a punishment, or at least more value out of actually getting your 1v1 lanes. Hung, I think, is just dead here. Yeah, there we go. Wei on a killing spree. My go. Much better performance than we saw the other week. Man alive, Wei was very, very poor. Add 5 goals to bot minions? Maybe. I think the thing is, then you end up with the game becoming a bot lane game again. Where you basically pro becomes about whether your bot laners get ahead or not. Okay. So. Knight, desperately trying to hold on to this turret. Won't. And that gives a bit of spice here. BLG get this as a feat of strength, by the way. I've already got the first 3 kills. TN could flash in here. Do they want to play for this? They did. They were a little bit mistimed. Nice attempt. Doesn't quite work out. And dragon or 2 dragons and a set of grubs gets BLG feats of strength alongside those martial mastery notches. And a 3-0 Sejuani, who's got a heart to deal bright and early this game. And there's a lot of setup in the Yone and the Rumble. Hell, the Alistair even counts as a melee option for Permafrost. So you're in a very good position, I think, as BLG this game. Of course, the other thing is the Vi getting ahead early, the Kai'Sa getting ahead early is nice. The problem is, of course, it's not to a game-breaking advantage yet. What it has done, though, is get Kai'Sa to a point, to a mid-game where Ezreal hasn't been able to just poke around in lane. Because what we have started to see a little bit is a lot of Kaisers in the LPL struggle to get to mid-game. This game Light will be doing that. And that can then be really threatening to Elk in particular, who does not enjoy a Kaiser jumping on his head. Arda Meta 2.0? Yeah, maybe. How many kills does Light have? 1 currently. But yes, for the non-league viewers, this is your scoreboards. Kills, deaths, assists. Speaking of deaths and assists, Wei just picked up a 4th kill. That's hilarious. Again, there was no one else there to pick up the kill, so that's kind of fine. Bin, good flash, cease and desist after though. Light follows up. Oh, scrap shield was nearly enough. Actually forces Hung to pick it up. Bin has been asked to be weak side this game. Little bit unfortunate that kill went to the Rel actually. Shielded Duran comes forwards, gets a knock up on Wei, who hasn't taken turret aggro there, so doesn't care that much. Elk is likely going to be able to pick this up. The Winds of War does a fair amount of work. BLG should be able to trade for top turret. Do so. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 in turrets. Can't quite claim mid, but it is very low. BLG can get this. They're feeling really happy. Okay, nice. A lot less safe for your AD carries in mid now. So, where are we at? Gold, favouring BLG, quietly, but it's there. Importantly, big item spikes going through. We've seen the Heartsteel in for a while, but it's also meant the Heartsteel's got stacks. It's not just a blank Heartsteel, which on this patch isn't that great. Bin isn't here, playing for this tier 1 bot, can teleport in. May do so. BLG might just also say, we don't care that much. Now the teleport's coming. They clearly want the fight after. I'm not sure about that TP. It's going to mean that Weibo can't come on over super easy. On finds a blast cone, headbutt, pulverize, and Xiaohu burns out. Nice combo. Tien isn't hit by the permafrost. Hung is, though. The Galio ult comes on in, but it is too little. It is too late. And that big old statue is being defaced. It is iconoclasm in the jungle. And BLG pick up 3. As Weibo Gaming try to retreat through their own jungle after the Herald take. And find absolutely nothing. Big ults burned there in general. Every ult from the side of BLG. Most of them from the side of Weibo. Elk needs to be a bit aware. Cease and desist just about in range courtesy of that far side alteration. Elk flashes into the jungle. Vault Breaker just shy, but the smite includes enough of a slow to bring the Ezreal down. Vi plus Kai'Sa is enough. Tien needs to be a bit wary here. Smite. Stolen. And now Tien's in danger. Didn't expect Wei to not to still be there. Thought the reset would have come through for the dragon. That means with the headbutt back from on, Tien is going to die. And despite the man advantage they just got, flashed it into the Vault Breaker. Knight's going to be donated the kill. Really good stuff. Head straight on over to the dragon. Having claimed the jungle will be dead for 25 seconds. That's soul point for BLG. Yeah, for the non-league viewers, I know there are a few in here. We'll do a little bit of a League 101. Your kills are here. That's Weibo's kills. That's BLG's kills. These are your kills, death assists for Weibo. This is kill, death assist for BLG. So, Sejuani, Wei obviously over here. Can't be found. He's 404. Sorry about that. So this is like Hung's trying to body block, but actually that blast cone into the pulverize is beautiful. The glacial prison catches on Xiao, who burns out really early. The equalizer splits everything apart. And then the Galliot comes in, but it just offers another kill up. And this one is basically, they just picked off Elk, who wasn't expecting the gank, can't quite get towards his team. And TN thinking, well, okay, well, they'll be setting up for Dragon. I can stick around. We just got the kill. They'll have reset by now anyway, having got the kills in the jungle. And they had not. So, kind of gets caught out. And that's the price of not having enough vision. And I think most junglers would have stuck around for Scuttlecrap there. And that's why the pick was doable. Also because Wei spotted Tien. Tien hadn't spotted Wei, so gets to kind of play ring around the rosy with that little wall you've got in the middle of the screen. BLG sat in the bush. Not really well that much. At this point, Bin, despite being starting the game 0-3, is now 2-3-1, has 2 items, is just fine this game. The Sejuani has a locket, the Alistair has a locket. So the dive combo, you use locket for the vial, you then wait for Galio, you then locket the Galio ult. And you just have permanent shields that just don't time out. Very, very obnoxious. And the fact that Xiaohu is so far ahead of this Corki now is really problematic. You've got Blade of the Rune King plus a Mortal Shield Bow. That's a lot of life steal. That's a lot of shielding. Infinity Edge third, and you have so much crit too. Knight will break ankles this game. Oh, good grief. Tien is dead. Galio comes on in. Teleports begin to fly. The shield around is actually pretty solid. Wei doesn't survive this time. On's going to go forwards. And actually, BLG got a little deep. Xiaohu is not the one popped this time. And Tien just got, sorry, Wei just got popped. The equalizer finally comes on through. Burn is good. True Shot Barrage. Tags light. Can't quite get the kills. My days are way below. Elk took a turret shock at the back end of it. And Kai'Sa does have ult. So this time, the disengage combo works. This time, Bin and Elk don't get the big ults in the combo, or in the corridor as well. So you can actually do a fair amount of work back, and Light is the one that picks up a lot of these kills. So have a look again. So, BLG see an angle. They're going to step on forward. They try to jump Tien. This would have been Atakan. They can't quite kill him before everything comes on through. They do get this kill eventually, but it's a 3-man knockup with Galio. And then Bin comes on through, but it's a big shielded around taunt onto Wei. On goes forward for another big combo. But by the time Bin is here, the front line is already dead. And they try to look for a bit more, can't quite. And ends up being a 1-for-2, which isn't fantastic, honestly, in the grand scheme of things here. And a big shutdown as well. This Kai'Sa actually has got quite a lot of gold this game. Will need to do a lot of work, but hey, the combo is there. Alright, Xiaohu just out of range of the Glacial Prison. Good Valkyrie. Atakan did just get aggroed. Not taken yet. Wards very much in favor of BLG. There is a holy trinity of control wards there. But over go Weibo Gaming. Do they just want to start this up? They're thinking about it. Wei is off to the side, but Breathe now spotted. Thinking about jumping him. They're going to try and blow up this Galio. Atakan is down. Can they find the fight after? On and Bin are split off a bit here. Okay, they get one. On the other side, it's a 4v2, though. Knight needs to find an angle. Doesn't really. That's a huge amount of damage onto On. He's going to re-engage. Knight gets over the wall. Massive fate sealed. Trying to get so much work. Elk's going to pop over the backside. They get one. Kai'Sa finally getting to deliver, but unfortunately Elk gets the hop right back over the wall, and every single withdrawal is lost. That is 1,000 gold for BLG. You got a couple kills. You got Knight, you got Bin. Congratulations. But the Atakan value is just not going to be that great this game. Light at least was the one who picked up both kills. This Kai'Sa is increasingly strong. That's Nash's tooth. Good news. They realize they're not getting to Atakan, so they go, cool, we'll pick off a member where we can. So, Breathe gets the revival, but then has to leave. And then on the other side, it is a 4v2. Weibo Gaming tried to blow this one up before too much happens. Knight finds an excellent angle over the wall. Flash Arctic Assault then from way after. Dragon was secured, though, by Weibo Gaming. It was Soul Point as Breathe got hit by the Glacial Prison. Shattering Strike will not likely keep Breathe alive, though. Hung trying, and now Hung with the crash down having happened, ain't that fast as an unmounted Rel, and will likely be dead to rights is so. And of course, on the other side, maybe looking for a headbutt Polv. Doesn't burn any cooldowns. And actually, despite what was a very good early game, a couple good fights from Weibo Gaming have them back in this. This Kai'Sa could still be a win con. The issue still is that this Yone is so unreasonably strong. And because of some of those turrets we just picked up, ironically, the Ezreal right back to matching the Kai'Sa. 3 items has gone a Shojin to make sure they can just get through as many rotations as possible. And also, there's just not that much armor built up. This Galio has gone Hollow Radiance into Riftmane. What do people gain from hitting those flowers on the map? That's actually a really good question. So that's new to this season. It's the season of Noxus as Breathe. Okay. Gonna get jumped. Let's have a chat about that after this. Quick pick. He's dead. There's nowhere for him to go. He might be able to try and ult out. Got interrupted. Nice hold on the key from Knight. So, that is a cool question from chat. So for the non-league viewers, here's the road. Here's the petals. It's bloody petals is the term. As Baron has started, they're down a member. We might see a fight. And what those basically do is they give adaptive force. And that basically means it's AD or AP, depending on your preference as a champion. And that basically means it's just more damage. You just get more damage. It also gives you a bit of experience. And it's global for your team. So the more petals you get slightly more global XP, which is really nice because it means you can potentially be up in levels versus your opponent. And it also gives you a little bit more damage globally for your team. So the more petals you have, the more slight experience, the more damage you have as a team. So it's not huge amounts of value in an individual rows, but they really do stack up, and because they are a shared stat across the team, can get really, really valuable. We don't see it very often. In fact, we've only seen our first tier 1 Ruinous Atakan yesterday in Game 5 of Anyone's Legend vs NIP. But what happens if you kill that is a whole field of roses spawn, the bloody petals. And we ended up with 69 roses for the side of Anyone's Legend, which was about 70 additional AD and AP, which is ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's a lot of extra damage. And again, I don't mind answering like gameplay questions for the people who've not seen League of Legends. That's super fine. You're welcome to learn about the game. Yeah, so we did get Ruinous yesterday, Abdul. Last game of Anyone's Legend vs NIP, we got Ruinous Atakan. It was crazy. Alex wasn't here, he was in the LEC studio. I called him up on stream to go, yo, we just got Ruinous Atakan, which was kind of wild. Breathe on a flank angle. TN avoids the Glacial Prison. Knight also on a flank. And Weibo Gaming tried to make the collapse happen. Don't quite, but Hung now re-engaging. Light to the backside, finds Tangable. Elk survives the engage. The Galliol isn't great as Bin just runs Xiaohu down. Yep, gets scrap shield and has his Onia, so it's fine. Equalizer lands onto Breathe, who will not be doing his namesake. He is Breathant. It's over. Game 1 is BLG's. Honestly, was pretty cool, calm, and collected, with the exception of the slight fumble. Trying to pick off TN cleanly in the blue side jungle that kind of led to the Atakan play. But this is the BLG we were hoping to see. They are still theoretically the best damn team in the LPL. They got humbled by Thunder Talk today. They come in looking focused. They've got a lower bracket run to do. And Weibo Gaming are first in their eyes. Weibo, back to the drawing board. The early game, traded out well enough. Managed to get a number of dives happening, but that mid game started to play out. You didn't get a good combo with the Kai'Sa and the Galio until it felt much too late. And that Yone Sejuani proved a little too deadly in the long run. Oh, welcome back, folks. Hi, I am Initialise. So, this was the play that broke the camel's back, really. I thought it was a bit of a bold teleport, thinking, well, the play's already happened. But no, BLG still find the fight. And getting 3 kills off this was massive. And the Glacial Prison landing on Xiaohe meant he couldn't play this fight, and he's a lot of your damage. Okay, so look, it is Wei. There we go. He had a really good Sejuani game. Missed out on a single kill involvement. Took damage, took 40% of the team's damage. Heartsteel into Locket Knight's Vow, my goat. Supports Sejuani to the end. No raw defensive items. Didn't even finish tier 3 boots. Oh, I forgot to mute the... Whoops, I am sorry, Onivia. I forgot to mute the... I forgot to mute the stream. I'm very tired, and that means we need to do... Gotta do this, because there's copyright music. Whoops, sorry about that. Normally, check it out on the scoreboards in a minute. If not, you'll just have to find out a little later. Sorry about that. Yeah, and we'll give this heads up now as well while we're having a look at the highlights. Basically, don't mind people asking gameplay-related questions. Don't mind people who've not seen League of Legends before, don't know what's going on, wanting to ask what the hell is happening and what the interface means and that kind of thing. That's really not a problem. No issues with that at all. By all means, ask questions. I'm here to answer those. That's fine. If you want to ask gameplay-related questions, that's fine. If you then use those to do other things, that's super okay. One for support. Fair. There was a couple good support players. But basically, we ask that you do keep questions gameplay-related and not just outright gambling questions. At least in the Twitch and YouTube for me. But basically, it just keeps the community a little bit cleaner in terms of the conversations people are having, because people want to be focused on the gameplay here, and that's super fine. So by all means, if you use this information to do other stuff, not a problem. Just try and keep it at least gameplay focused if that's possible, guys. That's the line. That's all it is. Hope everyone's all right with that. So yeah, by all means, ask those gameplay questions. No issues there, but do keep it focused to it. But right, I think we'll be hitting a break shortly. So I'm actually also... Don't be mean to players. Yeah, exactly. By all means, you can criticize players and be upset and go, you know, and especially if they make a dumb play, that's super fine. But just being outright mean, cruel, not really that interested in that. Okay, I'm gonna hit some ads. Please stick around and support the channel. I'm also going to get coffee. And then I will answer Funny Guy, who asked a really interesting question, which is what's the most important role in the game? So chat, what do you think is the most important role in the game and why? I will leave you with that question. I'll come back and read the answers in a second or two. YouTube, I think, YouTube Kahuna, I think they did, but I don't know if they showed pure scoreboards. They showed the damage percentage. I don't think they showed the KDAs. They don't tend to, in fairness. It's quite annoying. It can be a little frustrating when you're trying to see how people did at the end of the game. Jungle says impact all over the map. I can see it. Ugh. Return! Oh, we're missing Shahu talking. Oh, Shahu! I have no idea what he said. What a sad time. What do I think of the move in the LPL engage? I hate it. I think it's really sad. I am really disappointed. I think it fractures the English-speaking community for the league over multiple different channels. I think it then obligates streamers to cover a very, very intense league when they're unlikely to do it consistently, bluntly. It's very, very hard to do. You then basically have the official channels nabbing clips off co-streams, which also feels a bit sad. I think it's rough. I think also you just lose years of narrative, years of content. I think you are relying on fans to archive a league that is by nature incredibly intensive. I think it's also just a bit cheap, bluntly. I think it's a real shame. I think Riot had something quite cool in their hands, and they fumbled a little bit. I mean, obviously, so the thing is, last year was weird, right? Because Riot picked up the broadcast unwillingly because the Chinese operator that was running the English broadcast dropped the show. And so Riot had to pick it up or there wouldn't be a broadcast. And this year they just said, look, we just don't want to deal with it. Yeah, the new CEO is basically looking to make more money for less, which is what it is. The thing is, well, I guess we can have a conversation about monetization while we're here and waiting. And we'd have a chat about the roles in jungle as well. Like trying to monetize League to be more, earn more money, especially with the way gaming and esports is right now, is whatever. Hell, if you're going to add in a gacha system for the whales out there, fine. I think it's not a great gacha system. I think if you're going to do a gacha system, at least make it a one that is, what's the term? Respectful of people's time makes a huge difference. So, you know, I'm looking at, you know, what are the big kind of gacha games out there? Things like Genshin, I suppose just the Hoyo games in general. So that's what ZZZ and Star Rail. You're looking at Wuthering Waves, you're looking at Nika, those games, but they've all got solid pity systems. They've all got ways to earn the currency that you use to roll in the gacha system. You know, the gacha is gacha. It has its issues, but, you know, you have actually got a guaranteed win at X amount of currency spent and ways to earn the currency that don't necessarily involve paying through the teeth for it. They made the premium gacha, and that's whatever, but it's like at this kind of, it's like at this tier, right? It's way above. The problem is you've then got like this baseline tier, which is the battle pass, which bluntly currently the value from it sucks. It's just not a great. You're getting blue essence, which you're not spending on anything. You know, maybe champions, but it takes so long to unlock champions with blue essence. Like, my god. They're like, okay, so you're getting like maybe half a champion for a battle pass, which just feels miserable. You're not getting any hextech chests. You're getting orange essence to spend on what? Skin shards? What stuff? And you can pay for the battle pass and then get a little bit more, but it's not that much. So you've got like the kind of baseline level, which is here, and a little bit more there, and then there's basically nothing in the middle. There is nothing here. So they basically failed the monetization. I also think the baseline level should be up a bit. I think if they want to give out less stuff, fine. But I do think having nothing to work towards feels really miserable. Because at the minute, there isn't really anything to earn playing League. Not really. The Battle Pass feels very mediocre. But hey, heading into draft. And issues of a lacking mid-tier or low mid-tier for people who want to spend a bit is really problematic, and that'll be a conversation. But there we go. And the passes are horrible now. Exactly. You're just not getting that much for on the pass. But into game 2 we go. We'll try and bring up that discussion on most important roles. So a little later on. But for now, let us instead chat about Weibo Gaming versus BLG. Is Weibo Gaming on blue side this time? Back again, actually, because BLG won a red side game, which is a big deal, actually. Especially with the win rate of blue side in playoffs here in the LPL. Shinzao first pick. Last game it was the Vive first pick. Tien, in fairness to him, got a fair amount of value out of the Vi early. Just couldn't make it work in the mid game. What has come through draft, though, is the Ashe. And they'll lock that in, possibly alongside the Ambessa. You don't have the Vi to pair with it, but the Ashe Arrow will work just as well. Whoever is hit with the Ashe Arrow would get immediately pinned down into the dirt by an Ambessa. Cassante also up and available. Normally a blue side pick, but again, this is 15.4. See what the response is. Cassante's often been a kind of a lane that people are happy to play into the Ambessa. Ambessa tends to get, I don't know, 10 CS more, and then it kind of just sits there. You're unlikely to get a full kill as the Ambessa. And Cassante, yes, you can all out, but it's not always that easy, especially because Ambessa tends to win the short trades and keep you a little bit lower in the HP bar. So you tend to lose gracefully, basically. Be like down 10 CS, but hold the wave just fine, and then you can turn up to team fights and beat Cassante regardless. So it's Cassante life. You then pair that up with the Varus, which can kind of match the Ashe in the lane. Also has the pick ultimate, that feels pretty good, but what is up to pair with the Ashe is the Braum. Ashe Braum is the S tier bot lane. You hit a slow, the other one gets to follow up, and there's just that ability to grind you down with slows and run you down lane, and that feels pretty miserable. Looking to get rid of some of the engage options for Hung now. Of course, already lost Alistair and Rel. Rakan is pretty big. Something like a Nautilus, something like a Leona might be the ban. The Rakan is really good because Rakan can follow up on engage super well. In fact, honestly, Rakan is often better as secondary engage rather than solo or primary, because being able to battle dance to someone else who's gone in, like the Xin Zhao, is a lot faster than the Grand Entrance, and it means you can pick some quirky angles because you can battle dance, then Grand Entrance, battle dance, then quickness, then battle dance again. Then, you've got those options to dance around a fight with that E, as long as you've got someone else who can go in with you or for you to begin with. And that can be pretty valuable. The lockout, the Nico as well. Again, one of those slightly trickier engaged champions which can pick off unusual angles like the Rakan. And it is a bit of a Hung special. They'll get rid of double AP junglers from Weibo Gaming, understandably, in the Zyra and the Lilia, who are a little bit more team fight oriented. Does mean, though, that Wei goes towards this Nidalee to get that AP locked in. Wei, of course, is a Nidalee player. A fair number of our LPL junglers are. I just don't know whether he's gotten the Nidalee pass. We've seen a lot of junglers be Nidalee players, but get the Nidalee pass, that's a different question indeed. Have we seen it before? I believe we have. You know what? We'll look it up. Wait. Lol. Tell me your secrets. I want to say yes, but again, I felt like I might also just be... Because again, he was on BLG, right? And yes, you're behind Shun, who was a big Nidalee player, but... he hasn't played at this split, actually, interestingly. He has only played AD junglers with the exception of 2 games of Zyra. Everything else has been AD junglers. So this split, only the Zyra. Historically, he is 5-1 all time on Nidalee, though. So he's got 6 games of it and has only lost 1 game of Nidalee in his career, which is pretty damn scary still. So hasn't played it this year, but historically has put some good numbers up on it. Critically, didn't play it last year either. And again, understandable. You're behind Shun. If you're going to play Nidalee, why aren't you giving it to Shun? But there you go. There's our drafts. Rise, Karma were the last 2 lock-ins for Weibo Gaming. And while we were looking up stats... Is this a Snowdown? It's 2013 Snowdown theme. That was cute. Not heard that one in a while. But back instead to the LPL sounds. Right, so... Between the Ahri and the Nidalee, big dive options. You got great pick. Very good pick. Ashe, Ahri, Ambessa. You want to get vision control, use it to hit that first bit of CC, pile in the rest of the CC after, and annihilate that first target. Then the Ahri and the Nidalee can keep running you down. You get hit by the slow on the Ashe, keep running you down, but you want to get that first kill, that first pick off. There is the Faker skin. Ahri looking down on us all. On the other side, Ryze is in. Ryze into Ahri. You want to win the early lane. Otherwise, Ryze outscales. We have seen some absolutely unreal Ryze performances by our LPL mids. DoMB, Scout popping off on it. Crowds, though, got a bit of cheering to do, so we'll let them do their work. I looked away for a second, looked back up. Knight has flashed, gotten first blood. Wow. Okay, well, Ahri can reset for a Dark Seal, and this is a really key stat. Because we will chat about Knight's Ahri, because Knight's Ahri is possibly just the best in the world. He is that good at this champion. He is also a prolific Medjai's builder. There was a really cool graphic that Alex and Munchables, so Nymaera and Munchables, ran last year. That basically said, look, here's the win rate for Rookie, I think it was, and Knight on the Ahri. They both love this champion, but look at this win rate. Look at the way they play the champion, and just also look at the Medjai's buy rate from Knight. He was like 100% Medjai's buy rate at the time. It was ridiculous, ridiculous. And I probably exaggerate just a touch in terms of some of the numbers here, but he really, really was someone who loved to get the Dark Seal, stack it up, and then basically use it to snowball through the mid game. Made Alex's heart explode with joy. Starts off with the first, but backs, not for a Dark Seal though, interestingly, but for an extra pot, or actually not for the extra pot, but just for the boots. Wants that extra move speed into the Ryze, who, with the phase rush, with the Ghost, can be a bit obnoxious, so be able to dodge some of those skill shots from the Ryze, who just want to battle dance with you, can feel pretty good. Did cost a flash, of course, for Wei and Knight. And on, for that matter. You got the flash of Hung on the other side. Heal just popped. Of course, that additional summoner being down really hurts. And Karma Varus trading well into the Ashe Braum early. That lack of flash hurts a bit. Will be an early reset now from the Braum, who does need to leave. There's a biscuit in inventory from Elk, who hits level 2. But what should be an S-tier lane being shoved in as partly as a cost of some of these early summoners being blown. Nice piercing arrow afterwards. Hung will have the Mantra Q up shortly, I imagine. And can look for another bit of poke. Xiaohu and Tien looking for an early roam down, but Nidalee's around. Has gone towards her Gromp. Mantra Q lands. Wei may be forced to smite this. Does get it. Xiaohu's ghosted. Trying to get the 3 Talon Strike. Wei doesn't have flash. Remember, used it way earlier on in that level 1. Will be donating a kill over to Xiaohu. Ahri not coming. Elk down at 10% HP. Now teleporting to support. So they got the kill. They'll get the teleport. Ryze with the first roam gets value with that Shinsa. On in danger. Gets rooted up with the Rune Prison. There's the W after. Nice body block. Doesn't matter. Weibo Gaming making this bot lane really work for him. A kill onto Hung on this Karma. As Knight is here, but there's not that much they can do. And TM will get the blue buff. They've got a nice kill. The bush bait, despite the control wall going down, works. And Weibo punished the level 1 kill really handily with a very, very solid dive towards that bot side. Great roam from Tien and Xiaohu. It's responded a little late to from Knight. Comes at pretty heavy cost. Elk, though, on the reset goes mid, so Ahri to pick up the wave, and it has come a little bit at the cost of Xiaohu's own kind of involvement on the wave. Gets a kill and assist, but it's still Ahri being even here. The problem is, of course, you want to be more than just even. You want to be ahead. So, it can be a little problematic. And Varus now roams mid. Did have to lose a few of those minions. Karma had to pick up 1 or 2 there with the Mantra Q. That soul flat. So, We're now in a position where this top lane, Jackal's going to be happening. It's Cassandra and Ambessa. We'll see Ambessa get some decent chunks, but until grubs spawn and one of them gets to use ult, realistically this lane is whatever it is. The early Thornmail into a Nidalee, Ahri passive heals, Ashe may well be picking a bit of lifesteal herself at some point, so makes a little bit of sense. You are also into the Ambessa who gets lifesteal from her ult's passive, so kind of getting that preemptively. Don't see that hugely often into Ambessa, interestingly, I think, from Breathe, so bit of a build option from him here. Does mean it's likely going to be a tank Cassante here rather than something like the Iceborne Gauntlet. Early pick twice in the LCK. Yeah, it's just been very much an LPL special. It's been really good in the LPL too. But basically, Doumbé was doing unspeakable things, and Scout picked it up, Shout's picked it up. So basically, a lot of the old gods of the LPL have gone, yeah, we think Ryze has got a real option here. And it tends to be this kind of scaling battle mage of a Ryze. Well, you go row it into Seraphs, into Zhonya's, into Banshees. So it's like a very defensive build with a lot of HP, a lot of resists for a mage. And just saying, as long as I can get through a load of rotations, I'm just going to be unkillable. Especially with, like, you often see the Flash Ghost, and using the Realm Warp as your ability to get around the map. Really, really powerful in terms of your ability to just get into a fight and stay there. So, to the Dragon we go. Grub secured by Weibo Gaming. It's a much better early start again for them. Great play towards that bot side has gotten them some cool advantages in some cool places, namely on light, which is good news. Dragon will be traded out. And the other thing is, you really want this Ryze to get towards their items kind of for free. Knight's gone back for that early Dark Seal, which is what you want to see on the Ahri here. It's a Knight special, but does want to get things rolling in the mid game. If the Ryze just gets to go towards Roa for free, get towards his mid game for free, it feels really, really bad. And morning, JG Scouts. Thank you very much for the reset. It is appreciated. And Grumpy told me to get hydrated. Thank you. I'll do that too. So, where are we at? Not a huge amount here. It's a slight gold lead over to Weibo Gaming, largely found in that bot lane, the Karma and the Varus. Ahead of their opposite numbers, Elk down 10 or so CS. Again, that's the power of that early roam bot that actually may end up being game-breaking. We'll see. The cull from Elk might help stabilize that a little bit, but it means what should have been a really good mid-game spike from Weibo Gaming. Not going to be quite as clean, and the Varus Karma that was an answer to this Ashe Braum has done a pretty good job so far. The Karma can sometimes have a bit of an annoying time into the Braum shield because you can block the Mantra Q. The thing is, the W from Karma can mitigate a lot of how Braum wants to play. Because you read him in place, the door comes down, and then you just get poked down by Light after. Rotation comes on through from Hung and Light towards this top side. Setting up for top lane control. Grub's set 2 spawning just under 2 minutes. Probably see about 50 seconds or so of lane control coming on through before the resets come in. Start trying to play around those objectives. You know, Abdul, I should know the answer to what the format is going to be in spring, and honestly, I just haven't looked. I have been so focused on the split, I couldn't actually tell you. I'll look in the break. Don't gotta defend Gatches and Mustard. Yeah, some truth to that. I mean, it's just that this particular version of it is particularly unfair. Or just like unforgiving, maybe is the term we'll use. To be kind. Arrow. Breathe, because of that forward step, saw Elk looking into the bush. So knew there was a potential arrow coming from that angle, so was well aware, had the footwork available. Gets out safely, arrow down. Means it won't be up for this grub set, should BLG choose to play for it, but with the fact That was bot side. Wonder whether they were really going to be looking for a Chains of Corruption land, but that's just going to be a chunk onto On, who's kind of want to be reset now anyway. So I don't know. Big ults from the AD carries used. Not huge avail. Whale will clear out the control ward. Night and Breathe playing on the other side. I wonder what Night goes towards. Is it going to be a Ludens? Is it going to be a Malignance? Malignance Shadow Flame has often been a build right now on the Ahri. Liandry's might feel pretty good this game into a lot of HP stackers in the top side of the map. The Ryze will get quite a lot. The Xin Zhao will get a lot. The K'Sante inevitably gets a fair amount. Will still be the Malignant, understandable. Still very, very good on the Ahri. Very gated by her ultimate. Knight been doing a good job in the side lane farming. Do they want to TP to this play? No, they do not. BLG, I think, are just going to give up the grubs and instead try and play for this dragon. But that's 6 sets of grubs over to a Ryze, who in the mid game can absolutely play for the split push. Don't necessarily think of Ryze as a great turret taker, but he's certainly a good side laner. And with the grubs behind him and enough AP, will still take out these turrets more than fine. Look at Scout's Ryze game against Thundertalk. Just yesterday. Yeah, I was having a mind blank here and saw some really unspeakable things. Earned an MVP on that Ryze. Deservedly so. Now with the 6 sets of grubs, they're going to come right up here. Start claiming some plates. On and Bin here to try and clear out this wave best they can. Door blocks out an arrow. Bin doing their best to claim what of the wave they can. And Ambessa does have enough AoE to clear out the wave. And I think an Eclipse has been built. Yeah, I have to say, looking at that damage, felt like it. It is indeed on Twitch if you want, Malik Williams. If you want to watch on Twitch, you can find us on Nymaera_. We just happen to be live in multiple locations at once, so you can pick your preference. We have teamed up with Onivia to be live streaming over on Onivia, but it is strictly a restream of the Twitch stream over on, as we just said, /Nymaera. In fact, hang on. Let me make sure we've got our social slide up. There we go. That's the one we want. You can now see right over here some stuff. Knight. He's quite good at this game, isn't he? Got some cool stats up for him. So yes, Malik, if you do want to watch on Twitch, come say hey, come follow, come drop us a subscription. We know you want to. Give us the Bezos money. There is the Liandry's in for way. Cole not quite cashed in for Elk, who is, again, down about 20 or so CS. Again, a lot of that is off that earlier play. A Knight. Slowed by Prison, not fully reloaded, because of course there wasn't the spell flux time. And over we go towards the dragon. This would be the objective feat of strength for Weibo if they can pick it up. Overcome BLG, they want to play this. K'Sante's down here. Arrow hits onto Hung. It's only onto the Karma. Elk now around. Tien just going to pick that one up. And BLG try to fight it and don't really succeed. They might try and play afterwards. Don't quite. Glacial Fissure knocks up Light, who put the Ghost Blade on. But BLG turn up. They turn up a bit late. They don't teleport Bin in. And it is a little bit of Safari League of Legends. They turn up. They look at the wildlife go. And they go, ooh. Ah, and then don't really get involved. Can't quite find the pick afterwards. Does give Bin a chance to shove out a wave, but that's really it. Got a plate or so. And I feel like BLG might end up regretting that. They want to be fighting in short order, and Nidalee, not really ahead of the curve here, is matching the Xin Zhao. That's it. And maybe he's going to play instead for Herald in a minute or so. Might try and start making plays in short order, but again, it's 15 minutes in. You've gone for this Ahri, this Ashe, this Ambessa. It's a pick comp. It's a mid-game spiking comp. 1 to 2 items is your bread and butter. You want to be doing stuff now, and of course on the other side, you've still got to deal with the fact this Xin Zhao, this Varus, this Karma, also pretty damn good at this point in the game, especially because it's the poke Varus. 1.5 items on a poke Varus. Yeah, doing pretty well, especially into what is a relatively squishy comp. The Ambessa tends to build damage, doesn't build that much armor. You're looking at Braum really is the only person who can block out a lot of those spears. And you're still dealing with the fact this Rise is going to be a bit of a menace as the game gets later and later, and it has kind of gotten to a mid-game for free here. Lane swap changes are on PBE, they're not out yet. And actually, Light and Hung played the straight up lane and won it. In the end, they managed to get shoved mid. Xiaohu and Tian own bot. Made Elkanon suffer quite a lot down there after that early set of dives. Got a couple kills. BLG just haven't been able to make a proactive play outside of that level 1 that got them first blood. That'll be first turret as well. Feat of strength secured. Flash blown on, who had to burn heal on top of that as well. Elk's going to get time in mid lane. Try and clear as much as they can, but BLG not finding all that much as yet. Whoa, what is the game plan here, guys? Because Weibo said, well, we managed to pick up 6 scrubs, a dragon, and got first turret. We're very happy this game. Very pleased indeed. Zazek's Realm Spike secured for this Karma. Arrow wide. Elk only really hit one. It wasn't very valuable. It has to flash out. Ghostblade's still coming. Do they want to keep looking? Flash for the win becomes lightning. Elk now in danger. Does get healed with the Crescent Guard. And the 3 Talon Strike knock up the Ashe. Goes down. And BLG fail the pick and are punished in very short order. They'll lose mid-tier 1 as well. Weibo Gaming are running over this game now. Only 1,000 gold up, but those are some big moments. Hung hit with the spear. Definitely some damage still on this Nidalee. Did feel, we wondered after that early roam from Tian and Xiaohu whether it could prove really problematic. The Ashe Brawl didn't get lane prowl, fell behind in lane, lost plates. And yes, obviously we've had some criticism of Elk and On. Feels like a lot of this one is just off good play from Weibo, though. That's after, as we said, the level 1 led Karma dying. Shirelia's now in as well. Ghostblade Shirelia's. If this Varus is looking for a pick on you with the ghosting Rise, running away feels really bad for BLG this game. Knight doing his best to continue to farm up very, very well, by the way. Ult's out, of course it is with Malignance, so we'll be on the longest cooldown of all time, but Dragon spawning in 42nd, and Knight just had to ult away, and again, can't secure the turret. Has farmed super well. 180 farm, 18 minutes is great. Xiaohu does not have that, again, hasn't run the teleport, has been more about roaming with his team. About 150 farm. Just dropped a little bit of that to make team plays happen. Been a relatively slow game. So, Ashe, Yuntal Wild Arrows, interestingly here. Not always what we see on her, actually. I don't think what we do see. We often see, I don't think it's Wild Arrows first off on an Ashe. I'm having a moment here. Blade of the Ruin King first has kind of fallen away a little bit. Kraken Slayer still done. Nice invade from Tien. Picks up a couple extra camps. Mid-tier 1 falling definitely sucks, and there's the Empowered Recalls courtesy of the Herald. See a bit of Phantom Dance a second. No, first currency. It is for Yuntal first arrow. The Sam is stupid too strong. I know it is. I'm trying to see whether we see it in pro play or not. Obviously, it's a solid item on the Ashe. It's a scaling option. I'm trying to remember if that, because I feel like a lot of the Ashes in the LPL haven't been building it. I might just be wrong, because I'm struggling to think. I'm also just quite sleepy. So I might just be thinking wrong. Oh, it's the Hextech copy pasta. Yeah, Hextech chests everywhere. Weibo going to claim all 3 outer turrets and another dragon. I mean, Weibo Gaming, it's League of Legends by the numbers. Paint green in this particular bit. Way on a flank. Herald summoned. Oh, BLG, what are you going to do? You might finally claim a turret top, but at some point they are going to have to find a trigger to pull, because they are late to every objective. They've lost all of their turrets. There's the third one in, well, the fourth one rather, in mid lane falling. Tier 2 in bot also under siege. 6 scrubs doing a lot of work. Glacial Fisher comes on. Wei still on the flank. Could look to get onto Xiaohu. Pounce forward, get the kill. Massive amount of damage onto On though as Breathe goes all out. Gets stunned up with the concussive blow. Chains of Corruption land. Oh, beautiful angle from Lion. What looked like a wonderful flank from Wei. Swiftly punished. In they go for a bit more. They're going to still pick up some decent resets. Looking for another pick is Knight. Malignance is there. Flash for the Orb of Destruction. Gets one. Ends up being, I think, a 4-for-3. Bin can keep chasing them. Remember, there is no Chains of Corruption. Let Breathe does not have anything left to work with. And I think Bin might win this in the 1v2. He's going to try! Oh, he can't. An extra auto would have done it. BLG finally pull the trigger, but they end up going 5-4-3. Oh, it felt almost genius, but the Chains of Corruption landing onto the Nidalee gets an additional kill that starts the turnaround. Because here they go, they try to defend the tier 2, and they do so. It's a good arrow into the Glacial Fissure, and Xiaohu immediately gets popped. As the spear plus the pounce takedown bring him out. The problem is afterwards, Breathe gets to go all out. Chunks on out. And this Chains of Corruption, the flash out from Breathe, it's really good. Then the fight keeps happening. Tien gets some value. Breathe again with a wonderful Antofo strike. And Tien gets a lot of value. Eventually falls, right? But it is now a 3v2, and Knight goes looking for Hong. Is going to flash with the Q to pick up an extra cooldown. Light flash in turn to make sure the RE does fall. And then Bin says, well, I think you've used too many cooldowns. I can make this happen. Doesn't quite have enough energy. The cleanse is really valuable on the repudiate slow. And that last hail of arrows brings it down. So, where are we at? Lichbane on Knight. 3 kills on Knight. It's going to have to be a really big RE pick game. Really big RE pick game. On, I think, is in danger here. Puts up the door. Chains of Corruption land. On the other backline, though, goes Bim with the public execution. He's getting that much value. He gets knocked by the Crescent Guard. Does bring down the support, at least. Eventually, though, Ambassador falls straight out. Tries to run away and cannot. They back out. Oh, boy. That is Weibo Gaming in a very good spot. 2 for 1 again. At least you got a kill. But it's not the best. Not the best. And, yeah. Interestingly, I've gone to look this up. It has basically been purely Kraken Slayer on Ashe. This is, I think, our first Yuntal Wild Arrows Ashe globally. Might have had some in LPL. No, I'm not seeing it. I've literally just gone to look it up. No Yuntal Wild Arrows. None at all. That's crazy. I thought it was a little bit unusual for pro play. It's been Kraken Slayer only. Unfortunately, doesn't get to use the Yuntal Wild Arrows because the game has fallen apart a little bit. Breathe survives. Footwork shield is ridiculous. Flash with the 3 Talon Strike. Knight doesn't have any tools left, gets run down. BLG are getting dog-walked in this game too. Man alive, every lane has kind of suffered here. Knight alone, the only person with a positive KDA. Light on this Varus, 6-0 and 4. 4. Scary, scary stuff. The game is over. It's going to be a sub 25-minute win. Shellacking is the term. BLG couldn't find an early objective to fight around. Couldn't find the early picks. The arrows went wide. They'll get a kill at the back end of it, but it is a feel-good moment. That is it. Pick comp fails. BLG quiet in the mid-game. Reactive in the mid-game. On the one play they try to make around the tier 2, it feels like too little. It feels like too late. All goes wrong. Weibo Gaming even up the series. And we are in a 1-1 scenario with both games feeling pretty dominant. LPL with Nymaera, as you can see here. I am known as Initialise Cast. You can find me in the title. Please give me a follow. Please give me a sub if you can. Please give a follow or a sub here if you can. We cast the LPL on this channel pretty much every damn day of the week. And your ability to support this league matters a whole lot to us. So please, please, please come and give us some love where and when you can. Matters a huge deal. Especially as we are kind of doing this off our own backs. Especially as there is not really a... an official broadcast anymore. It's just us co-streamers. Doing that. There we go. Nip. And let's do this. My bad, guys. I've got to mute because there's that there. Where's my... That's the one we need. There we go. Because there was a lot of that there copyrighted music. Who's the player of the game? Probably Tien. Yep. Really good shins out. Really good shins out. Good job, man. Good job. He was pretty spectacular. This play here was the one that really broke it. Way on the Nidalee, getting brought down. Elk and On already being chunked out. This was also really good. The wind becomes lightning flash as Elk tried to look for a pick. Didn't happen. Whew. Nymaera looks different. Yeah, I know. Cut his hair, grew a beard, just generically more handsome. Yes, I'm Sam. I'm Alex's older brother, otherwise known as Initialise. Oh, one for Light as well. He did have a very good game on the Varus. I can see that option. The ego on this guy, hell yeah. If you're going to be a caster, there's a certain amount of ego required. Delusion. XDD, don't you rat me in chat. Bisto. Delulu is a Salulu? Exactly. Heading to a break shortly as well. When will we see both of you cast and LEC again? Don't know. It'll be a question for when they want me. Because again, I'm basically in as a guest. Is it what it basically is? Actual Nymaera is on Destiny. He is indeed. I just want some ads while we're at it. Let's do it. Please stay around, Twitch viewers. Feed us your money. Also, he's going to get ads in game, which is nice. We're in game 2 of Gen G versus HLE, are we? Ooh, big lead for Gen G, though. I think we might be getting a second game here. Alright, a 1-1 series. What the heck happened to the game? Top lane happened by the looks of it. Zeus is not having fun into Rumble. Is the answer. They are up 6,000 gold. Hot damn. They got a little unlucky with the chem cell. Zach having 3 kills on the Azir might be enough to turn some stuff around. Maul comes off. No, but I say Peanut just got into the pit there. He'll die for it. Don't blame him looking. Oh, cease and desist. Buffered through. Nice from Canyon. Zach is trying. It's still going to be the end of the game. They can't get any kills. Chem soul value is actually pretty huge. Oh, my days. Keen on this Rumble is a menace. Oh, that's just game. Wow. No one died? I mean, what happened to Viper? He just died? If I make a petition to bring back Khan, you think it will work? I mean, Khan was always so fun to watch. I think like Khan is one of those people who is the nearly greats. You know what I mean? He was so close to being a truly legendary top laner, and to a lot of people he probably is, but like he fumbled a few different finals where it was like, this guy is the best top laner in the world. Oh, you know, he was vying to be a genuinely top 5 top laner in the world of all time, and then didn't get it over the line in some of those really important Worlds runs, really important MSI runs, and that's really, really sad for him. Like when he came in on Longshu, when he had that opportunity with T1 as well, like there is another world where Khan wins some of those finals, and life is just different. Flandre just turned up in a different mode against him in finals in 2021. The Graves, man. One of the best top laners to never win Worlds. Yeah. Pushing on game 3. Need to see what drafts are. I think with blue side, it's probably BLG favored. But I need to see them not... Like that, okay, that comp last game was playable, but it required them to be the ones on who were making the plays rather than reacting to them. And they ended up basically, because of that bot side play going so wrong, cost Knight his teleport, cost Elkanon the whole lane prior, Wei died, the Nidalee was behind tempo to the Shin's ally. Everything possible went wrong there, basically. And they gave over 2 kills, and therefore the Rise was even with the Ahri. Like, this is all bad news. Like, that went super wrong. That comp was playable even on red side, and hell, BLG won the first red side game. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was still required. There was a certain requirements just weren't met. I still think BLG are on the whole the better team. And I don't think that game 2 will be necessarily descriptive of how this series goes out, but we'll see. I think draft might make a bit of difference here. I need to see something a little different here out of that. But that's also now Wei's second ever loss on Nidalee. Oh, actually, we've got interviews. Let's unmute this. Oh, I was too slow. No. I apologize. I was super out of it. I'm still a bit fried. I do apologize, guys. There were interviews. We got a word out of Tien. Lamal. Imagine the streamer was looking at the screen for an interview. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. What can I say? I'm sleepy. What has Weibo Gaming Tap Tap said today? It's also Light's birthday today. Happy birthday, Light. Everyone say happy birthday. It was yesterday. Okay. That's slightly less exciting. And Breed had his birthday a few days ago as well. Oh my days. Who do you think is the next Hall of Famer? Oh, let's think. Who could we have? Uzi makes sense. Deft makes sense. You could do some really big throwbacks. Someone like a Pawn, maybe. Yeah, I think Deft makes sense. Uzi makes sense. You're looking at some of the old goats, aren't you? Really? You could do a dark horse, someone like Smeb. A compliment for Harold Hamhand. Okay. Harold, your sense of humor is just wickedly funny. You've got a wonderful laugh, my guy. I always love hearing you properly cackle. It is a wonderful experience. Very enjoyable. But there you go. Xiaohu, not a bad shout as well, actually. There's an angle for someone like Jungle, Clear Love, something like that. I think Uzi or Daft would probably be your best bets. Someone like that. Prey, maybe. Mata, Mad Life. Some of the really amazing supports over the years. Score, yeah, Score was really bloody good. So, we should be heading towards game pretty shortly. There's a really good question. Who else is a good call for potential options topside? At some point, Rookie and the Shy will be going, but I think it might be a bit tricky. Similarly, Chovy will make it one day, I have no doubt. I think if you're looking at some of the Western options, Bjergsen, Double Lift, Sneaky, Meteos, all viable, I think. Actually, you look at some of the other people like Alexic, Froggen, Diamond Prox, some of those goats. Yankos could probably be in for a shout for it at some point. Caps, Perks, you know, like you have got some of these players as well who probably be in with a shout at some point. Yeah, Impact, really good call as well. Call JJ, probably an angle at some point. Ruler, so probably an angle at some point. You'll probably get Knight eventually. Doembe eventually. But I think probably one or two of the ones who've retired, maybe. I think Uzi's probably the one who's the biggest name after Faker, right? Probably is him. Karsa, yeah. Could see that angle too. Caster's not a bad shout. Sword Art, I suppose, with that in mind. Maple, maybe one day. I think if you want to do the hell, you can probably induct that whole Flash Wolves team at some point. Scout, after he wins the next 2 worlds. I feel like it may be a little biased, but there'll be no bias to be found in this draft. As we head towards our game 1, I am, you know what? I'm going to move this up. Whoop. There we go. That's going up there. So we still get our social slide. See how that looks in game in a minute or two as well. As game 3 graces our screens. So, oh, I need to move it further higher still. The band's out. Oh, my days. I didn't move it far enough. That needs to go. No. No. There we go. That's more like it. Right, let's try that again, shall we? What have we missed? The bans, I don't think should be too surprising. Silas is very much against Xiaohu, plays a lot of it. The Poppy, it's a flex. Breathe plays it, Hung plays it. Tien historically has played it. Not seen a huge amount of jungle, though we did see a really game from Beichuan the other day. It was the game that Tin Talk won. Skarner, Callista, Aurora, nearly obligatory bans on red side. First pick Maokai. It has been a series of first pick junglers, though of course Maokai is a flex between 3 roles. We'll keep an eye on it. Leona locked in. One of the few remaining big engage options. No Alistair, no Rel, no Brawl. Rakan is up. Nautilus is up. Jax locked in. Breathe, an excellent player of this champion. Can manage the Maokai quite well. Could also go jungle. Of course, normally that it is into the Shinzan that's already been picked. Jinx being considered here. Are you thinking of Jinx, Lulu? Xayah, Rakan, also an option into the Leona and the Jax already. I think at this point you probably do want to lock the Rakan alongside it, and they do. On, historically, an excellent Rakan. Not had the cleanest last series or so, so give him a champion that he's very comfortable on makes some sense. Debating a misfortune. Can bully the Xayah in lane. As we might be getting an additional member to the cast in short order.
Yeah, I heard that Knight played Ari, and I won't elaborate more than that. Yeah, I mean, BLG wave up. Very excited to see how the series go. I'll hop in a second. Very surprised to see. I mean, the Xayah Khan Maokai is a very typical front-to-back comp. Very hard to get onto that carry, but there are a lot of things which can force that Xayah ult set out. So Elk's positioning is going to have to be very good this game.
And again, you do have the ability to outplay this Leona, this Jax, hell, even the Misfortune ult, but it means your ult has to be good. It has to be good.
And the thing is, you have to outplay them all at roughly the same time. If one of them goes in and you outplay them, you think, ooh, that's nice. But you need to have everything available, and that can be very, very difficult after. Weibo banning away Knights Akali. Anything that gets onto the MF is the real priority, because they actually don't have that much cancelability onto the MF right now. Because people are just going to body block the MF, the Maokai ult. And I don't think Rakan's actually going to make it to the MF.
And reminder, Maokai ult's just a route, it's not a stun. So you don't actually interrupt the channel of the bullet time. You just locked in place, and so
that's true.
You know, it can still kind of fall apart a bit. I need to shuffle my way across a little bit here, and I'll also note here, I'm going to call back an old bit of wisdom from late great SKT support Wolf, who once said about the Leona into Xayah matchup. The base said Leona is a counter into Xayah purely because your ult can blow her ult for half the cooldown, and that is a massive deal. Your whole deal is removing Xayah's ult before it matters.
Yeah.
You want that ult to be gone. You want it nowhere near any important team fights. Now Leona can do that kind of for free.
So, let's have ourselves a bit of a think about. Hello, how's it going, by the way, folks? I am over here, and we'll be catching up a little bit later into this, because I need to catch up with all the hacks we played in Fearless as well. My instinct's quite into it. Very long-range backline for Weibo. There is the chance of that Jax going into jungle as well, but into the Nocturne, I think that's I mean, the Shinzao's already been played,
Yes,
so that counts as it's not necessarily there, but still technically some flexibility around. And with the Nocturne being locked in, it is Maokai top lane. I think Jax is very happy playing that matchup.
Yeah. We saw basically that R2 option as Tien debating a few fun picks. We'll wait. I think Volibear, if you're looking for an early aggressive jungler, has kind of risen in priority as Fearless starts to take its toll on your early skirmishes. So Volibear, mixed success, but has been pretty good. Instead goes towards what looks to be the Viego instead. I think you've already got enough pop that Viego getting reset is definitely a possibility, and there are some big ticket souls to claim.
What that means is, if Wei or On screw their engage, the ults are going to come down, and then suddenly the win condition is kill one person and reset, and that should be enough, especially with Leona being to throw the extra CC down on a low cooldown. I think Weibo have ended up with a very good composition. I really like what Weibo have ended up doing with this team comp. It is much easier to play in a lot of ways, and it forces BLG to play a low mistake style, and that is not something which Wei, Elk, and On have been doing very well recently.
No, they have not. And I think as I'm gonna let Alex go get himself a coffee, understandably, you have got to question a little bit of the cleanness with which BLG have been playing. The game hygiene hasn't been fantastic. It's probably the term I want to use. There's been silly mistakes, dubious decision making at points that have cost them quite a lot. And we'll see whether they can come in and play this one out. Because the other thing you've got to keep an eye on is the fact that the comp still makes sense, right? Nocturne, Taliyah, Maokai all coming in from different directions can be really scary to try and disengage from, especially if you don't get to play the game in the right angle. You can still have a lot of zone control there with the Unraveled Earth, with the Maokai Nature's Grasp. There is some very, very good, the feathers even, of course, on top of that as well. If Weibo Gaming misengage, they can still get punished with the counterpunch really hard. A Nocturne as a response ult can be very scary this game still. And then, I've also got to remember now, I want to bring this one up probably after we get towards the gyros. I'll move that down just a little, and we'll get ourselves over to the... I wanted to move it up from that, Alex, so we could see the champion's abilities and stuff, because we can't see it if it's covering that, and that way it's not blocking anything there. Ta-da! And this way it also doesn't block bans.
It does make some sense, Sam. It's just that when you say move it over,
I was...
I
know, I was distracted. I'm still quite fried. I've been up since 6 a.m.
You know what? I'm not going to berate you too much for that.
Yeah,
one.
and I was anyway.
For that one.
And I was looking at you. Anyway, it was a whole thing. What I was going to say was what we saw yesterday was Nocturne was permanently banned. Nocturne never got let through a draft, and I think in the LPL, Nocturne has become an increasingly big comp builder. We've seen it with the Orianna. We've seen it with things like the Taliyah.
Vi does something similar.
Yeah, and Vi was the first pick option for TN in game one. First pick option. Didn't work, but it was a decent attempt.
Now, the way that I really see these picks are they are paradigm picks. What they do is this one champion really then becomes the sticking point for the rest of all of your rest of them. Vi, everyone knows how to play around that. Callista, everyone knows how to play around that too. Nocturne is a similar kind of champion. These one singular champion can decide your draft, and in Fearless draft that's great, because if you know how to play around that champion, the other champions that go alongside them
don't have to be fair weather ones.
Yeah, they're actually quite versatile, you know. But yeah, folks, it's good to be back. Hi, I'm Nymaera.
Hello.
I'm casting alongside Initialise now. Had a great time at the LEC yesterday, and get to cast some great League of Legends here at the LPL. I love being back in this region.
You had a pretty psycho series to cast last night.
Yeah.
You saw some League of Legends in its rawest form last night. Your medic, I think, probably lost a few techs on your sanity chart.
Yeah, Kazi did some gameplay which I was quite questionable of. But hey, we're not unused to that here in the LPL.
No, genuinely,
You know
yes.
what, folks? Does anyone have any favorite? Hang on, this is a good trade in mid lane actually. Now it's going to get the second Q up as well with the low cooldown there. He's going to get another cooldown right now. Nice Flair, very good historically. By the way, folks, if anyone has any special moments of Psycho plays in the LPL, let us know in chat, because there are some really famous ones, some by people in this game. But if you have any particular favorite memories, let us know.
It was Cream turning into blue cheese when he decided to ult.
Against Top East, Game 5, 23 summer.
Oh, God. Still the worst Kaiser ult I think I've seen ever.
Oh, it was pretty bad. Yeah, Kaiser does some special stuff. As it's hard to dive Maokai. You're realistically not diving this. The Jax is quite hard to. Well,
TN's
I mean, you can try. The ignite is very important to stop the Maokai passive hit.
On, coming up, it's too little, it's too late. Hang on! No, wonderful save from On! And they don't quite get the kill. TN trying to get this one, should be able to get one back at least, but that is still not great.
That is why you don't dive Maokai. Immediately makes problems with the W to avoid some damage, and even with the ignite, the Maokai passive came in before that, I think, to make sure he was full HP just before the dive. Bin gets himself an assist, sadly doesn't get the kill, but teleports back, and I don't think he's feeling that bad in terms of that dive. It is still a problem, though, that he's now significantly far in terms, behind in terms of the XP. You see level 4 over to the Jax, and that will be a problem as things go forward.
We saw a little bit of this matchup the other day, and then there was... what happened is Shanji walked forwards on Maokai into the Jax trying to clear out the wave, and Jax just said, great, and whacked him. Actually, no, it wasn't. It was Jax Jungle. What was the matchup? It was...
Oh, which series? The second one?
Yeah.
Tarzan versus...
No, this was in top lane. We saw Shanji on Maokai into something. He's not getting solo killed, and I can't quite remember what he got solo killed by.
Into Flandre.
Yes.
Breathe. Hang on, he's going pretty aggressive there. The route comes
I
through.
remember the play. I don't remember the champion.
You know, people talk about Bin's Jax logs, and obviously he can't play Jax in the
No,
series,
he can't.
which is kind of
Bloody hell. Nicely done,
But
Breathe.
worth noting, folks, Breathe is a hell of a good Jax play. This guy's very, very good at the champion. And we
It's
have a
his
lot...
iconic champion, in fairness, probably.
Yeah, for sure. It's multiple people's iconic champions. Things like, you think, oh man, Bin's Jax, it's a good takeaway, but also Breathe is also an
Bin,
issue.
Breathe, Arla, probably.
Arla's the other guy who
Yeah.
could somehow just solo win some games on that champion in his heyday. And yeah, so now BLG, they're 1-on-1. After losing with Nymaera in Game 2, despite having some fun skirmishes, could not make it through the last comp, and Light just went absolutely mega. Light, by the way, just crested 500 games in the LPL on his birthday.
Congratulations,
as I was hearing earlier. What a player this guy's been for Weibo. It feels like when the games have been flipped and the series have been flipped, Light just kind of sighs, picks up the backpack, and makes sure things are okay. That's been his role within this team, and particularly that Kaiser earlier was really fun to watch him do that.
Yeah, it was. And again, great Varus game last time around. Again, understandably, Tien got the votes. His Xin Zhao was really, really good, but behind the Xin Zhao was a very, very solid Varus performance. And the Varus Karma, honestly, last game from Light and Hung, broke the Ashe Braum. Again, it was with assistance. Tien and Xiao, with the early roam, really set the pace of that game. At least this time it feels like BLG have been able to find some angles of their own. Bin stuck at level 4, finally levels over to level 5, and Breathe with that level 6 available. Bit scary. Way's here to help shove out for this Maokai. Just ensure that Way can get in and Bin can actually possibly look for a free set.
A little bit worried. Well, no, I'd say normally it's a bit worrying that you give over the grubs. Getting a Mountain Dragon, though, that's nice. That is nice, because it is going to be very bursty games. The extra resist is going to go a long way for the Maokai and for the Nocturne, too. A little bit worried, though, about side lane pressure for BLG. Yeah, you have Nocturne, you have the Talia, and they're going straight into mid lane.
There's no mana here on Xiao, who I think he is, Xiao 2? Are you?
Xiao, who asked? As they dive into mid lane with the double ult. Very rare that you see the Talia ult her own lane.
That's crazy.
I love that play coming in from Knight and Way. First kill onto Knight. We know that his play is fantastic. Hung misses the Zenith play, but they might still go for something here.
Elk, still level 5, nearly level 6, needs to get the minions, can't quite do it! And the body is stolen. Now Light's on the wrong side of the turret, though, and the unspeakable horror is flashed away from they get both.
And the ult coming in from Tien adds so much extra damage. Are they going to keep the wave on?
Oh, no!
Getting the kill onto Light. Way getting some good gold out of that one at least, but I am worried, Sam, because the Xayah Rakan is now 1,000 gold. Well, the Xayah is now 1,000 gold down compared to the Misfortune. The Xayah does not want to be playing this game from behind. It is already difficult enough to outplay the team fights later on. Doing that from a gold deficit with bullet times coming in with extra sting to them is not what Elk wants.
Not at all. And man, look, you can see what Elk is planning. He is about 2 minions off 6 here. Can't quite make it happen. The bullet time prevents him to being able to sit there and get those minions. It's well managed. It's just Light here. Then has to extricate by the wrong side of the tower, and it costs a couple extra summoners, and he still ends up taking turret aggro at the back end of this.
I wonder whether the Xayah Rakan could have hit the wave. I wonder, instead of you cleanse and you don't run out of the bullet time, you try and hit 2 minions or something and try and get that ult to disengage the rest of it. It would have been a tight run thing. Elk has himself the ult now. Wish he could have had that a little bit early. Tien getting 2-0-1 in this early game with Viego though. As the reset threat, this guy's feeling great.
And this is a big one, because of course we're looking at this and remembering last game where Tien got off to an early start and took over the game. He was last year, for large portions of it in summer, the best player in the league, arguably. He was absolutely on fire. Didn't manage to convert it into the titles he was hoping for. It's been a little while since Tien's been a medalist for the LPL in some capacity. But
okay, he's been on the podium, so technically that is a medal. It's being a trophy holder. That's
sure,
a bit different.
Fine, I hear what you're saying. But I'll say the other side of this is, of course, is Xiaohu, right? Because they have the highest jungle proximity, as we saw, of any mid jungle in the LPL. They had that in the pre-game.
That's great.
And that is how Weibo win games. If Xiaohu and Tien are being Bonnie and Clyde committing crimes, life is going well for Weibo Gaming. You want that duo to be active on the map, doing cool things, and if they are not, life is perhaps not so good for Weibo Gaming.
Xiaohu committing a little bit of assault and battery in that bot side there by just throwing the whole combo at that Maokai. Maokai shrugs it off and will collect, I suppose, most of that wave back there. Second grove spawning in 20 seconds. No Chaos Storm. Now, what can happen for Weibo is they can just have Xiaohu in bot side, force Bin to not respond on top side. I think he's okay with that. So it would be a 4v4 without the Maokai. I think that ends up being a win for Weibo. Or, of course, you leave the Victor alone under that turret. Teleport now coming in from Knight. He has his ult back. He is on vision, and that was a great ward to spot him, and now he's been caught out.
Tien is playing a wonderful Viego game and picks up a great kill.
There was a fantastic ward here. That ward there, you see that little wreckage there? That ended up seeing Knight as he teleported to the tower and then went just down to the bot side of mid. Great vision play from Weibo to catch out Knight, who was in a great position to turn something else. It is going to be a grub taken away by Wei topically. Really well done on the ward controller from Weibo to pick off Knight.
And now this Viego 301 Trinity Force completed. Hasn't even backed, by the way, so I'll have a lot more gold to work with. Xiaohu bot side clearing up more plates. That's a 2,000 gold lead at this point. Gonna try and trade out on the other side to get some grubs at least. There is that, but this is not a good start for BLG. And 2 early games in a row now. Weibo Gaming have been way faster to the punch. We've seen at least this time BLG make a few punches of their own. That play mid lane with the Xiaohu, with the
double ults.
Double ults, that's the one I was thinking to, onto Xiaohu. It was really well done, but that's about it.
So, Weibo, I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised. A lot of players on here which have had awkward splits. Even though Weibo, I still think, large, even better than JDG, I think, in their group, despite finishing below them and losing that 5-game series. I think Weibo showed a lot of good stuff. I think you could argue Weibo looked like the better team despite losing that 5-game series. Sometimes it happens that way in the league, really. We are now into elimination series, not Tien's specialty in the last few years.
No.
And while Weibo have managed to somehow upset the apple cart a bunch of times against BLG specifically, you know, it's a double worlds matchup. We saw it in semifinals twice, I believe. Semifinals and a quarterfinals, I think it was, or semifinals both. And then we've seen it in LPL finals just last split as well. Weibo have not had the better end of this matchup. So the fact that they're turning up this well and BLG are starting to flounder at this pressure is a big, big problem for our reigning champions.
Yeah, they've just not felt as dangerous, bluntly. They haven't found the mid-game fights that they were so famous for last year. Their laning phases have not honestly been anywhere near as dangerous. Even Bin and Knight have not looked like the out-and-out better players. And again, you are into Xiaohu and Breathe, who are historically some of the best players in the LPL. It's just, look back to this time last year, how were they playing?
And the thing is, I still think that Knight and Ben are kind of elo held a bit. I really think that Wei, Elkanon have dropped the ball. And we say that with series and months and perhaps even years of experience now with these players, and we know what they're like. However, you're absolutely right. Bin and Knight could basically win any given series depending on how Wei, Elkanon were playing. Actually, not even depending on that, actually. They were so good at that point. That's not the case right now. And that's a big problem. BLG, I think their drafts have been a little bit suspect. I think their early game has been even more so. And it means that the platform that these playmakers are working off of is not really solid enough to mount those incredible comebacks, especially when a lot of the other players in the LPL have really stood up in the way that they didn't last year. Xiaohu didn't have the best.
He had probably his worst year of his career, bluntly.
His early year last year was awful. TN had some great moments, but he wasn't great in the clutch. And you could say the same for a lot of the other players too.
Must be feats of strength going down. Breathe gets that first turret, and Elk gonna come roaming down with Knight, looking for this rotation onto the Jax, who's now hopped forwards. The seismic shove goes wide. Knight doesn't quite have Seraphs, and that means he gets dropped. Doesn't quite get the return kill. Does Breathe, couldn't make the 2-for-1 happen, but still 1-for-1 in that scenario is rough news for BLG.
You know what? The silver lining is Jax doesn't have flash, and also doesn't get to use those grubs in a side lane now. I guess he wasn't going to use it in this push anyway. I don't mind it, because BLG had to make a play somewhere. It's just at the cost of Knight. Not the best, obviously. Tien not going to get caught out here. Knight's going to be back out onto the map with teleport, and ult could potentially... I mean, there is a chance he could teleport to a top side and throw his ult up for that if they really want to make a big play. But Weibo, they're going to trade bot lane outer turret for mid lane outer turret. That is trading up in terms of strategic advantage on those towers.
Really, really big deal. Mid lane tier 1 always feel very valuable, especially when you are trying to deal with a dive comp as well. Just making sure that they are diving from further away feels a lot better. Makes Nocturne's life a lot harder. Not quite at level 11, which really empowers that ultimate on the Paranoia as well. Just gives you a lot more range. We'll have a look at this replay, because the tower goes down. You can see Elk's coming on over. It's just kind of Breathe decides, well, I have to fight this.
Yeah, I wonder whether Knight could be slower about this. It's a great sidestep on that. However, once he's melee with tier 2 boots, kind of hard to stop that, really. I wonder whether Knight could have waited a bit longer, but I think if he waits longer, there's a chance he just queues out and then flashes. So Knight commits himself, knowing it's likely a 1-for-1. In hindsight, we can judge whether that was a mistake or not, but didn't really want to let Breathe get away.
And I don't know, I'll give some credit as well over to Weibo Gaming Heroes, because again, we've done a bit of criticizing of BLG, and that's understandable, but that last game, this early game, has often been off Weibo Gaming making really good plays rather than BLG necessarily misplaying. Like, actually, that was a really great dive onto Elk at level 5 before we could hit 6. That last game, the roam from Xiaohu and Tian was good. On Hung dying it before this Herald, though, could be problematic. The fear still lands post the ult. That's a shutdown going the way of Elk. Can they get Xiaohu as well? Not quite, but 2 huge picks. And Herald is a nice option for BLG.
What is Hung doing that far away from his team? The double ults come in from the mid jungle, and just as we start singing the praises of Weibo, the jungle support, who was about to praise so much, end up making a critical error around the Herald spawn. You do see, of course, a side lane potentially play coming through now. Bin's going to clear out the way with another Q, and Light is going to have to retreat from this as well. I don't think he can do much more than roam down just to secure his top laner's survival. That is good news for BLG. Makes the map play a little bit easier now, because they can start using that Herald to maybe break open a bit of the map they didn't have access to before. Problem is now, Dragon spawned, and on the minimap you see a bunch of different wards. You can't be this far away from your team as Leona. This is very, very far out. Gets caught out. There's no extra damage there. If you are a tank, it's not good enough that it takes you a long time to die. Someone needs to be able to turn around and smack the other guy in the face, otherwise they will just sit there hitting you until you die. And you were just way too far out of safe zones.
And I think we've criticised BLG in terms of the inconsistencies we've seen from certain members. That's also true of Weibo Gaming. I think Hung and Tien have also had some interesting games at points. And it has often felt like if TN and Xiaohu don't get moving on the map, the rest of the team just doesn't really know what to do. Look at their series versus JDG, and it was an interesting one, I think it is fair to say.
Hey, well, Tien has been moving fairly well in this map so far, and the good look. I will criticize Hung when he is the primary playmaker because he often does not know how to land that first punch. When he was playing with hang on, this teleport coming in. Knight has to flash out the grab field.
Oh, the Zenith Blade lands, shove back, it's still decent, but the fear into the backline, onto Xiaohu, into the quickness, Grand Entrance, not quite enough to get Xiaohu gets the Siphon Power. Breathe now in, so fast, looking to get the backside, the Maokai ult cleans up the Victor. They've got the Leona now as well, Knight finally falls,
Resets.
and the resets begin to fly. Flash out from Bin and on, but they can still Grand Entrance, they lose 1 in trade for 2.
I am very surprised that worked out as well as it did for BLG. The initial kill took a long time to come down onto Xiaohu, but it was enough. BLG using their teleports, using their long-range ultimates to close down on Weibo before they're in position and get themselves 2 kills for 1 in that top side play. What else have we got to work around? I mean, there is a Herald to drop from BLG. Wei's coming up to make a play here, but Light's now around.
Wait, gonna get the fear out. That's a nice flash on him from Breathe, but he doesn't quite get it. Oh my days. Fear doesn't quite land. I take it back. There's the reset. Bin dies. Doesn't quite get that last little bit of CC.
I
They lose
was
an extra member.
so afraid when Light walked up there, but luckily didn't have that bullet time for BLG. If he'd had that, well, this is the reason he probably didn't have that bullet time, actually, as Elkin Light looks like they had a honorable 1v1
Tete-a-tete, yeah.
as the cones get fired at each other. A decent job, actually, of trading back despite the gold disadvantage. Took a double up towards the end, which made things a bit spooky. Was this a flash for flash afterwards? It was flash for flash afterwards.
There you go. There we go. And it was on the control ward there, so the thing is, there was vision for Light in that bush. I can understand why he was looking for the angle. 2 items, though, completed for Elk now. Got himself the Flicker Blades and the Essence Reaver. We're in the replay, so this is what happens is... There's a ward that spots Xiaohu.
Some of these wards have been so critical. They know this ward is here, though, by the way. They actually know this. They see the teleport coming in, graph field comes down, so Zilli has to immediately flash out of the graph field. Hung's on the right place in the map. Both of these bid leaders have Seraphs. I mean, you see the Victor one get a lot of value here. I was almost wondering whether the Rakan would one-shot. Really well calculated by Bin to know that this would kill. And I don't think Xiaohu realizes he's going to get hit by that. There was a strand missing on the one next to him. He would have been able to survive if he judged that correctly.
Here we go, on to the Misfortune, whose bullet time is cut very short indeed. They'll get the mid lane tier 1. They get a couple kills. Nice play from BLG with the dive.
Breathe is in... He is on the flank, but I don't think there's much they can really do there. But seriously, with the extra 2 kills, maybe they just go straight towards the Atakan. Weibo, they might have to play some smoke and mirrors. Breathe trying to shove up this mid lane. He's going to be lucky to pull BLG away from the objective, but not really suffer anything himself.
Herald was driven towards the Atakan. You know, what didn't I just see that in mid lane? And the answer was yes, it just got driven elsewhere. BLG happy enough with the tier 1 take, happy enough with the 2 kills, and they went on some good members. Talia now at 5 and 3, feeling very good.
They're having some awesome plays around these bigger globals. The bullet time comes out. We did say, hey, it's not the easiest thing to get on towards the Misfortune. It is if there's that 2 people under the tower and 5 people jump at them. Not enough pushing side lanes for them to defend this mid lane. You have a Victor showing in top lane. Your Jax is not in a side lane. You don't really have the threat there. Atakan now being threatened. Good use of that wall there to just use a bit of a dark spot and vision. That'll be the next big objective. Look, Weibo still have the gold advantage. This Jax is an absolute menace. The gold difference is now even in AD carries, which is quite concerning for Weibo, considering that was a 1,000 gold lead earlier. But I think BLG, they are still very worried that they don't have the consistent damage of Weibo. They must make a good entry into the fight, otherwise the cleanup, I think, goes Weibo's way.
A thing that Weibo Gaming are going to struggle with, though, is there's not a lot of ways to keep the target of the Talia Nocturne combo alive. And that's likely going to be a Victor and a Misfortune, who, if they don't have flash, have a bad time. Has had a pretty good game so far. Survives that when the paranoia comes down. Bin has teleported into the back. Like, oh my god, that shield is huge. Surely they kill Xiaohu off in trade. It's a 1-for-1. The bullet time after is pretty solid. Breathe in the back line as Bin also falls. The feather pull is decent as TN has to flash back out as the seismic shove would have done him in.
2-for-1, all said and done. Insane shield coming through onto Xiaohu with the Saraphs, the Q, and I guess a locket on top of that. Just about buys time enough for Tien to go 7-1-1
Holy moly.
on Viego. These resets are the kingmaker well and truly for Weibo. BLG, it's not a bad entrance to the play again, but the room for error, the margin for error is very, very slim, and you can see that here on your screens. Dragon goes over to the side of Weibo, starts off with On finding Xiaohu and Tien in this brush, doesn't get the knockup. He's stunned, I think, before the knockup can land, so it cancels the ability. Jesus Christ, those shields. That is like half of his HP bar again you have to cut through. Really well played of Elk actually to follow up very aggressively. That really changes the play an awful lot. If you don't get that kill onto the Victor, you're losing the Atacon and everything else. I'm also very surprised that Tien makes it out alive there. If he gets shuffled back, that's probably dead.
5 more ability haste and he is dead. Genuinely, Knight doesn't quite have the cooldown. I mean, credit over to On as well, who's actually having a really good Rakan game. Saved Bin early on, or tried to. Has made some really good battle dance combos with the Nocturne, so not entering himself, but using his E to follow the Nocturne to get the quickness into the backline. Actually stops Elk going down there because the quickness comes across the Jax who's running at this Xayah. Really, really key stuff. Could still be a bit of a difference maker here, especially now that Xiaohu is down that flash. Should theoretically be an easier target again this time. Soul Point, though, was the prize that Weibo got off the death of Wei. So it's not exactly like Weibo are in a horrible position this game. They are the ones up the gold, even if it's largely found in jungle and top as well, which is understandable considering the matchup topside in particular.
The reason why the vibes are a little bit strange this game is that it is Weibo who are responding to plays. They're not actually making the plays right now. It has been basically Nocturne and Talia just flinging themselves at a target who's out of position. And something that's going to, oh my god, it's going to massively help with it. Incredible vision control all across the map coming in from BLG right now. The wards are not there from Weibo currently, which means they have to be very measured about how they approach the map. Xiaohu does have teleport, but he's at his inner turret. He actually doesn't know where the Nocturne and Talia could come from, so he has to stand right at his turret. He has no safety around the bot side of the map. And that's why it feels like even with the gold advantage coming through from Weibo, they're not winning through side lanes right now, and they do have to play respectfully of BLG despite the gold advantage.
3 items just completed for the Xayah. Gotten that Lord Dominic's regards there to try and deal with some of this tankier front line at this point, I guess. You've got a lot of people who will be building towards Armor now. Doesn't feel like they can get away with the Infinity Edge quite yet. Cheaper spike. Red buff. I'm sure who quite skewed. That looks like it was Elk and BLG.
Yeah, because no, sorry, BLG, because you can see the team red buff now because it's post 20 minutes.
Indeed.
Which really does help. Gives you some regen. Of course, the slow. It's
Yeah.
kind of insane as well, but they get that on the Baron spawn on. He's going to probably have to E out here. Yeah, that's the thing you have to do there, buddy. And his Rakan has always been one of his better picks.
Oh, yeah.
Xiaohu is going to try and survive here, but he's going to get locked up.
Jumping onto Breathe, who just about gets away with the flash, but how much further can he survive? They've lost the Viego. Breathe will be breathing his last. The bullet time is solid, but it's a little too little. It's a little too late. Elk goes up into the air, and the storm is full of feathers. They'll be flocking together to potentially bring down Xiaohu, who is left very, very alone. The tower's about to fall. Atakan's on this side of the map, and this Victor can run, but I don't think he can hide.
Xiaohu, he might actually be able to get away with this. One last flick does not hit. And Xiaohu.
Darkspringer lands though, and there is the grand entrance. He doesn't have any more in the tank, and they pick him off.
Exactly what we were saying before this. Yes, there is a gold lead for Weibo, but the playmaking potential is there for BLG. Now, the thing is, with Xiaohu taking such a goddamn long time to die, they don't take the Atacon itself. I do think BLG just get to reset and go back out onto the maps. They're okay with that one. It's very concerning that Weibo think that they can defend this top lane turret when Misfortune is an entire quarter of a map away, or half a map away. They're in mid lane, they're showing the full team of BLG shows up topside. There is no vision control available for Weibo to spot where that Nocturne Talia is coming from. And while the bullet time is okay at the back end of it, it's there 10 seconds too late. If it is there immediately, they can't make that play. And suddenly, you are now playing from the gold deficit against that playmaking potential.
And this Nocturne with the Stride Breaker with the Black Cleaver just jumps on the backside. Where, oh where does a Misfortune go in this scenario? Burns the Flash, will stay alive this time around at the very least. But hey, Flash down is still pretty dicey here for coming to contest this Atacon.
I see some comments in chat. On, switched on, wholly on. Yeah, this guy's been playing super well on the Rakan. Arguably, I think it's his best champion.
I think it is, yeah.
In his pool. This has historically been his best champion. You can see how well he's playing to get onto those key targets, being a real disruptor. Breathe will take an inner turret down here. He is a side laning menace. he just hasn't really been able to use that very well because, you know, if he teleports late when the Nocturne ult goes down, well, he doesn't actually teleport at all because he doesn't have the vision to teleport there at that point. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, the bot lane was pushed in. It would be Chemtech Soul for Weibo, which is very powerful, particularly when you're playing around low HP bars on Seraph Shields, on Viego resets, on a second Counter-Strike in a fight. But they don't really want anything to do with this Dragon fight right now. They'll try and take this easily. I think BLG Weibo, they'll be opportunistic, but they shouldn't really fling themselves at this, I don't think.
Yeah, watch out here. Off to the side. The Harrowed path is down, and actually...
Okay,
Dragon...
wow, they're just straight going for it. I think they're really risking a lot here.
Yeah,
They could be looking for a side lane play. You don't need this Dragon itself, unless they think that their timer on the game is going down.
Well, the Weaver's Wall brings it across, locks TN out, would have to ult in with the flash, could do so, doesn't happen now. Breathe on a flank, can maybe look to find an angle. Decides against it as On was around and could have quickness and ground entrance him, so nice defensive warding. They turn up, they can't really play for it. Weaver's Wall burns, successfully to deny entrance.
So, 10 standoff there around the Dragon. Weibo try their luck, they don't find the objective. And now they don't even have the inside track on this mid lane. Elk pops the W, gets the attack speed and the extra damage, takes down that tower. Atakan and Baron, both on top
Wonderful
side.
plumage.
What lovely plumage. Beautiful plumage. That was Robin Williams, right?
It was.
Was that
in
was
Prince
that
Ali?
Yeah.
Handsome as he, Ali Ababwa.
Disney kids out there, unite. Yeah. Some
strong 10 as strong as 10 regular men naturally, by the way.
Really important items being built up. So we have a Seekers and we have a Seekers. Just keep an eye on them because we are going to have Atakan and Baron fights coming up next. That'll be very, very crucial.
I love Knight.
This
is my go.
He didn't get to buy it on the Ahri. Gets it now. His 100% Ahri Magi's buy rate sadly been desecrated for this year at least. He'll get to keep that for last year.
That was quite good fun. He was a remarkable Ahri last year. Of course, not this time around. Didn't quite get ahead of the curve.
I will say,
he tried.
He was really good individually. And this is why I say, I think Knight's been a bit elo held a little bit on this year. I'm not saying he's playing 10 out of 10. He's probably like a 7 or 8 out of 10 for his standards. But still, Bree's getting caught out a little bit. This choke point's quite dangerous actually for Weibo.
It is. There comes the Maokai ult. Nature's Grasp is in, and it don't let go easy. Breeze goes into the backline, but the re-engage ensures Jax gets axed. The Weaver's Wall comes across. Nice. Gets enough down, has to flash back up, but the damage still comes on through onto Light, who is snuffed out.
The bullet time was not good enough again from Light. He's in his 500th game in the LPL and it is his birthday. But sadly we can't really withhold on the criticism. Time is now, old man. That one. As BLG, they managed to force Weibo into a choke point, which doesn't really favor the Jax particularly. He can't really get on that side angle. Breathe does get a good multi-stun, but by losing that fight, you're losing the Baron. Atakan is still up to fight around. Tian, he's not going there. He doesn't have the ult to get over the wall. He would have had to flash, and because he'd had to just flash, he'd have to go over that ward. Tian, half HP. They're going to have to watch the Baron, and then the Atakan go down. A bit of an odd ordering of that one, but BLG very, very happy with the last series of events. Very good play around the Paranoia and that Weaver's Wall.
And Tien can't even claim that wave top side because it would have been too risky, so there's now a wave they can shove with on the Baron. As we look at this replay, initially, it is just everyone caught in a choke point, and Maokai ult comes on through. Hung dies initially.
And the bullet time hits Maokai, who W's out of it.
Yep.
The bullet time's not good enough. Maybe they think, oh,
they're going forwards,
Nocturne ult's coming down, maybe I just have to throw this. Normally you look at your teammate's screen actually when the Nocturne ult comes down, so you can see a little bit more information, but right there, a bit of a mistake coming in from Light.
And now we hit a point where Tien, despite being 7 and 2, isn't getting the bodies anymore. Not really. And the Victor, the Misfortune, the moment they don't have flash are targets number 1 and 2, and problem is Breathe as well, despite having got that arm guard you were talking about, not having the easiest time and picking a moment to use it where it's going to keep you alive. You need to do it in order to mitigate the first part of the play and have your team be able to follow up, and that's just not been happening so far. And now you've got Atelier, 15 stacks on the Medjais, Infinity Edge down as well. The consistent damage is there from BLG.
And it's also a big problem as well when you're playing around quite a slippery Atelier with the extra move speed coming through from the Medjais. Extra 10% move speed on that one. Which means that if you're trying to walk them down, Knight might just space you, and that is a difficulty you have to deal with. The Knight's Vow on makes it harder to kill the Xayah as well. You had a great chance, I think, to work through your gold lead earlier on. Too many plays came through too quickly from BLG, which were very successful though. With the Atakan, so easy to push in with the Baron buff. Tien has to immediately ult out.
Yeah, was scared of the seismic shove. There comes Nature's Grasp. The cats just want to give you a hug. Xiaohu does not actually like cats and decides to back away. He's more of a dog person, it turns out.
No, he actually has a cat. I'm pretty sure he owns a cat.
But is it a Maokai Long Cat of Doom and possible Eldritch Horrors? As Breathe goes golden, but I think he might actually be eating the dirt instead. On the other side, they've still got Atakan. Withdrawals to work with. They finally lose the Viego. The Jax goes down as well. Light tries to flash and make a play, and unfortunately, there is just nothing at the end of the tunnel but the grave marking where Light was. They get absolutely everyone. Knight picks up a triple. That'll be a fully stacked Medjai's, and BLG are taking us to series point.
That was an absolute textbook Talia game from Knight. Way on the Nocturne, seriously improving off of his previous Nocturne games as well, I think, and having an incredible showing of that paranoia. BLG will go up to 2-1 in this series. That's actually a bit harsh. His last Nocturne game was actually pretty good, but still, very impactful game. For me, MVP in that game, it's between mid and jungle.
Yeah.
They're both incredible playmakers this game. For me, I think that Talia, very accurate shoves, throwing their body into the fray was very impactful.
Hey, folks.
Hello.
You can lean across and say hello.
I can also move this a little bit too.
That's true, you can do that. But then if I sit here, it's just it's now focusing on your bed. But now I'm more in the middle of the screen than you are.
What do you mean by
I was because you're over here. Your
Sam, can
viewing
you
angle.
see what the viewing angle?
Why do you? I thought I was trying to
Sam,
be nice
I'm
to you.
tall enough, Sam, that
No,
I can
it's
see
fine.
the whole screen.
It's fine. I think it's like the angle you're looking at. I was trying to be nice.
Okay, well, that's very kind of you. Hi folks, I'm Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers and we cast League of Legends together, and we're casting the LPL because there is no LPL English broadcast anymore. It's gone, there is no official broadcast, which means that there are a lot of games going... we haven't silenced the stream, have we?
No, we haven't.
I should go do that.
I keep forgetting to do that.
That's kind of important for the whole copyright dick as well. But that's okay, we can do that there too. But yeah, thanks for joining us here on our journey through the LPL. If you have things you want to ask about the LPL, if you've got memories you want to share, if there's anything funny you know about these players, these teams, or want to learn about, let us know in all of the chats that we're watching. We're live on Nymaera on Twitch, Nymaera on YouTube, and then also Onivia's highlight channel on YouTube as well. So we hope that you're enjoying our coverage of this as I was just kind of rambling through some Tier 1 League of Legends. I will have cast my 1000th LPL game at some point this year. I'm not sure when that is, but it's 3 years of condensed, crazy gameplay. Yeah, I really hope that you're enjoying joining us for this little bit of the journey.
Appreciate the love, T-Towns. Love to see you both on the LEC. Thank you very much. It was really cool getting to do that. Yeah, it is really special having
WTF to Nymaera. Yeah, you know, they needed to set me up with a word, adversary, so they thought who better than...
I am a villain at heart, it's true. It's the reason I'm an Evelyn player.
Then Initialise, yeah. Yeah, there was quite a funny moment when we were both casting on LEC, and in Cadrill's chat, someone asked, wow, who's, like, how is Vedi casting with himself? And Vedius replied in chat saying, I've no idea, man. Or something like that. Which is particularly funny.
We do share an accent, it is true.
No, we do. Sam, do you need a coffee or anything?
I could use a glass of water because my throat is beginning to die a little.
Well, hopefully I can come in and bail you out a little bit on this one. But, yeah, I'll take that seat.
If you want them. There you go. We're listening to, I believe, Ruined King game music.
Which is a great song.
It's Gareth Coker.
What I do need to do is separate out the tracks which actually are kind of hype and stuff, because there are some naff ones in there too. Like having the Winter Showdown music on Champion Select is not the best.
Yeah. You know, I had to change one the other day, which is not good.
It happens. We will figure that out at some point. Well, there's your endgame stats, folks. That's a lot of damage done by Elk. That's an incredible amount of damage by the Zyre, actually. Elk just throwing himself at the enemies. Dreadhead Mellow, thanks for the hello. Hope you're doing well. Hello, how's it going? Greetings. H. Lee Stomped, they 2-1 up now. I saw Keen was playing Vayne top. How did that go? Well, presumably not very well. Is this the finals, by the way? Is this the finals of LCK Cup? It is the finals. Jesus, nice. Yeah, we have a while to go in LPL playoffs right now. We have, yeah. Yeah, so we have today, we have tomorrow. I think we've got 4 more days of series, I think. And then we have, so we have tomorrow, which is 2 series again. And then we have 2 days after that, which are a single series. And then we have the finals on, is it Saturday or Sunday? It might be Sunday. I think Sunday is the LPL finals, folks. Wait, Zez solo killed Ruler at level 1. What was he even playing? It was a lane swap, right? Aatrox versus Zero at level 1? Jeez. Saturday finals, right? Okay. People are asking if Zeus is the true GOAT. I mean, he's been fantastic the last few years, right? And I think, look, if Zeus ends up doing this well away from T1, it is very hard to argue against it, right? Because I think a lot of people attribute the successes of the ZOFGK roster to the group and not to the individuals. Well, no, to the individuals as well, but part of it is taken away because it's like, oh, they're all so good. Whereas I think when Zeus is now succeeding away from that unit, he can show, you know, more of that success belongs to him. It's a bit of a, yeah, it's a bit of a hard one to judge sometimes, but yeah, I think Zeus, if he has a good series, not good series, if he wins this split, if he does well at first stand, it's another a couple of titles for him, right? Thanks for the follow, by the way, it's SpellTTV. Thanks for the follows and for the likes and everything. Yeah, so folks, if you're watching over on either Onivia or on our channels here on Nymaera as well, yeah, please drop follows, drop some subscribes and whatever you can. Hey Esther, how's it going? Knight with the MVP, yeah, that was a great Slayer game, really good Slayer game. Oh, is this the Starguardian thing? Oh man, it is a slog. It is a slog. The Galio Gragas synergy for the top lane was so insane. Yeah, but it was also like Elk missed playing as well, right? Because he ended up eating most of the CC, using his flash and his ult very poorly, and not dodging anything. So it was Elk played quite poorly in that finals play, sadly, really. 3 votes going towards On had a very good Rakan game, actually. How are you feeling about the IG versus top esports series? Depends what version of IG we get. Have they developed any more? We know that they have a higher upper ceiling. You know, these duos that they've had in solo lanes and jungle support have been so successful before, both worlds winners. But it's this IG was always going to need time to pull stuff together. Should learn a thing or two from Baus? Yeah, maybe. I think everyone can learn a thing or two from Baus, you know. What a player.
Baus solo killed Faker. Not many pros can say that. Well, the thing is, Faker's been playing for such a long time that you kind of... a lot of people kind of can say that. What round are they on now? So this is the round 1 of the upper bracket. So the winners of this... oh no, sorry. So this is round 1 of the lower bracket. So they have to go through a lot of stuff. I think this is the first of 5 series the lower bracket teams can possibly play. Including the finals being the last one. But there are 4 lower bracket rounds before finals, I'm pretty sure. Trying to remember exactly what it looks like. I'm trying to remember exactly what it looks like, but it's something like, so you have upper bracket, there's a couple, upper bracket, oh shit, I gotta make sure it's somewhere off. How can I draw this time? So we have the upper bracket, and that goes towards finals there. And then there's like, lower bracket, there's 2 lower bracket matches, and they start going along like this too. Maybe there's even another one in here. I think this is the way that it goes. This is the lower bracket, this is the upper bracket, and currently we are here. Currently we are here. Each of these lines is 2 teams. So currently that's where we are in terms of the bracket, I'm pretty sure. Is this 3 or 4? I guess I can have a check. Howdy. It was just as long as that's okay for you. I just did just to speak to Chatterther.
That's fine. How is Chatter there?
They're doing okay, Sam. They're doing okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So there are 4 brackets in the lower. There are
4 series.
4 lower bracket things. So okay. So the way it goes is you have upper bracket has 2 matchups. Sorry, 2 first round. Goes to this. Goes to finals. Lower bracket has initial round. Losers from this drop down to this bracket here. They go into 1. They go into 1. So this is the actual shape of the bracket. And then currently we're at round 1 here. That's currently the playoffs kind of bracket.
And then can I add things? Because the key thing here is basically that you get this goes to here, this goes to here, and then basically you go on, and then basically the winners go on to up that way, rather. Basically.
Something like that, yeah. Wait, you just press the bin to get rid of all that.
No, that's fine. I know. I was just clearing out my lines.
Yeah. Technically, there is 1 round which the upper bracket doesn't drop into. So I think it's like the 3rd round of the lower bracket. It's just kind of thins it down to 2. Yeah. But yeah, that's basically the playoffs, folks.
You basically, it's the upper bracket finals drops down to the lower bracket finals. And that's that kind of last second life, so to speak.
Yeah. It is a slog, isn't it? LPL playoffs.
It's pretty
I actually think it's more of a slog than it was because it's 2 series a day. I suppose no. I suppose in the past, because we basically have 10 days back to back of series, that got that got pretty wild.
I have to say, I didn't sleep very well last night, having done 9 games yesterday. We were 1 game off max. So doing 9 games back to back into what will be a minimum of 6 a day is quite a lot.
I could finish off this series.
No, it's fine.
You can take a break now if you'd like, because I might not be here for like the last game of the day.
I want to get it done. I might just take tomorrow off instead.
That's fine. I mean, it is 2 best of 5s, but I'm not working that day, so I'll just have to do it, which is okay.
Or if I might take the first series off, that's alright.
It's all good. That's all good. So you do what you can.
I think if I do another double best of 5 series,
因为现在在中国，而且我也比较大了嘛，可能就要争取每个机会，就感觉还是先提升自己的状态吧，就把失误减少，就用大学灯赢下来的。
needs to be really kept. It's really hard balancing the volume of the stream because the break music is really loud, but you need it louder, otherwise the in-game is very quiet.
Yeah.
So you need to basically just not have the break music. We'll have a little bit of loud music as we go into like the actual riff, which I think is actually that bad in terms of the dynamics of it. But yeah. So if you don't hear game sound very well, folks, and you think it's too quiet, let us know. Let us know what you'd like to hear, folks, because we can sort that out for you. Okay, right. Hello. We back once again. Oh, there's Sam in the background. Oh.
Hello. How we doing? I decided I'm going to be northern for a second.
No. There was a comment that someone was replied to further up. Where is that? Does LPL often make roster changes between splits? I mean, yeah, BLG actually made a roster change at Worlds. Well, not at Worlds, but they subbed out a player. Thank you for the follow there.
So I'll add in on this one.
LPL makes a lot of roster changes.
LPL makes a lot of roster changes, but specifically because the LDL tends to have quite a lot of talent coming through it. So some of your mid and bot tier teams will often have a very close eye on your LDL options, because you start seeing people being tested up and down. So one came up for IG for a little bit of times. We've seen people like Jachi come up. Actually have a very good split now. Was how 1xN first made their debut, was coming up mid-split to kind of replace some of the players that were struggling. Who did they end up replacing? Was it...
Sorry, who?
1xN.
I can't remember if
was it Prince he replaced?
No, that was in WE. It would be Huan Feng, and I can't remember who else was playing for them, but like Huan Feng was also one of those members.
Yeah.
I will check who else was the...
So you get those kinds of moments, and because the LDL is relatively robust in terms of the number of players, you often see that as an opportunity.
Kepler as well was around,
yeah,
but I can't remember.
Stay managed to go up a bit from that one Xiaoye as well.
Stay was on WE, so that was a different one.
Yeah,
Gift from Wales, not Wales, our home country. Well, one of our home countries.
Wales.
Wales. You do that so much better than me.
I learned it as a party trick.
Yeah, it's a good one. It is a good one, in fairness. Yeah, it's Huan Feng who was playing in, Huan Feng was playing before that. And he was not great, actually.
No, he wasn't. He really fell off a cliff.
Kepler played in 22, which is just before I got there, actually.
I still can't believe that Huan Feng managed to ruin his entire image in the space of about 2 weeks. Went from being this hometown hero to screwing everything up, literally, in about a week. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay, so at 2-1 for BLG, as we wait for Game 4. We have the Valorant City Park music on from the Star Guardian game mode, Sam.
It's cool. Amazing.
Yeah.
That was a good game mode, actually.
It was great. That was great. I really liked Odyssey. I think I preferred it to Swarm, because it was the same mechanics as League, but playing in a really cool cooperative PvE style. I really liked that.
I never played that much Swarm, honestly. I did play
I played so much Swarm. Whenever there's another game mode which isn't League, I play that uses the same mechanics as League. I play a lot of it. I did the Extreme Aatrox solo on all champions.
Who was the hardest to do that with?
Aurora until I figured out how she worked, and then it was really broken. Aurora was actually super broken at that point. Because effectively what happens is she hops and goes invisible and invulnerable, and then you use the shotgun thing, but if you're inside an enemy character model, all 60 bolts hit them for full damage, so you do like 20k damage in one burst. So if you time your thing with that, you just kind of like dive bomb, and you just get this melee range shotgun burst, which was really, really cool.
Okay, I need to find my way onto the other side of this mic stand so I can see what's going on. Can you just keep an eye on the wheels as I come across?
Sure. Yeah. Oh, what's happened there? That's the headphones got on the other side.
Sorry if I stepped on it.
It's okay. I didn't pay much attention to it. Well, folks, getting closer and closer to that draft. You can just move this that way.
No, but I want to get close to the screen because I'm not looking at a weird angle then.
Oh, is it the angle for you?
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Oh,
wow. So this is better.
I mean, I can also just...
No, this is fine.
I can just do that because I don't mind looking at an angle.
That's fine.
I actually don't care about that.
It's because otherwise I end up doing this and I end up with a really bad crick on my neck, so it doesn't sit like that, which isn't great.
Yeah, I get that.
So this is just better for me because I like to try and sit properly where I can.
Darkstar, I've seen Darkstar was very fun to see. Does anyone have any favorite game modes that they'd want to return? Doombots of Doom.
Does anyone remember the project one where you were hopping around the city?
I was on holiday for that one, folks. We are going into our draft for Game 4 of the day.
Ooh.
No.
Cantona, who's not in this game. He was a football player.
Yeah, he
Eric
was.
Cantona is not a League of Legends player, though I think he would have played for BLG.
Potentially would have. I say that because I just don't have another way to carry on with that one. So.
I was like, no, he's not going to pick this one up. He's putting this one down
I'm
very
putting that
firmly.
one very, very quickly.
That is right there, guys. That is what we call a caster put down. It's not a pickup of the toss. It's just a no, we're not dealing with this anymore. As we've got some bans coming on through. I will take us away from the silliness briefly because this is a relatively important game. BLG back on red side. Again, feel obligated into these 3 bans. This will be Aurora last. You can't give Xiaohu Aurora. It's understandable. The Kalista away from Light. Skarner's too busted, even post nerfs. Akali, Lilia, Silas, though, are specific bans into BLG, though the Aurora did get through, and they banned the Jace.
And both Xiaohu and Breathe do play this. So then the question is, you let that through. It doesn't get comboed up with the Nocturne or the Vi because they're both being played. There's also no Maokai or Sejuani. Your engaged champions are really falling apart. There's no Yone, I think, from mid lane either. No. So you have to go with what? I don't know, Pantheon for pick CC? You're running out of engage options.
I feel like if they lock in a Wukong here for BLG, you are really struggling for big sort of jungle engage options.
Is that really your focus? I mean, I think it should be, personally. Elise comes in. I mean, maybe Elise feels, hey, there's less engage. I can be pick CC and feel safer.
Yeah.
But then Elise actually doesn't mind playing into engage. She minds playing. She doesn't want to get outranged though, because if she gets outranged, she loses all her HP in 1 skill shot.
And I think for Elkanon, when we saw them lock in the Elise the last time, it was spectacular. We saw a 15-kill Twitch with On absolutely eviscerating on the Elise to boot.
I like this.
And I think that's theoretically really, really potent here. Elise has kind of replaced Lux as an option with Caitlyn, basically because you still got the CC, you still got the burst, but you tower dive easier, you roam easier. And ironically, you're probably a bit safer.
The Cocoon level 1 is such long CC that the trap, when you get around to level 2 and you unlock that, is guaranteed, effectively, if you get that Cocoon. Jhin locked in. It's decent laning phase versus the Caitlyn, one of the few AD carries that really can answer the Caitlyn in a laning phase. Very little engage locked in, though. It really is just kind of that Jhin W, which is pick CC for Weibo. Not that much setting people up right now.
Feels like we've seen a lot of Bard with a Jhin recently when you're struggling for engage at this deep. And obviously there's a lot of memes from the 2023 World Finals where Keria and Guma locked that combo and it looked really awful. We've seen a lot more successful attempts at it here in the LPL. Debating a Camille here is Bin. It would be locked down, and then I think you'll probably obligate into things like a Galio ban. No, Galio was picked game 1, so I do apologise, wouldn't be an option.
Ah, yes,
still,
fearless.
Bin's Camille, historically absolutely terrifying. And it's into a Nart. You can definitely play this out, especially if you catch the mini in the Hex Tech.
Nautilus band away. Alistair already picked. Rakan, Rel, Leona. Your engaged picks are so limited at this point from bot lane. Maybe you do have to go towards something a little bit stranger. At this point, I'm even wondering about stuff like Morgana. At that point, I'd just say, okay. And by the way, I'm very surprised that hasn't come out in Fearless at all, by the way. Because that can be good enough to be, well, that's 1 CC, you die after that point. It's not great into Caitlyn, because if you get chunked out level 1, it's miserable. You die. But still, think on those lines, folks. Lux Morgana might actually be decent at an angle here. Hung did used to like playing a lot of that Lux, actually. But maybe, look, I have a feeling it's going to be something like a Bard instead. Yeah. It'll be something closer towards that. However, just think about it when we get all of these supports banned out. There's also very little tank. We did say that, you know, Maokai, Sejuani, they're all gone, but then you've also got the Cassandra gone too. Your tank options, the top tier are also going.
And that also means when you're looking at what is effectively a really nasty pick comp from BLG here, is going to hurt a lot more, because whoever is hit by that first bit of CC, whoever's caught in the Hextech ultimatum, is unlikely to survive very long. There isn't anyone who can tank up a Cocoon, who can deal with a Caitlyn combo or a Camille full send very easily at all. It is a knife fight. I mean, quite literally, because Camille's legs are in fact just big knives, guys.
They are, Seb. Yeah.
You know, the most killer stilettos of all, as a Pantheon being debated.
Pantheon is good. We did call that earlier.
Yeah, and it works so well with the Elise. It works so well with the Camille.
On the other side, now you think about, well, what can you pick into that jungle matchup? Volibear is your early... Volibear Lee Sin.
Tien's Lee Sin. He's got a skin for it.
Yeah, unless you want to go towards... Oh, no, you don't... Well, you know, you already have the AP in the mid lane, because you could go towards a Zyra, but even then, I don't love that.
Okay, got banned out last game. Nico has been a bit of a
Oh, no,
special, so I get locked
Nico's
in.
good. Nico is actually, I'd forgotten about that because that champion, it is a support now, of course. That is good engagement, and that can help in terms of your laning phase. Nico is actually the best option remaining. I did mention stuff like Morgana or Lux earlier. This is just a better version of both of them right now. Better poke, more consistent team fight engage later on.
And also, you can do a very good counter engage as you see the Pantheon and the Camille come in. You just time out a Nico, that works well. We saw a Zac attempt for the last game yesterday by
Tien does play a bit of it.
and Aki tried it and it just didn't work.
Now
Can they make it work here,
This one
though?
is more of a JJ special. He really likes playing that, but still, Tien has played it every now and then. We get Zac Nico. If you end up getting Nico slightly close to the play, Zac starts things off, Nico flies over the wall. Knight, potentially last pick. I mean, it could technically be the Pantheon going to mid lane as well, but it really would be interesting to see what he goes towards. That Vladimir was picked earlier in the splits into the Aurora, and now we get Knight's LeBlanc. I love that Fearless Draft has allowed Knight to just flex a champion pool more. People have criticized Knight's champion pool before. I've never thought he's had a small champion pool. I just think that he's never really
Had to flex it that much.
I never think he's had to flex it that much. Fearless means that he absolutely can now, though. That LeBlanc comes through. And this is a very mobile draft from BLG with a lot of burst. On the other side, not a great amount of tank. If the Camille, Pantheon, LeBlanc get rolling, people just explode in seconds.
The issue that BLG may run into is both sides have got it, but you do still have a lot of CC from Weibo and a lot of target access. Jin ult from miles away, the Aurora flanks, the Zac angles. If Zac gets ahead this game, if Anar builds tanky enough and they get ahead, there is a world where you've got a lot of burst that doesn't quite get the first kill, and then the CC combos come through and everyone starts dying.
I'm gonna do a spoiler here, Sam.
Yep.
There is no world in which Nar is tanky enough to survive a 3-man unit from BLG jumping at them. Because Nar just doesn't have that full tank option, and I don't think the Zac from the jungle will be able to do as much going through into the late game as well. Mid game you can get tanky. Very hard for me to rule out just this great dive mobile combo. BLG are so good around playing around follow-up. This is exactly the kind of draft that I like to see from them. We'll get ourselves into the Rift shortly.
If they fumble the mid game, though, this composition really wants that 1 to 2 item mark, level 9 to level 11, when your first skill is max, when you're hitting second ranks of distortion, to really mimic, rather, distortion being the W, but to get as much value as you can. Prepping to head onto the Rift here. Let the crowd take it away for now. I'm sure they have some encouragement to offer both teams. To a serious point. So, what are we going to see out of this early game? It doesn't look like we're getting a lane swap. I wonder whether we might into the Caitlyn. Can often be pretty scary. Then again, you are running an Elise, who is also phenomenal in the lane swap.
Also, we've been talking obviously a lot about Fearless Draft. I'm just looking over towards the LCK right now. They have a Viego mid. Viego mid from Chovy into Zekka's Silas. That is absolutely insane. We actually have the complete thievery mid lane where Silas takes your ult, Viego takes everything else.
Yeah. That's kind of crazy. And of course, Silas stealing a Viego ult doesn't care. That's not a bad ult to steal either. So feeling alright with that one. And Zekka, historically an incredible Silas. But we are across the pond here, or rather a little bit further north from Korea. Over in Xi'an, I believe, is the arena this time around. Hung and Light trying to throw out a blooming burst.
I think it's important that On actually uses Repel there, because you really want to avoid as much poke as possible from that level 1. It is going to be the Cocoon Repel start, which is really good, because what it means that if you hit the Cocoon, it gets 2 auto attacks on the target, which at level 1 is actually more damage than the regular ability.
Yeah.
When you're playing as support anyway. When you're just as a... And like this, that's... they'll get to follow up with the auto attack though. That sucks, because Elk is not quite in the right position. It means that the damage from that Cocoon doesn't quite really lead to anything.
This time around, and we'll see whether the Nico, who actually has her own amount of burst and poke, can do a lot of work. Wei's gone for the early invade here. This could be a very early dive. You've got Elise, you've got Pantheon, 2 of the better champions about making these dives hurt very aggressively, very early. Hung and Light kind of try and fight over the Krugs. On is here. Deadly Flourish lands, and the Cocoon was thrown in an awkward angle, and that was a mistake.
That was a bit of a panic one, I think. Get the wave, push in, wave. Gonna be stacking up towards his passive again if he can. Yeah, see, just tapping that cube, waiting for that to come off cooldown. They're not gonna be able to clear this wave. No one's coming down to help this either.
Oh boy.
So this is gonna be Wei just going towards his first empowered ability. Let's see what he does.
Hung doesn't have the cleanse, he'd be the target. The cleanse now comes on through, flash from Hung comes down. Trying to get the Aegis Soul on! Repels up, drops aggro, comes back down on top of Hong. Flash out from the Blooming Burst, and now this Nico.
Headshot.
Where do you go? Headshot, number 1 comes on through. And they get a second kill. 1 kill on the Elise, 1 on the Caitlyn, and BLG off to the races.
And I love that Knight is just going straight onto Tian as well. Xiao can't follow up with enough damage, which means that Tian is going to get bullied out of his own jungle just by the solo LeBlanc in mid lane, using the passive as well to make sure that Tian can't really just recall unaffected. It slows down his clear. Knight is still hanging around, just making sure that Tian can't get anything on this, which means that because of Knight's work here, Wei clears through enemy red side quadrant. Tian has to back off. Knight will teleport back into mid lane and lose nothing, and Wei can then go up to his top side. Tian has been not just 3 buffed, it won't just be 3 buffed, he'll be 3 quadranted. That is insane.
It's really rough. I think especially if Wei stops to pick up this Scuttle Crab, so you can't trade for double Scuttles as a potential option for Tien. It is a crap start for the Zac.
Yeah.
It feels miserable.
Exactly, because let's just quickly draw on the minimap. This was Pantheon's second respawn is going to come through, so don't get me wrong, that's going to be something there. But he's already taken this quadrant as well, and Zac has not managed to take, well, it took Raptors from here, it took 1 camp from the enemy side of the map. That's not good enough. You've ended up, and now the problem is, we said, hey, well, you know, it's going to be a very quick, bursty game. We're going across mid lane with a gank.
Looking to find a shield vault. Flash from Xiao Hu required.
That was nice.
Potential combo was coming.
That was nice because he uses the empowered E for the move speed to get in range for the W. I love good Pantheon players. The random stuff you get from just empowered abilities, I love it. You know, you get the resist, move speed, and the extended duration from that E. Right here, Wei comes in. Actually, weirdly, he goes for the auto reset and then just immediately stacks Conqueror. The root doesn't catch him, and as you pointed out before, the least Howder.
On a trash, but under the turret is that trap tech, hidden under the model of the tower.
And in the tense situations, sometimes he missed them. Sometimes he missed them. Trap goes placed beneath the tower's kind of the upper part of it, the character model there. And sometimes you just miss it. There have been some changes to make sure you can actually see it. It's just still obscured. It used to be actually genuinely invisible before, which was not fair, really.
Yeah.
Now there's a slight glow that goes through the tower. I think there's an outline.
Still harder to spot, and of course, Knight on first back does his usual thing, picks up a Dark Seal, as on has roam top. You are an Elise, you are very scary at these early markers.
There's no one else to follow up, and there's a full wave. I saw him there, and I didn't look at the minimap quick enough to see if anyone was there to follow up.
I followed up on your vocal cue, because alright, we'll set this up.
Yeah, no, that's also my fault. Sometimes
I trusted you. You were my brother, Alekin.
I brought peace, justice, freedom, security to my new minimap.
Your new minimap.
Your new minimap. Well, I don't really know where to follow through the episode 3 references from that one. Surprised to be short, but a welcome one.
Yeah.
That's all I've got. Genuinely, very
to chat. To democracy.
Yeah. My allegiance to chat, to community.
Yes, that's exactly it.
I think if hang on, level 6 coming through. Hey, that's a really good combo. And of course, Knight uses teleport to get back into lane. Xiao Hu having ult. Knight can't stick around, doesn't have any pots left either. So this will be grubbing out. They get 2 out, which is completely fine from this set. They know they can't really fight after this point. Tien still has passives. They can't burst him out either.
They're gonna try and play this anyway.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Resets. Oh, hang on. Xiao can look for an ult here.
There's a flash from Knight, and he's got his Distort coming back up, and he had Mimic primed on the Distort. Okay. So Knight played that well. He knows that. Hang on, yeah, that's a really good point, because Xiao Hu ended up going down towards. Well, no, it doesn't lead to anything, because the grub was already gone. However, Xiao Hu showed in mid lane, which means that BLG can re-enter topside and get the Scuttle, which means that the farm. Look, these are not farming junglers, but that means that the 10 CS advantage in a non-farming jungle matchup with 2 CS is 2 assists as well is really nasty.
And BLG's comp wants to accelerate through this early game into the mid game, where the LeBlanc, the Pantheon, the Camille can really take a lot of value out of that kind of early priority and pressure they can put down. And the other side of Weibo Gaming, you want the Zac at one item. You want some of these people to hit 1-2 items if you can make it happen, and then play around the CC and the ability to punish some of the very squishy members of BLG. There's not a tank on that squad at all. And we know what happened to Elise in mid-game.
There were some really fun mind games happening there in the mid lane laning phase, actually, because the Aurora E is so much easier to hit than anything else, and at early levels, well, at all levels, it does a load of damage. Knight was just there like, I need to farm from beyond QE range. If you jump in for a W, you will die in the duration of your distortion animation. So then he distorts back instead of going for that last CS, because he's like, I think you're going to full combo me. Of course, with the ult follow-up after, it would have been dead. Would have been dead. Goes back into lane. But Xiaohu, credit to him, I actually think Xiaohu on an individual level has had his first good split in a while.
Yeah.
And while I do think that Knight has been better mid laner, by and large, it doesn't mean that Xiaohu has been completely blown out of the water to the point where we don't have a lane there anymore.
And I think also for Wei, it wasn't a great game too. Then again, I think a lot of that was also Weibo Gaming playing a really heads-up game to punish the Nidalee early after the first blood and the invade went down. But outside of that, Wei's had a really solid series, and we had him on Fraud Watch.
Yep, we did.
But he had a great Nocturne game. The game one as well was really excellent. He's coming in now. This Pantheon, solid early game plan, gets the dive off, comes through mid, gets the flash off Xiaohu, gets the triple quadrant off as well. Like, this is good Pantheon gaming, and yes, it's done with team plans, early structure in place, but honestly, that's what you want to see from our top junglers, especially into a team like Weibo Gaming, who, if you give a standard map state to Xiaohu and Tien, will take that opportunity on an Aurora Zac to pull off some really weird angles. We know what that duo likes to do.
Yeah. I will say, though, Zac is not necessarily in the best spot this game. Doing okay now in terms of getting some farm back. Getting towards the upper levels of their E. But the fact that the Zac didn't really get the best early game and was shut out early just means you're a little bit behind in the tankiness where you need to be. And you are basically the only tank in this game. No, it doesn't really count anymore. You're more, you're close towards the Bruiser, right? Very close in the Cocoon being able to stop that. I like how Knight just jumps in a slight angle to stop that combo being so easy. Sadly, doesn't actually work at all there. But you see, he jumps to the side of the Aurora, which is the correct play there. You don't jump straight at them to give them the easy skill shot.
I also feel like the Aurora is playing pretty well here into the LeBlanc. I'm going to hold on that though, because Tien is around, Meganar's coming up, Bin could have a very miserable time here. 50 strikes land, pull back onto the ward, flashes out of the elastic slingshot, there we go. Teleport was, also the ult, very swift from way to defend though.
Well, I was wondering whether Bin wanted to ult someone so Wei could just pounce on top of them so they can get away. That's now flash and ult for a very time-efficient gank from TM.
Flash, Cocoon lands to get the trap after. Huge damage on this Elise has been so good.
We have a problem, folks, because Knight's coming down as well. There's a teleport coming into the flank. On doesn't have teleport. They will be able to see this coming over now. Xiaohu coming in.
Body block for one. Gets the between worlds on. Dies.
Knight's getting followed up on as well. The W misses. Knight has flash. We'll have to stalk him over in 2 seconds. He should be safe after this point. And indeed will be on 2-1-1 now. Still very, very powerful. The Elise is now a damage threat. And as we said, there's no true tank really in this game. The Elise, yes, dies on the back end of that play, but getting the gold from that play is really, really important. Suddenly on the Elise will be one of our first pro games where the Elise might actually be a damage threat.
Yeah, the only other one I remember was when Elk and On played it last with the Twitch bot lane. Not really, really scary. Elk eats a fair amount of damage from Xiaohu. Teleport now coming on down, and Xiaohu has been hitting some really nasty combos this game. The electrocute buffs showing up a little here on the bunny rabbit that could.
4 grubs taken by Weibo means they do have the might buff. Wei charging up his mortal will again. This is a bit dangerous there. On, you don't have. I don't know, man. I mean, he gets out of Nico, but he's still going to die to the Meganar. This is the problem. You can't position like that on. You might have damage. You don't have HP. Very disrespectful.
The moment we praise him, he ends up dying, and BLG just very risky, trying to come and contest this. Finally, the Caitlyn comes over, but they get the kill, and it's a double kill over the light.
What is the plan there? Wei has flash, he uses his pack.
Oh boy.
Elk walks up. It is an absolute circus here in the top lane as the jungle and bot lane of BLG, sometimes the usual suspects, all throw themselves into the meat grinder in one of the weirdest positions I've seen them.
And you could see it was a team call, because Knight and Elk were resetting to come and play this, and they get horribly punished for it. BLG, I think, if you wanted to do that, you had to be there 10 seconds earlier.
I think the way that you do that is just not walk into the way that you did. It's, for me, it's not the way that they play it. It's not like even the timing. It's just approaching in the manner that they did. On has no flash. His repel is not going to save him if people go melee range. There's nothing else to repel to.
I mean, but the thing is, when they started, it was still 2v3, right? Knight and Elk were miles away.
Okay, well, let's watch the replay and judge that then. So you have Wei and On walking towards top zone. You see these two here. Breathe is at full frickin' Mega Gnar, and Hong has Flash and ult. Why are you walking like this? There is nothing to repel to. This is straight up throwing your life away. There's so much follow-up, and then after this point as well, Wei gets himself the Empowered Q instead of the Empowered E, which would have given him some extra survivability. He has the flash. Maybe he could have used that to play a little bit longer, but I think at that point he's pretty much dead anyway. But Wei and On, some very strange decision-making to walk in the way they did, having full knowledge that there were at least 3, maybe 4 people on their side of the map. It's baffling.
Now Light finds himself 3-1, and again, you can still see what Weibo's comp does. They've got themselves some pretty big AoE tools themselves, and a lot of pick, a lot of CC. And a lot of follow-up to do it. Yes, the Pantheon and the single target CC. Good from BLG, but your ability to do this from miles and miles and miles away makes life real tricky. Way.
What is he doing?
Goes down. And we just started praising them.
What is he doing? What is he doing? Walks into the Raptors. Walks over a ward. He's not playing around pushing lanes. He's not playing around combinations. And Wei, he has had a down split, folks. He had one of his worst series in his career against TT. Good chunk onto Knight means that he can't really be the easiest contest here as well. On the Dragon, it's going to go down. Dragon taken by Weibo, and now suddenly in the early game saying, oh wow, incredible, the Elise is going to be a problem. There's not going to be enough tank. We will see whether that's really true after this.
Nice cocoon combo. Breathe doesn't land the crunch and the wallop he was hoping for. The ult goes wide. They can keep chasing this. Where is the ult? I think they're trying to save it if they can. Shot comes on through. Nice pick off. Bit of redemption for the bot lane again.
Okay, so playing around the Caitlyn, that one works. Tian is here. There could be a teleport coming in from Xiaohu if they really wanted to. Just going to be clearing out the wave instead. So still some damage to play around from BLG. An important breaker of the trend of this game.
Of course, Elk up. 30 CS is now even in gold again because, of course,
Wave using the ult.
Kills, going to try and come on the ult. Gets the stun. Flash for the cocoon. Flashed away from Tien. Now the teleports come flying. Tien burns a fair amount. Turret stands. Xiaohu looking for an angle for a between worlds. Doesn't really catch the amount of people who saved before. Wei turns around now. Knight's here as well, and Xiaohu has to flash back out. Cocoon lands onto the Zac. Oh, sorry, onto the Hung, I apologize, on the Nico. Aegis Assault now out as well. Weibo Gaming disengaged, but they can't find the punish they were hoping for.
Yeah, Weibo, if they'd managed to kill the Caitlyn there, would have felt a lot happier. They do get summoners out, though. The flash away from the Caitlyn is valuable, but they will lose themselves that first tower, and that will be the feats of strength going over towards BLG. It really feels like one of the first times that Weibo actually look for a play and it doesn't work out. They've not necessarily had the most frequent plays, but they have been very impactful when they've happened before this point. So BLG, I think they're very happy to get away with that one without losing anyone.
And that's a bit more like what we were hoping for. And it's where we started by praising Wei and On. The early plays have been pretty solid. Brady rather, and Bin trading out. It's a Hextech ultimatum, but there's a Mega Knight in there just trying to buy time. Of course, the Rocket Belt now available for On. Good sidestep, but the root still coming through because it doesn't break the ethereal chain because he had to backstep. And so Knight picks up the kill. Nice management of cooldowns from BLG. They buy enough time and Breathe falls.
Yeah, just a quick reminder that BLG are a very bursty comp and there is no real tank on the other side. They do make a good pick this time. It's playing around their damage. Wei has flash, does have the Mortal Will charged up. Herald is now available too. I think now with that kill onto Breathe, I know this is a really good curtain call.
Wei's going to be in danger. Needs to press E! Finally does buy time. Flashes behind his team. And the curtain call survives. Wei desperately low, though. Can't play for this Herald anymore.
Why does he not press the E? Is it just on cooldown? I don't think it was. I didn't see him use it before that point. Loses all of his HP. And I'm really questioning whether Wei understands his champion that well. Elk needs to be afraid of this ult now.
Gets out, but there's Xiaohu heading to the other side. Should still be fine. Now on the other side, looking to chunk onto Hong, who actually eats a lot of damage. Cocoon forced to be flashed from. Volta-inspired Ling won't quite catch her, and actually does just about. Bin now looking for an angle onto Xiaohu, dodges the turnaround CC, and they look for the kills. Can't quite have it happen, but the hand says, let's go, bounce it around, jump around. Knight just about alive, and everyone stays alive just about.
Herald goes over to Weibo. We get No kills as Way and Knight both end up surviving, but somehow, despite the fact that Weibo win the Herald, they're also winning in a side lane too. BLG getting lost in the source a little bit. I think the problem is, Way's mechanics on the Pantheon haven't been awesome. You know, I called out his, he uses the move speed from the E earlier. Well, actually, the rest of his empowered abilities haven't really been that impactful. And the rest of the time, it really feels like BLG are not taking fights around their damage. Knight gets caught out on his return pad by Tien, and a very well-timed engage coming through. Very, very close to killing this, and Light chooses not to... What? Knight chooses not to force shot.
Was he just out of range?
No, he just walks past him, Sam.
Oh,
he just walks past him. Light just lets Knight live.
Sending a statement.
What is that statement, Sam?
I send mercy in this singular instance. Okay, so game state is relatively even. BLG have got themselves a slight gold lead, but it's not that crazy. It's where the gold leads are that we need to keep an eye on. Lazak recovered from the early game, now in a very good spot. The Sunfire Cape and what looks to be a Liandry's build afterwards will make this Zac really, really obnoxious in extended fights. And BLG do not want extended fights. They want very short fights where someone dies early.
There's a bit of a problem with that, though. If they take a fight and it's not onto the Zac will make the fight extended by jumping onto your backline. And also, the curtain call can do that too.
Oh, yeah.
I think Zac and Jhin, in this game, because, you know, we said, Weibo don't really have a true tank. I mean, look, the Zac kind of is.
Yes.
He's got the Leandries coming in, or the Wraithmaker. He'll go a little bit more damagey. There's no tank at all on BLG. So those Jhin shots are going to... they're going to one-shot you. Be very afraid of that one. So, BLG, if they get the first pick, and it's a quick fight, as you're saying, good. If they misjudge where the Zac is, or they misjudge where the Jhin fourth shot can fire as well, that's a huge issue.
And again, I know he's gone for the cheaper build, the Static Shiv and the Rapid Fire, a build that is nice if you're ahead of the curve. And in fairness to the Jhin, he's kind of done a good job picking up those early kills, but really wants that third item to really hit like a truck, but you've still got decent hope with this build.
Look, you're not against the tank. This build is fine here. It gives you utility because your damage matters more when there's less armor on the enemy team, of course.
It does. And I'll head over towards Drag. That'll be second for BLG. And again, you're still in a position where Elk on this Caitlyn is really scary. Farming very well. Will be at a second item fairly shortly. Get the Infinity Edge. All the while, though, Weibo Herald into mid lane. Pick themselves up another turret. That's 3. All the while, though, Knight and Bin head towards this bot lane tier 2. Can't quite claim it yet. They've still got a lot of members hanging around though, and Atakan's just spawned. I think they might try and rush this.
Herald into mid lane, pushing topside tower. Atakan being taken. There are not enough reset. I mean, Weibo have teleports, but they don't have teleports on everyone. This should just be gone. They're coming out of base. They trade an inner turret and most of mid lane inner turret as well for the Atakan, and of course, so it's a tower, but the Atakan goes over. BLG, happy with that.
Yeah, again, you did still lose the top lane tier 2, so it ends up being a little bit risky. So it's something like 2 turrets for 1, but Atakan on top of that is still very significant. You need to get value out of this. Of course, when you are looking to play very aggressively with this comp, withdrawals and the Grand Starfall, the teleport on Ben, you can reset out of the fights and come back in pretty heavily. That's Infinity Edge now done for Elk. The Utah Wild Arrow is fully stacked. This Caitlyn will hit really hard now with this combo.
And so BLG will look to really hard force. They'll look what the Atakan's kind of come at a bad time for them. There's no big objective to force towards. So they want to take.
There are turrets though.
They want to take a big fight, get control over the map, maybe force a load of summoners out of you know, Lights and Hung really. See what the that's Zac emote on the Nico clone. But yeah, so BLG really want to force particularly onto Light if they can, and they're going straight into the sidelines to Shahu instead.
Oh, can't get through the wall. Nice read. BLG punish well.
Oh, that's really nice from Knight. Knows that, well, there's only one way the Aurora is going to go, and that's through to the other side of the ult. Flashes to make sure the tether doesn't break. 2 kills now onto that LeBlanc, and that is the hard force we wanted to see. They don't even lose any of their withdrawals for it. They still have the buff for another minute. They could even force another play, potentially.
They're going to try and potentially look at this mid lane. They've got Caitlyn around. They've got the wave shove bot. Knight hanging around this one flank makes things quite tricky. Watch Tien, though, has got a good spot to potentially engage with the Elastic Slingshot off Vision at this point as well. The range is super long. Knight goes under the tower, gets a huge chunk onto Light. Tien holds on the Elastic Slingshot in this tier 1, I think. Unlikely to stand, but wait. Here we go again. Jumps into the backline, jumps onto Wei. The withdrawal will likely be forced, but they'll still look for the tier 1 anyway.
He had the turret. Don't get any more kills. No, well, there was a heal used from Hung as well. Knight, I really liked how he jumped under the turret there, just chunked out Light as best as he can. Been dipped off a top wave to just make sure he was around for the mid lane play if it did evolve into anything a bit more. We'll return back to the side lane now. Potentially, well, he won't be able to threat this turret now because Nars back in lane.
Knight also not going for the shot.
Oh, actually, maybe I'm completely wrong. They still have Aftercon for another 20 seconds. Here comes the dive.
There you go. Hextech Ultimatum comes on down. Breathe. Ace in the hole. And On is around as well. Picks it up on the Elise. The withdrawals begin to fly on through. And Bin will likely fall as a result here too. Tries to get a last auto off from the turret and can't quite.
So that's 2 withdrawals. Hang on, this is 3 seconds till the Aftercon comes up. Elk needs to walk away now. You need to walk away now, Elk.
Oh, Hung flash over the wall. Still gets out with the blast cone and makes it out alive.
But he loses his flash and his cleanse. Elk, you cannot overstay like that. You have to be checking your buff cooldown. Just about loses the Aftercon before that play comes through. Hung really well timed for him to go on to Elk. Elk has a lot of gold. If he had died then, that could have really set up the map for success for Weibo.
And again, I think for Elk, had no idea that Hung was there because the vision, those couple wards in the tri-brush were there from Weibo Gaming. Elk had no idea where that Nico was and was well punished. Xiaohu here, this is the replay, shows how on the wave, stuck in that bush, and then immediately the jump comes on through.
This is on vision though. He walks up, you know, Knight walks over vision, but he thinks he's safe. No, he's not. Great flash from Knight to make sure the tether isn't broken. Xiaohu loses his at the same time. Very good play.
We were talking about it a little earlier because we were chatting about the Liandry's Malignance build on the Aurora, not the Luden's Shadow Flame, which has often been the more popular one of late. But I do think this does potentially give you a little bit more escape, ability to play slower trades, which I think when you are wanting to potentially not put yourself at too much risk, I can see the angle, and a little bit of HP into a burst comp, I can also see potentially value in this game.
Yeah, I can see that, but also Luden's can just mean you insta one-shot.
Insta one-shot, I know, that's what I would have built. I'm just trying to figure out what the thought process is.
Because you slightly outrange the LeBlanc, right? So if she ever jumps at you, you hit with a QE, and effectively they can't play the game. So I'm a little surprised by this. The Malignance does give you that survivability, as you were saying, though. It's a much less built item nowadays, ever since the ult was kind of depowered and the regular combo is the one that had more. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds, BLG would get the soul point if they were to take it. Weibo do get themselves a bit better clump here in the mid lane to push into River. BLG might just let this go and get themselves some side lane advantages instead, get some gold over to that Camille, and, well, you know, we've not really seen Bin enter the fray that much. If he's just been gaining resources, though, you can't exactly blame him. If he gets towards 3 items with presumably something like Asterix coming in third, Bin at that point becomes game ending.
Yeah, he does, and he's just hit 2 items, and again, they kind of return to the scene of the crime in a good spot. The LeBlanc's 2-0, Caitlyn's 2-0, the Elise is 3-2-3, Bloodsong complete, Hextech Rocket Belt complete for a little while. This Elise does hurt already, so actually BLG at this point, everyone can do significant damage in this game to the majority of the members. TN is probably the only one who has any serious longevity. The Sterex might keep Breathe alive for a minute or two, but that's about it, minute or two, second or two. Let's put this in League of Legends terms.
Yeah. Elk looks like it's going towards Rapid Fire Cannon third, similar to what Light's done on the other side as well. Again, in this game, you don't really need the Mortal Reminder, Lord Dominates Regards, 10 third item. It's not really the most important thing. Baron, of course, the object of desire for both these teams now. Side lanes from BLG, fairly well managed. They're pushing out bot lane very well. Bin does have teleport. Knight playing respectfully on this top side. Don't know whether someone's in tri-brush, you could jump over. Safely clears out this wave. Needs to be playing very safely. If someone randomly gets picked off now, Baron could end the game.
Rapid Fire just done for Elk. That's 3 items on the Caitlyn. Hasn't had to build towards any armor pen at this point. It is just raw DPS. And again, outside of that Zac, everyone else is paper to this Caitlyn's point. And Elk has had a weird split. But if I look back to when Elk's been at his best, there's 2 modes of play we've seen. It has been the Caitlyn Luxes, or in this case, Caitlyn Lisa's, and the Lucian Namis of the world. Those kind of really aggressive, lane dominant, diving champions. Always been a monster at those. The other side of it is your hyper carries with enchants behind your Jinx Lulus, your Jinx Felios, your Zeris. And that side of it, it's been the kind of mid utility ones, your Varuses, your Ashes, which this split at least haven't been as clean from Elk. It's just not quite as comfortable for him, it feels. Back on something like this Caitlyn, right back in the comfort zone, is very, very scary this game.
So a trap won't be caught out on that one. Side lanes have now been well organized by BLG, pushing out in both top lane and bot lane, which allows them to walk into the river from wherever they really want to go contest vision. You see Weibo actually, they see, our waves are getting pushed in. We should probably walk up and put down an extra ward just in case we lose the rest of the vision. Very important that they don't lose vision control. However, another implication of both teams not really having a great tank. Zac, a little bit different on this. It's much harder to tank the objectives. You have a Leandries on the Zac, which means that he's better at damaging them for sure. And you will be able to heal with blobs off of the objectives too. But you still take a lot of damage from these objectives, and that ain't coming back quite so easily, which means that you really want to take a fight, not necessarily just slow roll the objective. Knight could actually be on a very good angle into mid lane here. He's off vision.
Hung trying to get on to Elk! Who's going to die? They've surely got the Caitlyn over the wall. Flash over from Tien is the last shot that claims him. Wait, now split off. Bin turns up, but he's just miles away. Can't threaten Light, who flashed away from an attempted hook shot. And they lose 2 key members.
Elk still had no flash from that last play in the retreat from the Atakan fight. Weibo find the picks, and what did we say? 1 kill could lead to the Baron. It just happens to be Elk on the Caitlyn without the flash. Disrespects the engage range from both the Nico and the Zac. Goes down, and now Weibo gets to play from ahead.
Oh, what a frustrating moment. The engage range from Weibo is so obnoxiously huge. Elk gets caught, thinks he's safe, he's just not. He's got his team behind him.
He doesn't see the Zac there, and at this point, the fight's over.
Yeah.
He just walks out. He should never be the one walking first here, really. That's the mistake. Elk should not be there. I also think it's a mistake that, you know, Bin and Knight don't find an angle first before this play comes in. Yeah. You really want to be forcing out those cooldowns. So a mistake from Elk, mistake from the rest of the team, maybe, to not force that fight earlier on your terms.
Elk getting caught, his first death of the game is huge, and obviously just before that, Light finished his own Infinity Edge. And again, he's into a really squishy comp. Jin feeling very pleased this game. His bullets will be very deadly. The 4th one in particular will likely be the last that anyone experiences, at least for 30 seconds or so. Now, actually, though, Hung potentially in danger. The field chains land. This Nico hit with the cocoon. They're going to try and get the burst. In comes the Grand Starfall. The pop blossom buys time. Hung running away, just about alive. And Aurora gets 2. They thought they got the pick, and they very much did not. Bin hook shot into the backline. Finally gets that Nico. But there's a Jin trap waiting. The captive audience into a deadly first just sidestep. But Bin has nowhere to go. 3 for 1 is not what they wanted.
Yeah, Bin might have been known as Love Camille in solo queue before he went pro, but he is really not loving this game. He's not been able to turn the play on, very close to getting a kill, but now he's just going to be having to go out of his own play as well. Elk's still not in the best position, but Breathe loses his Mega.
Does indeed. Elk flashes out. Tien, remember, still has, of course, got that passive. Nearly goes down. Head shot forwards. They can look to try and kill off the Zac. That would be huge. And the Baron play snuffed out after a nice sidestep from Elk. Well played from the AD carry.
Honestly,
BLG.
Elk, fantastic turnaround there. Doesn't mean that they get the objective for free.
No.
Weibo look to fight. They don't have a smite. Nice, needs to be very careful.
Nice distortion. Isn't caught out by the deadly flourish. Slow from the static is still pretty significant, but Way speeding up. Remember, Pantheon base movement speed higher
Ghost
even without
Walker
using
as
the
well. Knight's just going to be spotting out that clone, so it is going to be dragging over to BLG. They did not clutch out that mid lane fight. They did clutch out this extra kind of play around Tien getting caught out. Very impactful death of that Zac actually means that the Baron buff won't be able to be used to break the base. BLG though, this is, look, BLG play difficult compositions from time to time. That's not a bad thing. They have really, really pushed the limits on this one though in quite a bad way. And Wei goes straight into the mix of things. Wei's Pantheon has left a lot to be desired. His E is in the wrong direction here to block any damage from Xiaohu. He's actually the person killing you. That's a bad decision. I've criticized his E for most of this game. Bin does get some cleanup, but sadly, it's just really hard for Camille to play fights into like 4 or 5 people. 1 or 2 people, sure, but he's not really had the greatest opening to clean up fights on his own terms.
Yeah, and again, the captive audience Bin there. I think Bin probably gets to walk away otherwise. That would have been really, really obnoxious. Again, straight after, the Baron is snuffed out. BLG finds some great picks, and Elk really fancy work there to basically initially 1v1 Breathe as the mini comes on through. Breathe hated it, then overcomes the Zac. Zac gets wrecked, loses the passive for the first time this game as well, and yeah, you're building towards Aranduins, but at this point, this level 16 Caitlyn
Tien, buddy.
like a truck. Tien needs to be really wary there. Camille at 3 items. Sterex completed now would be not a fun 1v1 for this HP stacking Zac.
Yeah, but what we've seen from Bit, hang on, the E misses. Gonna be okay with that. But yeah, what we need to really see from Bin is whether he can just one-shot an important target now. Get onto it. He's level 17, has 3 items. Knight is off vision. He has some one-shot potential, Steve.
Punk doing their best to be as much as they can. Got the verdant barrier to give themselves a little bit extra CC protection. Can't blame them. The Nico very nearly got picked off very cleanly that last time, but stayed alive long enough to force the overplay.
A bit of a split
BLG.
map. Knight doesn't have TP, is staying to push mid. He does have a lot of magic pen, which means he does kill towers very, very quickly. So look at all these auto attacks on the tower. It's actually a decent amount from the LeBlanc. Has only the 2 grubs. You do have the potential dive of the Zac going in under that turret. BLG, you need to be careful. No flash on Elk. Elk needs to stand very far back. They're trading turret for turret right now.
They're trying to get the back, and Elk is in so much danger. He tries to back away and just doesn't have that far enough to go.
Now, Knight's going to go back, but Elk just could not step up like that. Give the turret up. The Caitlyn needs to know better. He's back now. They're going to try and take Nexus turrets. How much can they really take?
Did at least get hung, so there's still a 3v4. Not as many members, but they lose the Nexus turret, as you said. In comes the Grand Starfall. I think to clear the wave, actually, behind the Caitlyn, behind the traps, drags the wave away. Way will do a decent job of pulling the minions back out.
And I think that'll buy just enough time. Now, Wei might just die on the retreat from this, which would be an issue. He's very quick with the Gust Walker, walking into brushes. So he should be able to just walk between bushes time after time and get the movement speed out. Which way is he walking? He could have just kept running. You could have just kept running, mate. He's going to potentially... They don't spot him! They don't spot him!
Oh, he gets away with it. It's genius. He finds his moment, and Wei is out.
How the hell does he get away with that?
Saves the game, I think, legitimately.
I think the Gust Walker meant that he could have literally just run him around the map. I genuinely don't think he had to be playing for that recall because of the Gust Walker movement speed. But still, he will make his way out. BLG limping after that one, though. Another pick onto Elk. I think this one was an Elk mistake. You know that they're sieging onto you. You know that you're trading turrets. Do not die under that turret. Knight now playing some smoke and mirrors. Can he get something off of Light? He doesn't actually see him right now, but if he shows on mid lane, Knight could go for a one-shot to take away the GA.
Yeah.
Oh, they can really go for this. Oh, Light has flash and he has cleanse. Come on, Knight.
Have to. There's the ace in the hole. Flash burned. Half his HP disappears in the blink of an eye.
And more importantly, the flash being gone. That flash being gone, very, very important now, means that if he has to play against that Camille, it is not very helpful at all. We see a picture-in-picture of what happened, of course, with the recall. Again, somehow gets out of that. Knight actually burned his flash in that play there.
Just burned it now. That's a little bit scary. Knight with the 3 items is pretty terrifying himself if he can find a good target. Feels like whoever gets hit by that initial bit of CC will die. Horrible death flash from Xiao, who's the cocoon went forward. Between worlds now burned. Breathe nearly at Mega. Looking for an angle. Deadly Ferocious wide hung. Puts the Pop Blossom up. Way into the back.
No, E!
Will just die. Trying to kill off Breathe on this other traps absolutely everywhere. It's a minefield. They still get 2. Hextech ultimatum onto Light. Trying to get a hill. The tactical sweep goes miles wide. On the other side though, Tien is 1v3 as Bin does his best to get a precision protocol. Part 2 hookshot. Light meets his maker. The light at the end of the tunnel is just Bin hookshotting your way.
Camille finally gets a clean-up fight. The problem is Tien gets a 3-man combo in the backline and survives a lot longer than BLG were expecting, meaning that BLG can't end the game. Now, they did already lose that Nexus turret before. It will respawn, remember? It's going to teleport in now. They could have gone for Soul, but they choose to go towards the Baron instead. I mean, they could just Grand Starfall towards the Baron and try and go towards both of these objectives. What's the plan? Where does Wei go here?
Keep our eyes on it. Baron will die very quickly.
He's ulting towards Dragon. He's ulting towards Dragon. They're trying to do both at the same time. We actually need to get out of this replay immediately. Xiao flashes away. Doesn't actually get the best ult. He only catches Bin with that one. Folks, we need to get out of this replay. There are 2 objectives happening. I want to see what's happening in terms of how quickly they take both. It was a messy fight. You see that the Gnar survives quite a long time, and actually the Zac just gets an incredible combo at the end. It is going to be both objectives secured by BLG in picture-in-picture. They have Ocean Salt and Baron somehow in this game. I have no idea how they clutch this out.
I think we just saw about a 26 auto Caitlyn fight, by the way.
Jesus,
I miscounted a couple because they're off screen, but yeah. Caitlyn was free fighting for all but about 2 seconds of that fight.
That is
it was
insane.
ridiculous stuff.
Look, I think most of the bad plays from BLG have been either not having the Caitlyn there or Caitlyn getting caught by mispositioning. Now the problem is you are late game with Ocean Soul and Baron available, which is, you know, Hyper Seed potential,
yeah.
almost full items on an Caitlyn with both summoners. That's the big thing. Caitlyn with Flash, you can't force on nearly as easily.
And again, part of this, for all we've criticised out, part of it as well, it's just Weibo Gaming have got a really good anti-Caitlyn comp here. Between the Nico and the Zac, the Aurora and the Jhin, your range of threats from weird angles and invisibility is so hard to track. And you do, especially as the Caitlyn here, kind of have to be the wave clear. You're the only one with safe wave clear, so to speak. It's just not safe this game. And so if you are the threat, you have to be able to stand and deliver and try and outplay some of the engages. It's just not been easy. It's not always been clean, even if Elk has still managed to dance the dance more than he's not on the whole.
Oh man, BLG, they have really struggled to play as a unit in the way that they wanted to. Someone's getting caught out. They're not really respecting the threat in the same way. You know, I thought that the loss against TT might wake them up, and I think they've played better than that. I think they have, but like, Wei is 0-5 on the Pantheon. He has misused his E 6-7 times now at this point, which have led to very difficult scenarios, deaths or otherwise. BLG really need to shape up. This is not the BLG which you expected. They have to win 5 back-to-back best of 5s to make it to first stand. That's what they'd have to do. That they have to run the entire lower bracket and go into finals from that. They deserve it for how they played in the group stage. This is your pet. This is your punishment for it.
Penance, yeah.
Weibo on the other side, they've of course they are the most strange team in the LPL. Might just be able to have another act here. Yeah.
Trying to get onto Shadow, takes for half.
Oh, Knight.
The turnaround, Knight is just gone. The CC turnaround is ridiculous. Still though, hasn't entirely broken the siege, but a big moment there. Tien goes really deep, but it's onto Bin. I don't know how easy that target would be. They can turn around. Precision Protocol Part 2 comes on through his breathe, nearly into Mininan. There's Hextech Ultimatum available. You've got to be very wary about stepping any further forward. I wonder, though, whether that stops the base being fully broken. They got the inhibitor turret, at least in mid lane.
Man, Knight, some uncharacteristic missteps this game himself, especially on the LeBlanc. It would be so weird if he, I mean, I guess they're in a winning-ish position in this one with Elder in 3 minutes. Is definitely not guaranteed. Imagine if he lost games on Ari and LeBlanc this series. Yeah. Two of his most iconic champions, one of the best players of both those champions in the world. Light losing his flash, Xiaohu lose it. Well, no, are they just coming back up now? Is this the flash bug? Yeah, they're coming back up now. That's actually very important. They're coming up right now. They have their flashes back, which means that in the next couple of minutes, if BLG don't take them, that'll be something that they have to contend with around the next objectives.
Caitlyn just picked up a GA of her own, upgraded her boots as well to the glories of your base in the hole once again.
Base in the hole?
Ace in the hole.
It's like the ace of base.
It's the upgraded Berserker's Greaves. Can you get the upgraded Berserker's Greaves into Zephyr? Do you still get the upgraded stuff?
No, I think Zephyr is now... I am not sure on that. Can you still build Zephyr? Do they remove that?
I can't remember, genuinely.
I can't remember, folks. All I remember is that boot upgrades happened. I thought, I wonder what's happening to Zephyr, because we already had a boot upgrade for Berserker Greaves. Zephyr's removed again. God damn it. Zephyr got removed again. I like that item. Knight almost is on his. That changes quite a lot, actually. The stopwatch for one big fight means you can stick around for the end of a chain without dying like you did last time.
Yeah, a lot of confirmation that Zephyr has in fact been removed. There we go. Didn't see it that often to begin with anyway. It was only very late game scenarios.
Bin does a lot of anti-tank. If they can catch the jungler.
Tien would be a huge pick. He's like all of the engage down towards the cell division passive, and I think it will die. In they go on to Hunger Pop Blossom. Not that exciting. Flash away, trying to get into Xiaohu, but he takes some time trying to run away. Knight is here. Ocean Soul. Bin is a monster. Has got his own GA. Will just revive, and that's the problem now. BLG have second life to when Light goes down, but even with a Guardian Angel on his shoulder, Bin is the devil, dragging him straight back down to hell. Xiaohu dies, and BLG have done what they could not for 41 minutes. Find a clean team fight.
BLG will find themselves the victory against Weibo in the first round of the lower bracket. We will be saying goodbye to Weibo until the next split. BLG march onwards, not necessarily in the best of form for themselves, but a win is an important step on their journey.
They had to work for it, and Weibo Gaming will be frustrated. They had options in this game. Great recovery from Tien. The pick options, but it just proved a little too much. Bin hits critical mass. And that Camille breaks the Zac.
I mean, Love Camille was Bin's name before he was a pro, and he is really freaking good at that champion. Weibo, not a bad split from them, and they'll be kicking themselves for that 5-game series against JDG. They would have had another chance otherwise. I think they'll feel pretty hard done by to come away as going into the lower bracket and sadly not able to move past the first round of that. They are better than a first round lower bracket team, but sadly, this is the way it breaks, man. It's very hard to play through this kind of opponent. Stick around, folks, by the way. This is not our only series today. We'll go on to a quick break, of course, after this, and then we will have Top Esports versus IG. Rookie and the Shy versus Jackie Love coming up after this series. And, of course,
Mom and Dad are fighting.
Yeah. The win, by the way, BLG now move on to face TT again, the team which sent them down to the lower bracket by winning a 5-game series against them in group stage. And on the other side of the bracket, it will be NIP facing against the winner of IG and Top Esports.
Well. Hello, folks. Good to see you. I'm Initialise. That's Nymaera.
Hello.
You're on his channel currently, for those who are watching on Twitch. And also, hello over to Nymaera's YouTube. And, of course, over to Onivia as well, who is co-streaming us, or co-streaming the co-stream.
Co-streaming the co-stream, yeah.
It's like co-streamception. It's like, how deep can we go? Will someone restream Onivia to, like, really double down? But here we are, of course, all cozied up together to give you some LPL English coverage, because of course the official broadcast is deceased. It is no more. It is pushing up the proverbial daisies, and it's left us co-streamers to pick up pieces. It's a pleasure to have you here working with us and hoping to keep some of that community alive. We co-stream the LPL pretty much every damn day it's on. We do a lot of work. We'll be doing a lot of best of fives. I have not had a lot of sleep, and it's been mostly fun, but expect some delirium in about an hour or two.
Yeah, basically we get up at I get up at 6, set up the stream, go have a brief nap, come back, have a brief break, go to LEC, sleep for like 5 hours and do it again.
We go again, exactly.
We go again. But folks, we do it because we love the league and we love the fact that you're here to join us on this journey as well. I'm going to grab myself another coffee. We're going to chill out a little bit for a while because Game 5 of LCK is about to happen between HLE and Gen 2 as well.
It's called HLE in a Game 5,
baby.
It is
another Game 5. If HLE go through 3 Game 5s to make it to first stand, God, they'll have earned it. I'm going to get myself a coffee.
Can you stick the kettle on for me?
I can do. And then we'll
trade out. Thank you very much. I shall sit over. I'll steal the other seat briefly. No. I leaned away. I need to go this way. Yeah, there we go. I'll spin that way a bit. Oh. Passing out of the Game 5. Don't blame you. I call Alex and Uncle Sam as Tom and Jerry. I can see it. There is a bit of that. Who's Tom and who's Jerry, though? You have to be Tom since you're older, very true. I feel like Alex is more aggrieved from me being a little shit, though. So, there we go. Hang on, we got the damage up. I should just put this up. Look at this ridiculous... Well, look at this ridiculous goal graph. It's very silly. Elk did a lot of damage this game. My days. Though Wei did not have a very good Pantheon game. I think On was pretty solid on the Elise. There was a couple misplays, but on the whole, pretty solid. But Wei didn't look that comfortable on the Pantheon. Doing the least damage in the game is pretty sad here. So, this is where things got a bit messy. We're like, weighing on, stepping forwards, really shouldn't have. This was nice in the sense, basically, Bin said, I've got passive shield, I've got Hextech Ultimatum, we can lock Breathe down for forever. Rocket Belt into Cocoon that forced Breathe to backstep, meant the Ethereal Chains weren't broken. Really good combo. This one was actually very nice from Wei and Knight. And a really good flash to ensure that the Ethereal Chain stood even after the Between Worlds wall hop was used. And Elk, this time, got a little caught out. Didn't see the Zac off Vision. And this one felt like it should have been a really clean pick, but on because he had to backstep there, meant he didn't get to jump onto Hung straight away. And ended up being real messy. And also just a lack of vision. Double control wards in there made it really difficult to see what was happening. Switch out to escape for game 5, don't blame me. We've got a bit of a break here anyway. I'm gonna up in the background here anyway. I'm not gonna blame. This was a big fight though. Bin had a very good late game in the end on the Camille. Hit critical mass. And did the Camille things. Wukong got all the way through to game 5, my days. Atelier on blue side, that's actually really significant. Who's MVP? Probably is Elk, though I could see it being potentially Bin for the late game fights. Oh, Canyon went Karth this game for, my days. Did the Viego mid end up working for Chovy then? Yes, oh wow. Jinx Lulu for Gen G. Morning Vasu, good to see you mate. It has been on the Camille, there we go. My goat. He did have a very good late game Camille. Caitlyn Karma, okay. Alright, Viper back on Caitlyn, trying to manage the Jinx early. Is it a lane swap angle? Maybe. Could also theoretically be a Karma flex. I'll put my camera back up. There we go. Nice, catches hung out. Man, that deadly flourish or the captive audience being on the floor, that really annoying. Gets one. Gets the Hextech Ultimatum onto Light. Tactical sweep is awful there, by the way. I wonder whether he's trying to read a flash. But gets Precision Protocol Part 2. Huge shutdown. Hook shot. Precision Protocol 1 and 2. That's 1,000 gold shutdown straight after. Damn. This is the bit that really wins him the game, though, because TN not being able to survive or get a lot of his... Because basically, TN is tanky because he gets to pick up his Bloodlets. That's how you survive. You are a drain tank as the Camille. As the Zac. That doesn't happen. And Camille gets to run through multiple passives. Gets the Starex. GA comes off cooldown. Respawns. And he's going to look for the hook shot here. So well timed onto Light. Well, I mean, the thing is, Trinity, it's game 5. It absolutely could be a flex on the Karma. Yes, it's a good combo with Caitlyn. I think I still prefer hard CC. For all the poke is good with Karma. I think there's a reason we've seen a lot less Kate Karma over the last year or so as a Caitlyn pairing. But yes, it could well be the duo and it would be fine. Just saying you don't have to. One locked in. Yeah, it can be really annoying for Caitlyn. Wukong's pretty good into it though, at least because you can shred his armor quite well. Thank you for the follow. Again, guys, if you can follow, if you can hit that sub button, it is much appreciated. We do appreciate all the support you guys offer us. Thank you, thank you. Make sure to give me a follow as well. I'm Initialise Cast. You can see me in the title. Trundle locked. Oh my days. That's a Trundle jungle for Canyon. Try and deny another tank option. Are they debating a Gwen here? Okay, Gwen can make Trundle and Ornn's life hell. Zeus on Gwen. Hello, I'm gonna run towards the kitchen myself. We'll have a bit of a break because they'll switch in between series.
Yeah, you can do that. I'll yap about LCK what one.
Go, yap. I need to get up. Yeah, I know. Just. Yeah, you're right. I should have gone the other way.
I just got used to doing it, though. Okay, let's yap about LCK, I guess. If you want to draw it to your path post there, yes. Okay, folks. Hey, sorry, we're really tired right now because we've been doing this for the last few whiles. If you have questions about LPL, if you want to yap with us, absolutely do that. We are here to entertain you. Yeah, if you want to learn more about the LPL, Sam and I just started a new LPL podcast called LPL Recap. I can also... I'll unmute for this as well, just in case there's any Mandarin speakers in chat. We can go look at this interview.
我们邀请到的是中野组合，二位好，先跟大家依次打个招呼吧。
I wonder if this will get copyright struck, but hey. So if there are any Mandarin speakers that want to tell us about about this, we'll let them yap.
所说的目标1穿5已经完成了第1步了啊。今天的比分和你们预想一样吗？先问问 Night 好了。
我预想的是3比0，可能失误了一把才输了一下。
好，那你觉得失误的原因是什么呢？
可能就前期没处理好吧，
about to go into Game 5 for the LCK Cup finals.
小薇呢？和你之前预想的
Love
比分一样
Camille,
吗？
T-Sim. Yeah.
就是输一把挺正常吧，然后确实会失误，感觉。
还是得需要不断的进步啊。那我们先来说说刚才的最后一把第4局。第4局其实打得非常紧张，两边都是一直在互相找机会的。那先来让威说一说开局那一波你们下路非常完美的3包2，当时是怎么样一个情况去完成它的？
因为他扎克前期打也比较弱吧，然后被换了野区之后，如果不回来守的话，那他们下路就很难玩吧。
我们也看到，在劣势的时候，就是在最后，大家以为你们快要结束的时候，大龙团那波打得非常的好，打出了一波3换5 ，Elk 也是火力全开，然后兵哥也是负责啊正面的后排。想问问分工非常的明确，当时的情况，大家的语音是怎么样沟通去完成的这一波逆
Bin
转
picked up MVP for the last game. Yeah, of course he
两
did.
位谁来？
那我就一直说能打吧，因为 Elk 就团找好了，所以就想着打团，然后就打团就自己操自己的。
Audio's desync, but it's not
那
major.
我要想问问小薇了，因为在这之前啊，有一波非常关键
whatever.
的断线，
I don't want to miss anything
因为
from
那一
you
波
two.
也
I'll do
是
that.
才让你们后面还有机会去反击。那想问问那波断线当时的情况是怎么样的，跟大家还原一下。
Ooh, Zez Gwen Game 5?
就有
Nice.
他们一波吧，然后我觉得辅助的眼插的比较好吧，我就刚好看到兵线，然后就大过去，对。
好，那波就是大招过去，把这波兵线断了，也是很关键，让对面没有办法推进。那当时在断完兵线之后，对面也是全部都来追你了，你是选择躲在了龙坑里的草丛回城。当时看到扎克从自己头上飞过去的那一瞬间是什么样的心情？
当时飞过去的时候，队友都在说。
We get a Trundle jungle from Canyon as well. Wow.
那你有没有犹豫的，就是移动一下或者取消？
我觉得我藏的位置挺好的吧，就他们肯定不
Have
会
to
想到
lane swap
我
with the
这么
Jinx
快
Lulu
能
against
走
the
一
Kate
轮通吧。
Karma.
好，这波蹲下黑还是很关键的啊。那再来反过去说说我们第3局吧，因为第3局的时候呢，中野辅的联动是做的非常的完美的。先来讲讲第1波好了，因为第1波的时候 Knight 你是往上野区走，然后你们中野是双大去抓小虎。想问一下，这波当时是谁指挥的？
Holy moly, this game is
谁的
5 so
idea？
tense.
那我是我抠的吧，因为
It's
当
only
时
2
我觉
minutes
得
in.
就小虎会有避了，就骗了下他。
啊，这个是基于对于小虎的了解吗？
就对中单的了解吧。
哦，对于中单的了解，那还有就是在上路25分钟的那一次，on 的先手开团再接上你的大招，那当时这个情况是怎么样的？因为就是从这一波之后完成了一个逆转。
主要那波是我们 AD 先靠上吧，然后我是推尔中往上转的，就岩雀英雄就是要打4-1分带了。
可以看到你的这一波呢，第3局整个来说，岩雀的大招是一直在进攻，没有一丁点的犹豫的。那我们今天整体 BLG 的发挥，你们觉得较之上一场来说，有没有一定的进步和改变？
我觉得和打 TT 相比的话，进步太多了吧，感觉打 TT 我们打得有点烂。
那威你觉得呢？
就是资源团前的判断做得更好了吧？对，然后没有头铁去打。
今天大家纪律性都比较的好。那下一场就说到了，刚才 Knight 有说上一场你们在小组赛上打了 TT 嘛，下一场又会遇到了。那这一次
Ruler
能不
Jinx
能
Game
成功
5.
呢？
上场打 TT 主要我们可能都有点轻敌吧，这次会好好准备，就研究他们比赛了。
这次会好好准备。小威。
就好好研究比赛报仇
Oh
吧
my。god, Keen, you
好
can't
的，我
walk
们也
there.
期待之后你们和 TT 的对决。当然，在我们淘汰赛呢，还新增了一个粉丝来信环节，来自艾欧尼亚的 Nocio 提问：Knight 选手在多次世界赛失利之后，是什么让你能够一直继续保持斗志呢？
Oh my
想
god,
让你
Keith's trying
分
to get
享一
some
下你的
XP.
经验，来刺激一下他，鼓励一下他在排位当中的失利。
保持斗志可能就一直离 S 冠，感觉每年都比较近，但每年都差点吧。我觉得如果拿到 S 冠的话，可能就打不了这么久了吧，就没拿到会继续一直坚持的。
就一直有一个目标在前面，督促你不断的前进。
是的。
好，那还有一个问题呢，是来自裁决之地的旧梦提问：平时 rank 哪个队友是最容易破防的？你们平时打 rank 的时候，哪位队友是最容易破防？
我来说吧。
你来说吧，为什么？
绝对是 Elk， 他 AD 打牌感觉很能 BB。
你提前来帮他回答了，那威，你的答案和他一样吗？
This is a pretty damn good early and
你
slow
也是
game for
Elk，
Jovi.
两位的答案都非常一致啊。
It's not
好的，
that
我们
much
也
that
感谢
can
这两
stop you
位
from
召
flying
唤
in
师的
besides the
提问。
cyclone.
如果各位也要像他们一样提问的话呢，
Technically,
也
the
可以
Victor
通
Ult
过英
first
雄联盟职业
casted
联
it,
赛
was the
社
channel
交媒体
cancel.
官方账号搜索话题 LPL 淘汰赛你问我答参与活动。好的，我们也再次恭喜 BLG 新
I was
晋魅族
on
获
my
得
way
本
to
场比
watch
赛
a
的胜利。
night
感谢
movie,
中
but
野
there was
选手
no
来到我们
light,
的赛后
so
采
an
访。
elk came
那
in
接
front of
下
me
来
and
的
it
时间，
still
我
had
们
I
一起来
still
回
had
顾
to
一下今
breathe
天
in my
比赛当
car. I
中
was
精彩的
wrecked.
说来吧。
Should I hang on or throw it in the bin? I'm sad you couldn't find Xiaohu in that. Well, that was our interview, folks, with Vin. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn the comms off just because we're gonna get copyright strike if we leave stuff on for too long. We can leave that. Okay, yeah. Apologies if I'm a bit quieter, folks. It's been a long week. Can't believe that Knight's Ari lost. Jeez, man. That Gwen is gonna be hard to stop at this rate. Well, yes and no. I agree, but Have you all considered getting guests on alternating days? Yeah, we have. It's just doing it. Setting up Discord and stuff at this kind of hour is kind of a pain. Honestly, just knowing that both of us can do it in solocast is really convenient. Like tomorrow, maybe I get a guest on or something. I need to find a play-by-play. See if anyone wants to do it. Oh yeah, there are 2 series tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, frick. Well, whatever. We'll do it. We'll do our best, folks. We'll do our best. Oh god. Oh, and now we wait a little bit. Now we wait a little bit, folks. I'm gonna put some ads on for Twitch. Ask Benny, might come on, maybe. Gold lead for Chile, but honestly, the Jinx getting out of laning phase is huge. Like, I think Jinx is fine now. The Lulu shields to stop kind of the extra auto attack back from Caitlyn are huge. Tower hasn't fallen on bot side. 1 tower each. Yeah, Ruler and Dura are actually doing quite well now, and they've got enough points in the Lulu shield to trade back. Because I think in this lane you need Lulu to go max shield. So what you can do is allow Jinx to auto attack with a big shield and trade auto for auto. And then you wait for the next shield cooldown, you do the same thing, you just trade auto for auto while the Lulu shield is better than Karma in the early game because Karma doesn't level up her shield as much in laning phase. Oh my god, Keen can't play the fucking game. The wave's crashing it. Ah, yeah. Is there 2? Yeah, there are 2 series tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think, like, it at least is quite condensed for LPL playoffs this time. These 3 days are the hard ones, where we've got the 2 series a day. When it's the single best of 5 in the morning, it's actually quite doable. Like, I'll have to catch up sleep in the afternoon or something, but, yeah. How do you play this top lane matchup now? Is this just another Zeus game 5? Zeus might just be the best player in the world, man. Voice maintenance has actually been okay, LP. It's actually been okay. That one's actually been strangely okay. I think I've managed to escape the wave of illness that's hit the LEC as well, which has helped a lot. Not that I mean, I just don't go outside, I suppose. But. Okay, 1 grub down. Ruler's playing this really well on the Jinx, you know. And you get the grubs there. But they're trading grubs for the side lane advantages anyway. And, you know, you were going to use those grubs to do a side lane advantage. The wave is still completely screwed for Keen. Keen can't play the game. There are people outside? Yeah. Yeah, who goes outside when there are people there? I know, right? God, Keen just can't play. This is a 4v5. He's 3 levels down. Jesus. I've never seen Keen in a situation like this, ever.
Zeus versus Ruler, game 5. Yep.
I am so tired, Sam. Are you watching the LCK Game 5? Okay, Keen finally gets to freeze a wave. I actually wonder whether Keen should not go for Barmy Cinder and try and just freeze, because he can't play the game. But maybe he needs to wave clear to stop the Gwen hitting towers. It's hard. Want to know what the name of the background music is? It is Baron's Rest. It's on the Ruined King soundtrack. I'll pump it up a little bit even. I just put on the Ruined King soundtrack in the background because I like it. It was also an awesome game. It's a very good game. So it's Baron's Rest is this song. Hope that answers your question, GG Bond.
Hello. Oh, God. 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, yeah. So basically, Game 5 is...
I'm watching it, yeah. I saw they basically made...
Keen can't play the game.
Yeah.
However, Caitlyn Karma didn't get that much done. So it's going to be Zeus versus Chovy and Ruler on hyper carries.
Yeah, and again, if it does get to hyper late game, or just late game, on items, plus Aurelion Soul scaling, plus Jinx scaling, backed up by a Lulu, is a pretty Exodia late game scenario. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Gwen,
Basically,
Wukong, Vector all scale well.
Keen is only
well.
going to be using his ult. He's only going to be using his ult, which is...
And in fairness, you can't... No one side lanes well against the Gwen.
Yeah. No. Well, I mean, Chovy can wave clear. Chovy can wave clear.
I think there's a world... Is Gwen running Ghost, not Flash?
Yeah.
In that case, there's a world where you can run the Aurelion Soul down.
Doubles over a wall.
I wonder whether Gwen with R can chase, because you can get over all with a skip and slash.
No. Not the thick ones.
Not the thick one, yeah.
And also, Chovy presses W and you get the move speed increase.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, I just feel like there is a world where Gwen can still run the Aurelion Soul down. It's not okay.
You wave clear and leave. You never get close enough for them to hit you with the first tag of R. Consistently. Like, yeah, I mean, you don't go close to the Gwen, but the Red and Soul just wave clears. Just pops an E down on the wave, Qs it. Gwen can't push that lane. And that's fine. All you have to do is stop the Gwen from pushing, really. Can I type the name?
What's this for?
Baron's Rest. I will try.
Oh, this is the...
It's Ruined King, yes.
Yeah, this is the pub music, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
it's actually a really good game, guys. And Gareth Coker did wonderful work on the soundtrack. The theme tune has been in my head for years now. Quite reminiscent of the Pirates of the Caribbean themes, you know, like
Bilgewater is directly tapping
hugely,
into that.
Hugely, but like the main theme is very similar to the themes they use for the Davy Jones Heart Locket.
Yeah, well, that was Music Box.
Yes, Music Box, but that's because but the Music Box, yes.
Tavern Core, exactly, LP, exactly.
There's actually, if you go looking for them, a list of there's an album full of the World of Warcraft tavern songs.
Really? That's really cool.
It is quite cool. Very useful for D&D.
Yeah, I never loved that kind of vibe as much, the D&D kind of Hearthstone-y music. It was okay. I didn't mind it, but I prefer, I don't know, I prefer other fantasy kind of takes. I never, loved Warcraft in the same way, though. I didn't play it growing up, so I didn't, tap into that same
I suppose the only one we actually vaguely played was RuneScape, bluntly.
Yeah, true, which is very different again. And that's got a different nostalgia to it, but I wouldn't use that for D&D in the same way. Well, I guess we're going to sit here and we're going to think about... we're going to think about this series. IG versus Top Esports, folks. So this is Jacula versus Rookie in the show.
Yeah.
In an elimination match.
That's huge.
Insane.
So what's your take now, Mictor?
You know, Evolution has a clear, obvious end goal, which is absolutely nothing to do with... You know, I think you can tell that Victor has no idea about biology. Because it's, Evolution has a final goal. No, it actually doesn't. You're a physicist. Shut up about biology.
It does. It's crab.
That's true. Everyone's just going to turn into a crab eventually. Look it up. It's neocarcinization, I think it is. Or neocarcinogenesis. I don't know.
All life tends to crab.
Yeah, basically all crustaceans become a crab eventually. I think IG have a clear, obvious upper ceiling. They did not have the coordination to pull off difficult compositions earlier into the split.
I agree.
They did have good champion diversity. I liked rookie Swain. Gala had a really good Ziggs game the other day versus... can't remember who it was versus, but they had a fantastic Ziggs game. Herald used by actually... This is a very tense game.
That was quite.
It's quite tense.
This Gwen could
I actually
do
think
unspeakable things
I actually think
this
it's very
game.
intelligent that Keen doesn't go for a Sunfire Cape item and he's gone for Koenig Rooken, so he doesn't have to push the wave. So he just freezes the wave. They clear on both sides of the map. They give up objectives, which is a problem. But
because another win con here is Sol. Like Ocean Sol is really valuable for a lot of these players because you can get. Well, I think Victor and Caitlyn can get it off the poke, and the Gwen loves it.
I don't think it saves them. Is the thing. I think if ASOL hits an ult onto them, I don't think it saves them. And then you've got the Jinx ult after.
Yeah, again, the thing is, I think Genji have an easy to execute late game team fight comp. The only thing I'll say is that only true engage is the Orn ult.
Yeah.
And the other side
folks, look, we'll talk more about LPL. Like, this is a game 5 of the finals of LCK, which we don't have co-string rights to, but still.
Yes, and obviously, like, don't get me wrong, the scaling is insane from Genji, and obviously Lulu backing up the carries there with the Orn items is terrifying.
I think it's versus FPX, yeah, Blade, yeah.
But I am looking at the fact that Victor still scales hyper well. Gwen will be unmatched on the sideline. I think the Wukong will scale better than the Trundle, probably, just in terms of team fight value. I don't know how much Trundle gets done this game.
Duro's okay. Does get ult for...
What's your timer at?
29:30, what are you at?
I'm at 18:44.
Well, oh, you're way... Oh, I'll just 2 times speed then.
I'm on Twitch here, to be fair. Don't know whether that's changed anything.
You're on 18:44?
Yeah, 50.
Oh, damn, you're way further ahead than me. Damn, crazy. Maybe Twitch is further ahead then. Anyway, right, oh, is this
head-to-head
the
record? Titles, oh man.
No, this is head-to-head record.
Oh, head-to-head record, okay.
This isn't titles at all,
Okay,
actually.
so yeah, okay.
Did you know there were 3 titles in 2021 LPL? Because it's 1 to 2.
Fair.
I'm being facetious.
Yeah.
But no, I think IG top esports has not necessarily been oh, Delightless as well. Jesus, man, I missed that. Holy moly. I mean, Chovy could have used his ult to kill, but I guess he doesn't want to waste that huge ult.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, in terms of this series, folks, sorry, I will try and lock in a little bit for this. I think that, you know, Gala and Mako versus Jackie and Crisp, very volatile.
Very.
It's very volatile. I think that, you know, Crisp
hasn't been...
Crisp is Crisp.
Yeah.
Gala has not always been that consistent either.
I don't think Gala's been that great this year.
He had a fantastic Ziggs game. He's had some good games, but realistically, I do take Jackie Love over Gala most of the time right now.
And the thing is, there was periods last year where I think Gala was just really hyper consistent despite the team sucking around him.
Yeah.
And you know, he was really, really consistent. I think this year he's been a lot more up and down, and I expect better from him. Hell, it's playoffs though, and again, it's only been 3 series with this team. That's not actually that much time to gel. Like, some of these teams may well just need another month, some more scrims, all of that kind of thing. And that might just not be in time for First Strike, which would be...
First Stand, sorry.
First Strike is Valorant.
And also First Strike is a rune.
It
Wait, is
was
First Strike a Valorant thing as well?
It is. That was what they... Yeah.
Well, that'll be why they're not calling it First Strike then.
Yes.
Why'd they call it First Stand, man? It's just... I don't know. The branding on that, it confuses me. Of course, if IG win this, they have a rematch against NIP, so we have the Group D rematch. So we'd have a Group C and a Group D rematch in the lower bracket, which would be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Stay a while. Listen.
Tuums and Chovy, Blackfire, Riley's is huge this game. Riley's is so huge this game.
I mean, Zek is going to hurt a lot with the double burn too. And I'll also say, Zeus just hit 2 items and up 1700 gold. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's hard for him to do all of his own stunts. He'll just double over the wall, yeah. Still, I don't think people have played against Trundle enough recently to realize how much random turnaround he gets. Because if he gets like a chomp and an ult onto you, Jinx will then one-shot you.
Yeah, and then a Sundered Sky too. Like, you can...
Well, technically, it does get rid of your magic resist too. So if you just get the Canyon, if you get the Canyon Trundle ult on someone and you just drop both big ults of the Jinx and the ASOL, maybe that just one-shots. Maybe.
Chovy gonna be forced to ult here? No,
No,
that's alright. No. Gravity field forces Chovy away. He can't Q because of the gravity field.
Yeah, he's been doing
Nice.
that the whole game.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that too much, I think. Only paying attention vaguely because I've been making tea.
Mid lane focus matchup here in the LPL though. I mean, Rookie against his quote unquote replacement.
Yeah.
Player that had to try and fill the shoes of Rookie. It's probably the best way to do it. Rookie's not had he's had a very inconsistent split. Some fantastic games, some bad ones. So I'm not going to say it's been all sunshine and rainbows.
And you can kind of see it in those damage numbers, right? Because actually he's had games where he's really gone above that and games where he's really gone below it. But I think the team lives and breathes by Rookie. If he's not playing well, it doesn't look good because he's involved in like nearly everything the team does.
Yeah.
Like he's like, isn't he the #1 kill participation mid laner?
So,
Something like that.
Sure, it wouldn't surprise me. He basically is a second jungler. He always has been. He just
Does it by also laning at the same time, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
My days. Yeah, we're a bit distracted, guys. Understand?
Yeah, we are. It's hang on a sec. Actually, just
They're just
the
giving
thing
up.
is, they can use this to try. I mean, yeah, get Zess a tower, sure, whatever. This doesn't change that much. Wave clear
blocked
a little bit actually. Yeah. So I mean, you take that essentially. You have grubs. You have Gwen who insta kills towers.
I mean, you were having this discussion a little bit yesterday on the LEC and stuff. Actually, sometimes teams say, "Well, great, you've got Atacon. To what end? It's not turning. It's not going to get you a Baron necessarily. It's not going to get you a Dragon necessarily. Are you realistically willing to clear enough waves to make this happen? Maybe you trade tier 2.
Peanuts.
It's alright. He's got Karma behind
You need to be
him.
really careful giving up that kind of chunk though, especially against Atacon, because if you get a Jinx reset, the game. Hang on a second.
Chovy. Oh, I chose the wrong angle. Nice angle. Nice.
Well,
escape.
no, Viper reacted to it.
Okay, big ult down, but Viper had to burn Flash.
Yeah. So Caitlyn blowing Flash is big, actually. Hang on.
Yeah.
This might be interesting
Ooh.
stuff on screen. This is like the top 5. Oh, is this kill participation or what?
I
No.
assume so.
This is wait. But Betty's not even in the league anymore.
This has got to be something. Is this? Oh, this is win rate on Sivir, I think.
Senna.
So they had Lucian last game, and Xiaohu has got a ridiculous win rate on Lucian. So I think this is actually on some of the. This is some stuff for like because they got the new skins and stuff out for the.
Yeah, his Lucian was really good last summer as well.
Yeah, so I think this is just Jackie's win rate on Senna is pretty damn disgusting. Caster's somewhat split. Oh, Leanne's one of the casters. Leanne.
Of course, he used to play for IG as well.
He did, yeah.
Of course, he's voting for his
Old org.
voting for his old org.
Fans understandably think about the IG, the esports manager players. That's basically it's like fantasy football, but for
And that'll probably
LPL.
the champion win rate will be within the LPL as well.
yeah, probably actually. That's a fair point.
Yeah, had Deft on the Lucian one as well, apparently, so that makes sense.
One kill in 25 minutes is quite slow.
I mean, Genji do not want to take a big fight where the Gwen just like kills them all with a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
I really don't want that. Most of the gold lead is just Gwen, actually.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Peanut's also doing quite well here. He's got.
Let's go top esports. Don't let the shy win.
Oh, that's what I like to hear.
I'm just saying.
We have to be one to
I have
nominate
to
Shy
say,
for Fraud War.
I mean, well, I mean, we'll see whether
We'll see,
people.
yeah.
We'll see after the series whether they qualify for it. Because hey, we'll have a look.
Atacon didn't earn them anything. Didn't even get them a turret.
It did mean that they could get the flash off of Viper and they could push in a little bit towards Peanut on bot side. But yeah, I think it's actually more important they deny it from HLE over anything else.
Yeah. I think the problem is that actually HLE said, well, yeah, you've done it, but we'll still get a tier 2 off this anyway, so... Sucks to be you guys. Who got Herald in the end, by the way?
HLE, I think they used it.
Light used to be... Wait, thanks, fine.
Observer's bait is a bit.
No, they did the zoom and then Jonas Strong, what are you doing? Okay, here we go. Is this an actual engage?
Keen,
Chovy. It's okay.
No, it was more Keen stepping on a trap.
Here comes Gwen.
Keen might just die here.
Yeah, I think he does. Oh, they've gotten onto Chovy too. Forced to flash. That's a lot of summons.
Yeah, but this whole fight is actually because of Keen messing up. He just walks onto a trap instead of walking back and ulting. He shouldn't have ulted from that position.
That's actually huge.
It's a very good knockup.
Oh, not enough.
Oh, Jinx. Jinx doesn't have ult. Jesus Christ, that's close.
Is that? That's like so many flashes. No, we got an interview.
Should probably go.
No, we should do that.
生死战，所以今天这个赛前的一个抱着怎样的心态呢？
sorry, Maker. Sorry, Maker.
赛前就是抱
Of course, I'm
着
stupid.
不能倒在第一场的那种心态去
对
想去赢嘛。
其实今天面对上滔博，也有很多 Mako 去年的老队友嘛，大家也比较熟悉了。有没有什么赛前的话想跟他们说呢？
Really good jump forward from Peanut there.
就是也是上一次我们在那个德杯输了嘛，然后这一次再一次遇到他们的话，就是想要复仇，想要赢下来吧。
好的，感谢 Mako。
And the tier 1
同样
stand.
呢，我
Mako
们
and
也请
Crisps.
到了 Top 的辅助
Yeah.
Crisp，欢迎松
Crisp's
松。
got
那
wonderful
今天的
hair.
这一场
Oh,
淘
yeah.
汰
He used to
赛
have
是
it-
万众期待的
Yeah,
嘛，而
well,
且
he
会
used to have
非
it
常的
platinum.
激烈。最
Yes,
近
he
队伍应该
did,
也在
didn't he?
He has had
备
that for
战
the
当
majority
中
of his career.
状
Darker
态
hair is
保
actually
持得怎么
quite
样
new for him.
我觉得
No,
我
I think
们
it's
最
just
近
very
就
lush
相较于之前的话，感觉其实我们在训练的
Pretty
过
deep voice as
程
well.
其实进步蛮多的。
I'm just saying, they've
希
got
望今年可以在
Genji now
比赛
have
里
to
面
fight
把
Ocean Soul point,
好
or
的
Ocean
一
Soul
面
coming
留
up in 15 seconds
嗯，
with
双
some
方队伍
really
的
key
选手
summoners
们
down.
都是操作很
Yeah,
好
but Gwen，also
也
doesn't
非常
have
有
ghosts
个人
and-
风格。星光
You
熠
do
熠
have
的
flash
几
from
位
Canyon,
选
so
手
the
们，
jungle
所以
has
松松
flash.
觉得今天
Ruler
的
has it too,
比
so
赛的关键点可能在
Chovy not
哪
having
些
big
方
ult is
面
kind
呢
of huge though.
我觉得今天的比赛关键点可能还是就是在双方队伍拿到优势的时候，怎么样去进攻嘛，然后。同样的就是可能会有一些阵容
Oh,
上
Blue
的
Cow
一
was
些
great
时
for
间
sure.
点上的差距，就是可
Blue
能
Cow,
在
yeah, it
感
was.
受
I
到
love the fact he
防
dyed
守
his
的时候
hair
可
to
能
match.
在对面他的
TT.
Prime, yeah.
如果
Sorry,
让对
TT.
面不允许
He's never
出
on
来的
Ultra
话，
Prime.
感觉两边的话都会在前期。
Chovy gonna get a flank angle maybe?
好的，也感谢松松，比赛加油。
It's got a really scary flank as well. I don't know. This feels like Genji fighting such an uphill battle. Well, we'll figure that out as we go along, really.
The pit, but the call of the Forge God doesn't get that much. It's just a smite fight. Oh, nice
Oh,
knock
it's a
up.
really good big ult.
Nice
They get
knock-up.
Wukong, so there's no smite anymore. There's no
Jovi's
smite.
gonna die. No, he gets away with it. Oh my days.
So they get the dragon. How many do they lose? They're gonna lose one at least. Canyon gets. Ah, that's a really good jinx ult.
Jovi's still got teleports. If he can reset, he can come back in.
Yeah, and he has. And there's no ghost on.
Oh, he's not managed to reset, and they spotted him. keeping
He. Yeah, he might have been able to survive through to his. Wait, where's he teleporting to? Top wave. Oh, that's actually fine. That's okay. It's very stressful.
1 for 1, but they do get the dragon. That's pretty significant.
Oh my god, it's so. Sorry, folks. I'm so stressed at this LCK
It's
game.
for a really cool finals.
Yeah.
And the game's not started over here. We'll focus in when we got like things to talk about. This is
Yeah.
a cool series too. It will be
Yeah.
a great series. However,
How the heck are Genji still in this game, man?
What a
Great knockup. The Trundle. I mean, the Trundle Ornn combo is insane.
man, if Chovy gets hit by that last bit there, he dies.
What you can do is you can actually use the Ornn E and press the Trundle pillar midway through the dash to get like an almost unavoidable knockup, which is kind of insane if you combo it well. 3.1k ahead on the Gwen. But Jinx is also Jinx.
Kate's at least hit 3 items too, so she's at least some threat here too.
Sure, it's just Jinx is Jinx.
Yeah,
Jinx Lulu is so much better than the K Karma in late game. There's no Ocean Soul. The gold is actually less now than the top lane differential, so Chovy's got 3 items on the A Soul. He's got the double burn items.
Say AoE shields on this Karma for a Wukong Gwen could be really annoying.
Okay, so Chovy gets big ult now. Ult out of Zeka, but Chovy does get Honey Fruit, so he doesn't actually have to
Zeus is
recall right now.
free.
Yeah.
So it's a tier 1
And you don't have an answer to him in side lane besides Chovy. You no longer has teleport.
And so they're going to turn to Baron and say, well, look, you have to come play this.
Yeah.
Okay. Canyon has flash. Are we flipping this, folks?
No, I think
Okay.
you let them have it, don't you?
I don't know. I think Canyon might flash for this.
Maybe he does. I mean, you can use the big ult.
I think we can try. He's going to steal it. He's going to steal it. No, he doesn't. Oh, he went early. He went early. He went early.
Well, he was in the pit at the right time.
Yeah.
That was fine. Did they get a reset after? Did they get a reset? If they get a reset, it's fine, I think.
Don't think they quite do. Oh, they got Delight, but no.
There's no Jinx reset.
Yeah.
It's 1 kill for that. And you use the big ult. Okay, so now you have a split pushing Gwen with a 3,000 gold advantage
And
with Baron.
And you can't clear those waves.
If that would have been a Baron steal, that would have maybe saved the game. Jesus Christ, man.
I'm
Insane.
surprised they full flipped it. I mean, again, you're in the pit, so you can combine your burst a bit.
Well, yeah, they
really.
threw down the big ult to help with it. It's just that in fact, the big ult kind of came down a little bit late, actually. Because it's very easy to time it with that. So I don't think Canyon entered the pit early, because he doesn't die,
No,
right?
he smoked early, is what I'm saying. He smites like now. He's like 1,000 early.
Yeah. I think he's trying to time it with Peanuts. Oh, I think he's
trying to bait with Peanut. Yeah, but
Maybe.
Peanut holds his nerve.
It did 2600? Yeah, okay, that's just a bad smoke then.
That's
Holy
what I meant by
moly.
early. It's not that he's in the pit, it's that he smoked early, basically.
Holy moly. Gwen's got blood letters as well now to keep shredding resist like a black cleaver.
The Singularity Engine!
Really
Chovy.
helps you delay some waves.
Oh.
Canyon just...
Oh, that headshot onto Chovy. Ow.
It's been a while since we've seen like 80 carry, hyper carry late games actually.
It has. Invictus Gaming top esports will be relatively soon, by the way, guys.
Yeah. 75% crit chance with headshot. Yeah, for sure. That's nasty as heck.
What do you go last year? Is getting GA probably, isn't it?
No. Oh well, I mean, okay. Well, you're going for Lord Doms now.
Okay, yeah, fair. No, that makes sense. Actually, into the Trundle in particular, who's gone full on that.
Well, into the Ornn, who's tankier than them, but both. Yeah, well, we're going on to the stage, folks, here at LPL. We'll probably keep referencing the LCK in the background here, because it's really kind of crazy. Holy moly. Prediction for this game. I don't know, man. I think pre-split, I would have easily said IG.
Right now, I just...
Right now, it's so hard to tell, we haven't...
Have we read the tea leaves? That will tell us how IG are going to play, because really, it does feel like the winds of fate as to what you're getting.
It's a great question. This is like such an all-star team coming out from IG. They have so much hype around them. It's very, very hard to not understand the hype. But the question is, are they going to be pulling together? Are they going to be... Yeah, what coordination are we going to get?
Oh, Zeka's such a good dude.
Oh, and Chobi just got slowed by the Arcane.
Oh, Zeka might have just won them the game.
It's beautiful.
Do they get a reset, though? Do they get a Jinx reset?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. That's it. I think that's game. I think HLA going to first time.
Zeus, yeah. Zeus is... Ruler's caught. Ruler's flashed. He's still going to die. Oh, my days. The... flash off the Lulu and the Jinx. Oh boy.
Holy moly. I mean, it's only 2 dead, but Dragon's alive. So it's Ocean Soul for that. Is that the end of the game?
To reset. They can...
I don't think it's the end of the game.
They're going to run at this Lulu.
I don't think they catch them.
But they can stop the resets to make sure they break the base.
You break the base, I don't think... It's not the end of the game, is it?
I'm going to try. No, they're going to back off. I think they go for Ocean Soul. That's fine.
Yeah, so that's not the end of the game. Yeah, as soon as the Jinx gets out, it's not the end of the game. So they have too much wave play. Way too much wave play.
But still gets the motion soul.
Well, folks,
Top
Esports.
Oh, yes.
Coming onto the stage now as well. 2 of our most popular orgs within the LPL, IG and Top Esports. Top Esports picked up Kanavi. Very importantly, for that jungle. You know, you thought losing Tien, who could really replace like for like? Kanavi's the next closest thing to what Tien does for the same kind of team. They have had a return to bits of form. 369, Kanavi, and Hom rejoining as a trio. As 369 gets the walkout himself right now. They're doing the walkouts 1v1, 1 by 1. I thought they did it as team walkouts now. It was different for the playoffs.
I think here as well, you've got to keep your eyes on people like Cream, who were supposed to be the next great mid laner. We started the Lactose Tolerance Club, and it feels like maybe that sell-by date expired a little bit throughout the course of last year. He wasn't what I think a few of us were hoping for, and his lack of flexibility as a player in terms of the archetypes he feels comfortable on began to hurt him. Another chance of redemption here on Top Esports, another roll of the dice, and again, we've seen the highs of this player. We know exactly what he can do. It's just can he find the ways to do it?
Yeah.
More than 1 out of every other game.
LPL 第1赛段淘汰赛第2日第2场比赛将会由 IG 对阵滔博 ，LPL 5位竞巅峰。
Okay, into our second series of the day. We'll get ourselves into draft soon. I'll close the door so we're not.
Well, that'd be easy for you. Actually, probably easy for you to get there than me, because I've got this bloody microphone stand to get out of the way of. Someone has decided that Rookie needs to be bathed in the light of heaven, and he is very overexposed there. You're right.
Yeah, basically that chair was in my suitcase. Like you put a wheel in my suitcase. This chair.
Oh.
Yeah, so it dragged it away from where I expected it to be.
How did I do that?
I don't know. Just whatever. It's fine. It just meant that I have a suitcase on the floor which I tripped over. Pay no attention to that, folks.
Do you not look at the man behind the curtain?
Okay, right. Whatever, put this one on.
Thresh music, we love to hear it. That is a very famous face behind there as well. You should recognize that, oh League of Legends fans. Danny, isn't it?
Danny's on Weber.
Oh yeah, actually, I think you're right.
What?
I thought that was Danny for some reason. Hang on, no, it's not. It's the hair. I was like, hang on, is it in Victor's game? Speaking of famous hair, Jackie Love. Something of an idol in the LPL. A lot of people are a fan of the swooshy hair.
Oh, sorry, it is Danny. You're right. Sorry, I thought he was on Weibo. Look, folks, I'm so low on sleep. Normally, okay, folks, we are low on sleep. We are high on hype. IG versus Top Esports here in the lower bracket round 1. Loser here goes home. Winner goes on to face Ninjas in Pajamas in the next round of the lower bracket. Lots of tier listy bands coming through. The Cassante not picked by IG in blue side game 1. The Ambassador as well. Does that mean that he just wants to pick? I mean,
is this a rumble angle?
It could be a rumble angle, yeah.
Especially for the Shy, who does love to have some weird picks in top lane. We'll keep our eyes on it. And we'll refresh the stream just to make sure it's all synced up. It is indeed Daniel IG. I will not be gaslit. He's there. I
literally just said that, Sam.
I know.
You just said, oh, wow, it's Dana. I was like, yes, it's Danny. By the way, it's Danny. We've reiterated that. Hi, by the way, folks. Danny on one side, helping lead them. It's actually going to be the J-Span away from the Shy. It's an Aurora first pick, so it's not going to be the Rumble picked up first.
And it does feel like often we see the Aurora be that last ban on red side at the minute, and obviously is a flex, the Shy can play it, Rookie can play it, and on the other side, of course, 369 then saying, well, I'll just take the Rumble, right? Definitely a strong option. Do you then feel like you have to lock in the Galio to match the Rumble?
That is the question. Galio Aurora, not necessarily the most intuitive comp. You can pick stuff like the Udyr as well and just say, well, we're not going to directly counter the Rumble. In terms of team fights, we can do it in a laning phase.
We can try to lock in the Sejuani. I think then if you look at a Yone here, really good combo, double melees, even if, of course, Rumble notoriously tends to use his skills rather than his auto attacks a bit more than regularly. And it will be looking here at potentially the Ezreal. Gala debating it, so what they decide to lock in. If they do go for this, you can then get support that can leave lane a little more freely. Ezreal rising pretty highly in priority right now as an AD carry. A lot of players finding a lot of value in it.
Yeah, it's been high priority pretty much ever since Worlds last year, and I think it's just continued to be so since Cyril just got changed back to being good for him as well, which was one of the few items that was kind of missing away, because it was like, oh, we'll just change to a lethality item. Now it's just back to a percent pen item, as the camera on their end is really trying to catch up.
That was a wild time.
To quality. Top Esports, really good CC combo. They can also look towards a Yone on third. Did you mention the Yone?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool. So they can absolutely look for that on 3 if they so wish, and that'll be able to catch out even the Aurora and the Ezreal. They're very slippery. Not from this combo.
And again, when Cream was making his name for himself on OMG in 2023, it was as a part of a Yone Sejuani duo with him and Aki were doing really nasty things with that combo. Hell, that was with Shanji in the Rumble in the top side as well, if they could help it. So very back to form for the former OMG member, even with the additional pieces alongside him. The response, though, is JJ on his Viego. This is a player who has a skin on the champion, reminder, guys.
Yep.
Won Worlds in 2021 on EDG and earned himself that skin.
Yeah. Jeje and Mako won Worlds together, folks.
Yeah, they did.
In 21. They have themselves those skins. Mako has himself the Yumi one, which is apparently one of the best-selling skins in the game, by the way.
Very cute.
It's a very cute one. It's based on his own cat. We're probably not seeing it. Look, I'm glad we're not seeing Ezreal Yumi anymore. That setup was
Yumi
was
the other
not
night.
but only later into a series when all the engaged supports were gone. That's only time you started to see it.
Watch it start getting first picked again.
So we're not seeing it here in this game, not when you have Leona, Nautilus, Rel all available, all of which might be a good 4th pick here, because Crisp's obviously very strong on them. Would help kind of lock in towards the Rumble combo and the Yone combo. Just give yourself an extra engage angle.
We'll see exactly what it does. And of course, the other world's winning pairing in this series, in fact, the Shy and Rookie, who are on the side of IG. Jackie Love, divorced from them on the other side of the rift, of course. Champion himself. There's a number going around. Jackie goes towards the Ash. You've already got the Sejuani. The first bit of pick CC lands. The Fate Seal, the Equalizer comes out, and whoever's hit by it tends to die.
Bigger point for me here actually is, look, so you're going to get engage either from support or AD carry. Because you get it from the AD carry, you don't necessarily want to pick the melee support of something like a Leona for Mako. Well, okay, you don't want to go for the Braum as IG because you don't have the engage. You need engage. Now, if you pick the Leona, well, no, so this is for Mako. So if Mako goes for a melee support, Chris picks Braum in a really bad spot.
Yeah.
However, that means they go for the ranged support, but now they're lacking engage. That's the gambit which Top Esports played to say, we pick the Ashe, if you pick melee, you're countered in lane, and if you pick range, then you're going to be lacking your engage for your entire composition. I think Top Esports come away with a really good draft gap here with that last pick and that support giving Mako issues.
I see that combo. Now, of course, you've got to be aware that Silas lock-in is all well and good if they decide to go towards it. Could be played mid into the Yone, could be played topside, I suppose, into that Rumble. There are some fantastic ults to steal here, and that might help mitigate the engage issue, steal the Glacial Prison, that can be your engage now.
So you don't have to go for the Braum now. You see the Karma. The Braum does get a bit bullied by that one. You can still go for the Ralp. You can break the Karma shields, importantly, with that Q. IG walk away with decent lanes. The Aurora coming into the Rumble can burst them out there. That's not a bad laning phase. You walk away with the Silas in the mid lane as the Yone. That is very fun because both these players have put a lot of time onto these respective champions. Cream, I believe it's even still his most played, actually, the Yone, across all time. Bot lane, I expect IG to have the stronger 2v2. But when it comes through to mid game, the top esports comp writes itself. You press R keys on the right people, they just die.
And again, whoever gets hit by that first piece of CC will die. It's very, very hard to survive unless you manage to slip over a wall just out of range. Very, very tricky. Victor's Gaming, I think their burden of execution is going to be higher. Some of the laning phases can be pretty decent here. It does look like it'll be the Aurora top lane for the Shy. And again, you've got players on champions that can just mechanically do special things for IG, but I think they're going to be obligated to, which is not always the easiest thing to see. And the composition from top esports, I feel all a bit more on theme.
It's on theme and it's easier to play. And that's something that we've criticized IG for and said, hey, well, you know, you actually have to be able to play your composition at some point. You might play the champions. How does it come together as a 5-man unit? Elimination game for Invictus Gaming and top esports. Rookie and the Shy versus Jackie Love to see who moves forwards to face Doinby and the Ninjas in Pajamas in the next round of the lower bracket. Best of 5 Fearless Draft starts here for our second series of the day.
I'll be ready for this one. Oh man, this one was always going to be a bit hype. Especially now that LCK is just finished. Everyone can turn their attentions to another banger series that's occurring. Crowds will be cheering for the very expectative teams. I can't believe it. What a series we got ahead of us. And now, we get the level 1 plays happening. It seems to be a bit of a group invade on both sides to get some wards down, to check out for any potential lane swaps. And I can understand wanting to escape Ezreal Karma pre-first reset. The level 1 from that duo is just obnoxious.
Yeah. And Rumble's okay in lane swaps as well, so you don't feel the worst about that. But yeah, especially escaping those other levels in that bot lane, you really highlighted the crux of why lane swaps have been around for so long. We will see whether lane swaps end up fully dying with the changes which are coming through at some point. I don't know whether they'll even make it through the first stand. It feels a bit weird if we go to first stand after the teams that qualify will largely have done that off of their mastery of lane swaps.
Yeah.
I always think it's quite unfair to put an exam on different material than you've studied for that event. Not necessarily getting the best example of what the teams do at that point. We have ourselves the solo lanes grouping up in mid lane. This is one of the reasons why lane swaps is also very good too. Grouped up XP was buffed after MSI, which means that if you do stick multiple people in one lane, you do get a little bit more out of it.
That will be the plan. They are switching the solo laners in there, and it does seem to be top esports that have started off this lane swap. Of course, all the while, JJ taking the opportunity to invade and make sure he is on the side of the map that his very strong bot lane is on. You can't really blame him. That will be the prio point for the early game. Shy, of course, on the Aurora is notoriously, I remember, I think it was Mirwin having a chat right at the beginning of LEC saying, look, the reason you see a bit of Aurora in top lane is partly because she is quite good in the lane swap scenarios. You've got 2 dashes, you've got flash. It can be quite difficult to lock the bunny rabbit down if you try to dive her.
For sure, that's something which, yeah, something which we've really seen quite a lot across all regions. But, well, no, actually, no, the Aurora hasn't played that top lane in that many places. It's more popular in the LCK, less popular elsewhere. We see it in stuff like the Kasante. We do get ourselves the full swap coming through. 4 people grouped on each side of the map. Navi and Jirjip going through each of their quadrants. No camp advantage established for either jungler.
Not this time as yet. Of course, reminder, plates on bot side are a little easier to take. So going to claim a little bit more gold out of this early laning phase. But again, not really the objective of lane swaps. We've had this conversation a few times. It's mostly about surviving early levels, which can be at this point, especially against bot lanes the caliber we are seeing in this game, pretty disastrous if you just play them out as standard.
Kind of quite interesting that Rookie's gone for the Electrocute over the Conqueror. So he wants to take shorter trades versus the Yone. Makes sense. Normally you'd say the Silas wants to take long trades, but because it's Yone, you take the shorter ones and you can take the Electrocute and you feel a bit better about that. You get enough attack speed through, well, you don't need attack speed from Conqueror anyway. That's sensible lethal tempo against the Yone, but still, Rookie over pushing now.
To abscond away from danger. Kanavi did come looking in, and again, Sejuani, normally thought of as like a level 6 jungler. When you've got melee solo laners, when you've got a Yone, it becomes a lot more threatening because permafrost stacking makes you a lot more dangerous pre-6.
Yeah, it definitely gives you options, right? You've got 3 melee synergy. You have a melee option in every single lane. And I have to say, typically, hang on a second, we get some steal of the small crabs. We do. JJ walks over both the small wolves. Oh, they go into the back pocket of the Viego.
And Gromp's just about to respawn.
Ribbit.
Yeah.
You know, could you imagine having like a children's book? Like, the Gromp goes, Ribbit. The dragon goes, roar.
Yeah. Scion goes, cowards.
Scion goes, cowards. I love that recall, by the way. I saw that from JJ, who is using his World Skim. You notice that as he does the recall, it has the, like the, whatever it was, like the win, loss, loss, win, win, like the tick, cross, cross, which is the series score from his World's Finals, which is really cool. So it has like the 5-game series of World's Finals.
It was a great World's Finals too.
Yeah.
Of course, that time, Flandre on the Graves was such a menace in that series. Had a bit of a weird world, but out, and now Rookie did a decent job of trading on Cream as he was trying to shove out the way.
Well, Mako and JJ's partner from EDG, Viper, just made first stand as well through the LCK, so they will be joined by him if they were to somehow make it through this lower bracket. It is very hard for lower bracket teams to make it through the first stand, by the way, folks. BLG just won before this in our first series of the day. These teams here, IG and Top Esports and BLG, in their runs,
long run,
they will have to win 5 back-to-back best of 5s to make it to first stand. Well, if you make it to that tournament, there is no arguing that you deserve to be there at that point. Upper bracket, though, it is such a luxury, and you are rightfully being punished for not making the upper bracket. Not making it there gives you a lot of extra games, and the schedule's rough.
Mako using the slow from the Mantra Q to empower the W there. I don't remember what the W base form is. I know all the empowered ones. Because Mantra Q is Soul Flame, Mantra W is Renewal, Mantra E is Defiance. I can never remember standard W and standard E.
Yeah, I don't bother to learn champions. I don't play all the time, Sam. Grub started up. We did have, well, lots of roaming up here. Both the Soul Laners and the... Well, no, the Yone doesn't have teleport, so I'd imagine Top East was just when they... Well, if they could have snuck one, it would have been okay. Choosing not to do that, leaving the Grubs alone for now.
Yeah, deciding to head towards the bot side of the map where the Scuttle Crab has spawned and where there's the Dragon as well. Nice arrow, though, stolen from Rookie. Means Crisp is in danger. Flash from both bot laners. Nicely played by Invictus Gaming.
But also really well played by Jacula, body blocking the Abscond Abduct to make sure that the full burst didn't come down to level 4. Rel knew that he had the flash and the barrier. He loses the summoner for his support. Get yourself an AD carry like Jacula. Helps the support survive.
But he hadn't just
it was Jacula that did.
Yeah, it was
Jacula.
I thought it was both who
so
had,
Jacula walked in front of the Silas to block the chains coming through, and then flashed out knowing that it'd be safe. I think once you see that Ash arrow come through, you think, yeah, they're going to die unless something changes. Jacula causes that change still. The stolen Ash ult. Very, very powerful. I guess we can. We talked about the stolen ults. We talked about the Asher on, but there's a lot of options here for Rookie, and that one there, the Asher is not the first ult that I would have taken. Really, I would have taken the Yone or the Sejuani, but actually every single ultimate you can steal this game is absolutely insane, depending on how you want to play the scenario.
Also worth noting, Ash ultimate notoriously has a very high AP scaling. And Silas will be building a fair amount of AP, so you hit someone with a big ult, it will do actually quite a lot of damage, and we were talking about it in draft, that look, they went for the Karma because a melee option with Braum as a potential Luke Skywalker pick would have been disastrous, because then you just like, yes, you got the team fights, but the lane sucks, and you got the Ezreal, you want to have some pressure somewhere, and so they had to find a way to solve the draft for engage, and Rookie, who, as we've seen, has been involved in nearly all of the kills for Rookie for IG across this split. He is the highest kill participation mid laner, if I remember my stats correctly. giving him that opportunity on the Silas to steal away all of these incredible engage ults, Magnet Storms and Fate Seals and Glacial Prisms and Enchanted Crystalline Arrows. You've got so many tools to find ways to make fights happen.
IG are going to get both the early objectives on both sides. Well, Knives coming down here. I don't think they can test this in the same way. I guess Rookie does have his ult again now too. If Top East want to walk in here, it could be...
He's got ult too.
This, I mean, that Sejuani ult makes things really scary. I don't think you want to walk up to this, folks.
Gonna take the dragon. Rookie now potentially in danger. Stolen the Glacial Prism. Flash is still red. Fate Sealed after into the arrow. Gorgeous read from Kanavi. Rookie's still surviving for a second or two longer, but even with the Kingslayer healing, it's just not enough.
Doesn't quite have the cooldown reduction to get a second Kingslayer. And IG's mid laner goes down. We did say, oh, he's got the Sejuani ult. That's kind of dangerous. Kanavi finds his mark. Kanavi replacing Tien on top esports, which felt like such big shoes to fill because of what Tien had done for top esports over so many years. Comes away with a really important play. Kanavi, the one-man army himself. Rookie and Kanavi, quite similar players in that regard.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just, well, we've got a problem in our draft, a problem in our early game. This player will sort it for us. Rookie does that for his teams a lot of the time. Kanavi does exactly the same for top esports. Kanavi strikes first in this one. Importantly so, that is now some gold on the board, even if you lose the objectives from top esports. It's a really good ult. Rookie, look, the hitbox of the Sejuani ult's kind of rough. It is, but the big problem is why are you positioning there, really, rather than the flash itself.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get his way. He was caught, body blocking the one side to prevent easy access. And the problem was then leaving. His team has already gone too far the other way, and if he tries to walk down river, he still gets caught, I think. So tries to find his way out. I just say that angle from Kanavi is fantastic. He's caught if he doesn't flash. He's caught if he does flash. It's just good angles.
For sure, especially when you've got so much follow-up. He gets slammed with 3 ults back-to-back. Jeez, man. Kind of crazy. So, first blood goes over to top east, which doesn't give you the extra gold anymore, but gives you a nice bit of sense of pride and accomplishment.
It still feels like it gives you more gold. I think it's just because it's been literally 14 plus years of
I don't like that first tower and first brick and first blood. They're meant. I like the money in pocket. It's nice. Let me have my pocket money.
No.
Damn,
you've got to invest.
I will no longer spend money on video games, Sam. I have no money in pocket.
Yeah, you've got to invest it in feats of strength instead. Invest it for a future dividend. Just know that your investments may not pay off, and it can all go wrong.
This sounds like something you have to pull a card for in Monopoly. Second spawn of grubs has come through. Navi has Unending Despair but no extra HP above it. Good poke from IG if they land it, and they do.
3. Nice work, Rookie. Stolen the equalizer. Hits Jackie. Hit by another Glacial Prison into an Enchanted Crystalline Arrow, though. And to the other side, though, goes to Shy looking for Jackie. He just survives. He's going to get both of his other top lane. As Queen gets a Fate Sealed out there into the Q3, and JJ tries to ult out, dies. Invictus Gaming are not looking all that victorious right now.
Rookie gets caught again. Poor positioning around the Dragon and the Grubs means that top esports pounce and get themselves onto the board, not just in kills, but now in objectives as well. Really good ults layered over the top of each other. I like how Jaculov is firing his ult kind of after that first guaranteed CC has hit. Rookie used his flash here. He self-CCs himself with the Rumble stolen ult cast time, and he just gets completely blasted. No flash, and the Shy doesn't have the items right now to kill Jaculov. I even wonder if he missed out on the E there. I don't think it kills either way. A misstep from IG in terms of the positioning leaves them without the tools to really fight afterwards.
And we did say that this one would require a bit of coordination, and the Shy was teleporting in to make that play and was maybe a second late. If that equalizer and the Shy going at the same time, it might have been a bit different. That wasn't the case. And now Cream is real strong on this Yone.
So there's a question in chat, and I will answer this one as well. And by the way, folks, if you do have questions, please let us know in chat. We are paying attention to we're casting the game, but we do have many chats open at the same time. Which side is the underdog? Now, the problem is we're viewing this in a best of 5. Now, in this game, I'm like, wow, top esports have a great comp. And on the face of it, maybe I'd say top esports, you know, if it's a standard draft, maybe I'd say top esports were the favorites. IG, I wonder whether they have deeper champion pools, particularly when it comes to Cream. I think his champion pool hasn't been the deepest the later you go. And IG's game 1 of a series hasn't looked good the entire split so far. They pick hard to play compositions, and they pick easier and easier things as the series goes on, and it ends up working out very well for them. So I'm going to say it's a very close series, but I think IG will do better the longer the series goes. Top Esports will want to make sure that they're getting very effective early games in the series.
That is going to be the aim of the gameplay. The Ruin King just got done for Cream.
Oh, it's full build. Fantastic.
Yeah, isn't he just?
I say that actually.
Isn't he just?
I say that, but then Yone builds like, you know, a bit of crit, and you're like, ah, now this is the true full build.
And then you get Immortal Shield Bow next, and then Infinity Edge, and suddenly you go, ah, I have both the life stealing and the critting.
That's great, Sam. I'm very happy about the life critting, Sam. You know, funnily enough, there's an augment in Arena, the best League of Legends game mode, which means you heal on crits. You remember when Fervor for Battle used to do? No, it was Warlord's Bloodlust.
Warlord's
Bloodlust. Your crits would give you healing, which meant that Tryndamere was super
insanely
OP
strong. Yeah,
in like season 7 or whatever.
Passive, yeah.
Yeah, so at level 1 he'd be healing like 1,000,000 damage, and Yasuo build it too, and he'd never die. It was, folks, we have escaped some dark times of Runes and Masteries.
I remember Thunderlord's Decree.
Hey, that was great though.
It was incredibly busted.
The really fun thing about Ahri building that in season 5 or whatever it was, you could get a double tap Q, which gave you the move speed in season 5 as well. So you could press your Q, get the double tap and auto, and you get Thunderlords. It was so good. Very low cooldown as well, so you could just do that every wave.
I
really
remember when there was a point where you were genuinely certain Jhin would never be balanced because Deathfire Touch was so strong on him.
Well, I have to say, Jhin has been a bit of a balancing nightmare of his history. He's either awful or great. I think particularly...
He was Yuumi before Yuumi in that
But
sense.
if you think about it, pretty much every season... Well, he was seasons just at the end of season 5 going into season 6. That era of season 5 just about going to season 6, hang on, the Shy might die here. We can talk about how unbalanced those champions were in a little bit. This is a little bit more recent.
Great hop, still got between worlds, misses the Shattering Strike too.
Oh my god.
Shy just hops all over him.
Who cares about 2050? Yeah, it's a 2024 champion of the Aurora. So unbalanced. Actually, no, that was just the Shy having move speed and using it well. Escapes from the big collapse from Top Esports on the bot line. They will get themselves first tower off this.
That was well done. They'll still get that first turret, as you said, and that will be feats of strength too. Not a lot you get to say about this one, as Yone just keeps swiping away. The minions do a bit more work while he clears out a bit more of the wave. Gets the local gold, and feats of strength secured by Top Esports. Their early investment paying off this time.
Welcome in everyone who's coming in from the LCK games
good to see you
as well. 369 doesn't have flash. I think 369 is quite dead here as Rookie goes towards him, and he's going to die quite swiftly.
Two-shot barrage clips as well. Rookie going to be donated the kill. JJ steals the body and goes zooming away with a scrap shield. A nice kill pick up for Invictus Gamers, finally on the board.
And the kill going over to Rookie definitely helps because the Silas, the more items you build, the more like random HP and cooldown reduction you get, so it makes you much harder to kill. First couple of the fights of the game, we criticize Rookie for his positioning. We'll see what ultimates he steals potentially around this Herald if they do want to fight. He's come out of base. He's actually lower XP than Garlic, who's level 11. He's got a lot of XP. Second tier ult for him, not up currently though.
Flashes came off cooldown as well. Herald down to 2,500. Arrow goes wide. Flash the Shattering Strike, but flash out from Rookie prevents Magstorm landing. And on the other side between worlds, puts Cream down desperately, no, but not dead. The Shy hit with the permafrost. Gala on the other side, trading with Jackie Love, who flashes out. Cream and Jackie survive this left Top Esports to 3 members versus 4 in the river, and Kanavi can't RV anymore.
IG this time have Rookie survive the engage. 3 ults once again thrown at the Silas, who is the big engage option for IG, and none of them land. It will be a Herald over to IG, and Top Esports, despite the fact they have such a plug-and-play composition with their combo, can't make it work around this. That's a big problem, really, because they really need to be making sure that this combo is what determines the game.
Look, we're gonna get a replay in a second. And I'm gonna do something I can do on a coaching I wouldn't do on a regular. And that is specifically say at some point in this series, I will say the phrase Kanavi at Cape Valley, hail and farewell, and I'll be very happy about it.
Okay, I'm very happy for you, Sam.
I want to be excited with you.
At some point, I'm sure we'll say Rookie gets hit by an arrow or something like that.
Yeah,
again, but they just use Rel Flash ult, the Ash Arrow, and the Sidrani, and all of them miss. This is about worst case scenario, actually. They have, in fact, ended up missing 3 of their ultimates in a crucial fight. I don't think the fight gets much worse than that.
Everyone burned Flash but Cream as well. So, Top Esports, looking more like the bottom there. That one's a bit poopy.
That's great, Sam. No more comments needed on that one. It's like the LCK Bottom of the Year award, which is just not... Look, there's something lost in well, maybe it hasn't been lost in translation.
Caltis is paying attention really closely.
Shy.
Oh, nice combo.
He's gonna be
into the arrow again.
picks up the kill. Jackie kills his world's winning teammate with an arrow across the world. Bottoms up to that.
The Shy is 0-3. It's rabbit hunting season, folks.
It is. This rabbit's got myxomatosis, folks.
You mix it with toasties?
I mixed up so many toasties right now, Sam. Anything more you want to say on that? You want to?
I think I'm hitting the sort of delirium horizon.
Yeah, folks. We have cast. Well, this is our 4th best of 5 in 2 days. Alongside doing some LEC in the background as well. I said that's actually the main thing I've been doing as well. Folks, we are very, very tired, but it's so cool to be able to wake up and see so much LPL over and over. We really hope you're enjoying gameplay here as much as we've been enjoying the gameplay over in the LCK and the other regions playing on the same time zone as this. The fact that we get to see Jacula and Rookie versus... Jacula facing off against Rookie and the Shy in this day and age in an elimination match is so cool to me.
It's pretty damn awesome. 369 will claim another turret, and actually that's now Top Esports getting 2 turrets for free. The Shy gets a winning queue off. Again, this Aurora into the Rumble hasn't worked out, I think, as well as they were kind of hoping. The Shy tried to look for some big combos. Hell, even that last fight, it felt like between Worlds was pretty solid. He just didn't get an assist. Oh! Kareem gets a lot of damage down, but actually now JJ coming on over. 369 took a lot of damage. I don't think, even with a true shot barrage, there's going to be quite enough damage available to IG to claim the life of either of the solo lanes from Top Esports.
Jeez, Top Esports are getting to the point now where, God, with the gold lead you have for the Rumble and the Yone, you hit one good ult onto someone and they die. That's a big problem. We mentioned this in the last series we saw, it was the Game 5 there. Games without solid front lines change things an awful lot.
Jackie,
Rookie.
Really careful here. Remember, there's no flash on the Ash. They're going to try and get support. But he just dies now and the fake seal comes out. Oh, Invictus Gaming. What was the decision making?
Oh, Rookie, what is he doing in a 1v4 on the backline? He has had a very, very strange game 1, folks. He's been taken down 3 times in important moments. On the other side, Cream on the Yone, 1.5k gold ahead. Rookie is the person we were looking to carry IG in this game, and this one has not been it.
Rookie looked at that and went, hold my beer, and then ended up in the emergency room. Like, that is a decision of all time.
I mean, I get trying to go onto Jacula.
Yeah,
I get that. Gala has great items, but even he can't really do that much here because the targets are body blocked from his Qs. Top Esports had better numbers and better play.
Yup. And that gets him another dragon. Again, the gold lead is 3 or so thousand, which is significant, but not unplayable at this point. The issue will be once these second items are done for the Rumble, for the Yone, it then feels like they win any 1v1, and if it's ever more than a 1v1, the combo with the Sejuani plus some lockdown from elsewhere will lead to the death of whoever does it, because there's not really a tank on Invictus Gaming. They're a very squishy composition.
This is an insane 2-item spike from the mid jungle. The Sejuani, I don't think they die now. Not really. You need to get 3-4 items. Crisp can die, but even then, he has himself flash, so he's going to be... He was definitely safe in that one. He's actually gone for the Swift and Speeds, which is quite interesting to me. It means that he can just kind of walk at you menacingly, and especially against a lower tank composition. Landing that CC can be very, very potent, obviously, as we were saying just before that last fight. Harold summoned up in mid lane. Gold in the favor of Top Esports. That's a good jump forward from Gal. I don't know if he really wanted to hop into that one. I think technically he could have rode that up to one of the other lanes, but he chooses not to. Bit of a misclick there, and he jumped forward.
Yeah, looking to get a bit more damage down on here. Navi eats a bit of a chunk, but again, they use 3 or 4 abilities and only get like 15% of the guy's HP. This is a very scary ball. This is an Elden Ring boss ball. This is one you respawn a few times. Yeah. How the hell am I beating this thing?
This is the boar from. Have you seen Princess Mononoke?
I have.
That's like the demon boar thing.
You know, the only time I've watched Princess Mononoke was in a restaurant. So I didn't hear it with any volume. I just watched it.
Okay, look, there might be a really big fight coming at some point, but just go to. It used to be called E Street Pan Asian in London, and it just plays like Pokemon movies and Ghibli on a projector onto the wall.
It's great,
and it's a really good experience. You have to watch some cinematic classics.
Oxford Street.
Anyway, yeah. Anyway, I have no idea how IG gave Top Esports this composition in the first place. They're in a difficult spot. They are they are in a much harder to execute point.
Blue side draft.
This is a blue side, absolutely. Top esports might walk away with a red side win in the series, which is very important. Now, it is worth noting, folks, if it goes to a game 5, there is a 1v1 to determine side slate, so it's not like, oh, we won the blue side games, we're just going to win in game 5. There is a 1v1 to decide that if it gets very, very close, so keep that in mind. What's coming up next? Baron spawning soon, sure, whatever. Atacon is up on the table. Big thing which IG are going to really struggle with is the fact that the map is going to be played quite wide, and IG don't have answers to both side lanes because the Aurora is weak. The Aurora can't wave clear in the way or fight in the way that IG would like to push up on multiple lanes, whereas you have a Yone with a shield bow. God, he's strong. And the Rumble gets to push up like this fairly well too.
I will note, Mako just picked up a Mikhail's here, which is really valuable when that's just the old timing out, so just checking the bush while we get the chance. But that could be really useful. You've got the cleanse on Gala. Like, there are worlds here where the initial bit of CC gets cleansed out of, and the mobility of IG, which is pretty high this game, could then come into a bit more fruition. But I need to see some better coordination. They've tried to make big plays. I look at that attempted play from the Equalizer top side where it wasn't coordinated with the Shy, and we need to see more like that mid lane play from IG.
Yeah, it's really good that you bring up the Mikhails. It's worth noting that Karma just doesn't scale that well. Not anymore. Not really. Karma's not really been...
She needs AP to do that.
She needs a lot of gold to do it too. The Mikhails, though, as you said, really does give you some extra important utility just from that item completion. Dragon's now up in a minute. IG, they are losing vision control across most of the map. They don't have a single ward across the river. Top East was very happy with this point of the game.
Well, they are. Still, Invictus Gaming will want to get towards a second item on this Aurora ASAP. Going to be miles off. It's got the second component in there alongside the Hextech Ultimator and the needlessly large sword, so it should be done shortly. And at that point, Aurora, however far behind she is still going to lose, you know, delete.
Gala!
Big, good cleanse. Captain Jack's here, flashes for the flash of Kanavi, staying alive for now, looking for the angle. Rookie in the backside of between worlds is awesome! And the resets begin to fly. Gala breaks their ankles, and the Shy and Rookie execute the rest. Cream at least spares the blushes, finally bringing Gala down, but he lives up to his namesake. It is a fiesta in mid lane. And you know where IG thrive? Right in that circus.
Jakilov flashes forwards and dies. Here in 2025, it is a classic Jakilov moment, unfortunately for him. Almost assassinated Gala. You could see the angle so close to that knife's edge in the way that Jakilov always plays, but this time it cuts deep into top esports. Not IG. They'll get themselves a dragon. They get themselves a bunch of kills, and IG breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. This might let them back into the game now.
Holy moly, let's have a look again.
First, well, I mean, what you need to have a look here is Gala jumps forwards, and he misses the Q. Jakilov sees the angle. This is a good play, and I think after this flash forward is too far. Crisp maybe should have flash forward a bit earlier. I don't really know whether he could have changed that much, though. The Mikhails comes through onto Gala after Mako gets in range too. Yeah, Cream spares that fight from being a 3 for none. But still, Jakilov losing that flash and dying. What a great moment.
And now in 3 items, and 3 damaging items as well as on that front. Jakilov gone for the Static Shiv Phantom Dancer build, so a little more utility focused himself. Atacon being started, Invictus Gaming start to look. They now know it's happening courtesy of a blue trinket here. Cream goes looking at the Q3 can't happen, and the Atacon goes down.
Yeah. So Atacon goes down, and Top Esports will have a free chance to just throw out their combo at some point. Jackal has been very accurate with his arrows this game, so watch out for where that will land next. The Mikhails, of course, on cooldown right now, but coming off shortly. They have to contend with that. Goes back for a Bloodthirster. Makes it much easier for Jakilov to play a little closer towards that knife's edge.
Rookie does not know that 369 is in the bush. And doesn't overstep. There could have been a very nasty combo there. In fact, Rookie still needs to keep running. You can't sit there, mate. There is a Sejuani over the wall. What? Rookie, what? Why? Why? They missed everything. Can start running away a bit further. Flash, Fate Seal, just about out of range. And they're going to finally get on top of him. No, they got the root. The Permafrost comes in.
Takes 3 ults, but Rookie goes down for his 4th death of the game. Almost 3,000 gold down to the cream of the crop. Top Esports will go towards the Baron with the Atacon. They don't have all of their ultimates, but with the Silas off the table, I think they'll feel emboldened to go forwards.
Rookie. That one was bold. At this point, Jakilov eats a huge amount of damage to the Shy, though. Deletes one. Gets the withdrawal. The Shy hops the other side. Manstorm now comes on Cream looking for a Q3. Has got the shield. Gets a lot of time, but there's still enough on Cream to bring the Bunny Rabbit down to side. They do, however, force the withdrawal on Kanavi. All the while, 369 gets a chunk on the tier 2, but not anything more.
So, Top Esports use the Atakan to only get 2 kills. They don't get towards the Baron. I think IG are okay with this trade after all. Gala manages to get a lot of damage in. The Spear of Shojin gives you a bunch of important cooldown reduction. Worth noting, folks, the benchmark fade basically is if you Arcane Shift and you hit 2 Mystic shots, your Arcane Shift is back up. So you can just get huge mobility alongside your Q uptime and damage as well. Great combo from the Shy. Kills, returns the favor from the snipe that Jackalov put onto him earlier. The Shy. Actually, I think, did he end up flashing into the wall to get the flip over the wall back there? I think he did. Does mean he goes down anyway, though. Baron started with the remainder of the Atakan.
Reminder, Kanavi doesn't have the withdrawal, but down to 3,000 HP. Where is JJ? Gets in! JJ steals, ults out, finally falls. But it is blushes all around for Top Esports. How could you give that one up?
It's a Top Esports Baron. They have an emote in the game for it. Cream goes forward.
Doesn't get a hold of kill though because Mikhail's is there. So is the cleanse, of course, and Kanavi can't follow it up. 369 trying to play out with the Shy. The burn's not quite enough.
369 with the last of the Atakan just timing off. Rookie doesn't have himself a flash to follow on. It is pandemonium in the river. IG get the Baron seal, but lose 2. They lose 2. Gala actually lived through that. They're going to lose the mid lane out of turret. Top Esports and their Barons. You can change the roster all you want, but somehow that objective, it's like Dignitas, but in the LPL. That has always been their version of the meme.
Gala. This is bold. Are you sure? Okay, he's fine. He was very blind. There was 3 people there.
I think he sees the fact that, they don't have any ults, right? It'll be fine. I actually think if you all in the Ezreal, there's a good chance he turns around. It's really scary at this point. What the hell happens here? Guess he just flashes in and hits it.
Flash Q smite, love it.
JJ gets the timing. Jackalov manages to pick him off towards the end there. But at this point, the damage is done. Top Esports, they have a very good combo. And I feel like they played the objectives largely better than IG in the early parts of this game. But that one was really not what they wanted from that objective.
And the Shy tries this 1v1, but Top 369 is in the overheat. Danger zone is acquired, and we all know how that one goes. It's Top Gun all over. Rookie goes golden to immune the Glacial Prison. It's finally gotten towards it. Arngod had to break it immediately, but will now get to walk towards the turret with the Baron on top.
It's so great, isn't it? Rookie and the Shy are combined 2 and 10. Folks, I love this game. You know, now I know there are a lot of fans of both teams and a bunch of the players in this series. I want everyone to know I love every single individual in this Rift. However, you know exactly what the score is here. We are going to get some beautiful plays all wrapped up into one. Rookie's had some terrible plays. He's had some great ones. Jackalov's done the same on the other side. Guess they learned that a little bit from each other. I want this to be a bloody game. I want this to be a bloody series. I want both of these teams to be leaving bloody knuckled and teeth cracked.
This is an intentional game of League. It's all I'm saying. It is in every possible meaning of that word. Rookie doesn't get hit by the Q3, the Mortal Steel. Just shy.
Very typical in this, very topical in this game.
You pull away, and again, it feels like IG somehow are actually within touching distance of this game. Again, they are still down 3,500 gold. It's still very scary. This Yone is most of the gold lead here, bluntly. The Rumble also very, very scary. However, you are starting to get to the point where this Ezreal can solo carry the game. The comp behind him with the Mikhails, with the redemption, can keep that Ezreal in one piece to win.
And you know, the Shy is currently 1 and 6. One thing which you can never take away from the Shy is that it doesn't matter what his scoreline is, he will keep making the play. And he basically one-shot Jackalov in a previous fight. That 1-6 and 2, if you just laugh that off, well, you're going to lose a carry. That is something you need to be genuinely aware of. Flashed away from by Mako, uses the Mikhails as well.
I was just laughing because they managed to lose 750 gold on the Baron this time.
Wonderful.
Which is just excellent.
Wonderful stuff.
Just pure Invictus gaming. Flash and Mikhail's blown by Makeup, but stays alive, critically there. Shy pushing up.
This is our game 1 of this series, man. Oh, I hope you're all ready to enjoy this game. This is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here for in the LPL.
Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
I'm feeling it. Art thou feeling it, Mr. Krabs? Yes. Yes, we are. So, good goal lead for Top Esports. Hasn't saved them before. Infinity Edge on the Yone, though, is absolutely disgusting. Bloodthirster on the Ashe also makes it hard to cut through them as well. However, as you said before, Ezreal might be able to 1v9 this game as well. 4 items in Gala. So 4 items on both AD carries. Jackal and Gala, two of the greats of our region. Both in a great spot to make their mark on this series in this first game. And of course, one thing you always have to pay attention to as well, Top Esports, they play around a good combo. If they give over a Viego reset, a lot of that doesn't have to matter anymore. So you cannot give up the first kill too easily.
And Jackie's gone for a relatively defensive, more utility-focused build. The Static Shiv, the Bloodthirster, his wave clear and ability to stay alive, but you are only on 2 crit items here with the PD and the Mortal Reminder. There is no Infinity Edge, which is often a big spike, even on the Ashe, who doesn't scale with crit like other AD carries. She's not like the other girls, I'm afraid. However, you know, you are still a 4-item AD carry regardless, so even if it isn't quite as high damage, staying alive this game could well be what you need to do when you've got a Sylas, a Aurora, and of course that Viego all jumping on your head.
Well, I mean, you've got a Zhonya's on the Rumble and the GA picked up on the Yone, which it speaks to them. You know, you don't want to give the reset over easily towards the Viego, who's gotten Black Cleaver and Triforce. Good damage. 2 minutes until the Dragon, 30 seconds until the Baron. We're starting to gear up towards our objectives, so keep an eye on those wards. One of them slips by, we can get ourselves a mega flank, which could determine the game.
Rookie finally completed that Zhonya, so has that stasis back and available. Leandri's done for the Shy. They are at 3 items. The problem is their opposite numbers now at 4. Still very, very scary. Rookie absconds forward, steals the Glacial Prison, lands it on to Kanavi, who is chunked but not really taken much lower. Now the turnaround begins to come on through.
Oh,
massive Magnus Storm! Chris by name to the Rookie in the backside, begins to eviscerate them. There goes Cream though, following up, trying to get to, does so as his soul rebinds. Rookie! Rookie is still 1v3 in the backside, can't get Jackie, and unfortunately they only get one. It is only Chris who dies to make the engage happen. Cream follows it up. Gala finds one, could try and play it out. But out comes the Soul Cleave, and Gala leaves the Mortal Coil.
We are playing Knife Fight League of Legends here in the LPL lower bracket. IG and Top Esports lose 8 members between the combination of them. 5 for 3, only 2 left alive. But with that being a Yone, they should still be able to take the Baron. They're not going to be able to wait for Jackal and 369 to get the buff, but Top Esports somehow get away with it. Cream, incredible Yone game for him. The only deathless person on the entire Rift. IG gave it a good shot. They see that, you know, the Yone and the Rumble are not in position. They want to go for a quick engage, but it's onto the Kanavi Sejuani. He takes a third of his HP. It doesn't really give them after that point. Where the heck does all this damage come after this point? I think it's the Aurora managed to get some really big stuff through. But sadly, JJ doesn't get himself the reset. The kill actually happens, but he can't get himself the body of that Rel, which could have been so impactful to unlock an extra ultimate as well. Very, very close. Gala actually just about misses out on his Q timing items on his that. Does get one back. I think that makes things a lot more palatable if the Ashe had also survived that play. IG could be in some dire straits with the extra turrets going down after the push.
Well, sure about losing my religion, but they might be losing this game. It's been very, very tight. That was REM, not dire straits. Yeah, no, that would be the
Top Esports.
swing.
Well,
the game has been pretty swingy though. I'll give them that.
Well, hey, I mean, they get themselves the Baron, so they get some money for nothing.
Very good. I don't actually know enough dire straits to
That's not much I know. I can't work Mark Knopfler into a joke, folks. I mean, the guy's a really good guitarist, though. So that's the material I have. We're moving swiftly onwards.
If I go like this on the mic, meow, you get the Knopfler effect.
Shut up. Turrets going down as Top Esports use the Baron buff in the bottom side of the map. They still have themselves the GA on Cream. Zhonya's is up for 369 again. IG very far down in gold. They don't have a soul on either side just yet. Am I weird in thinking that they could randomly still turn a fight with the Viego? It's not actually completely out of the game.
Look at this Ezreal. It's a 5-item Ezreal. You could absolutely win this.
There is a full build Ezreal and there is a Viego. So if you get one good enough kill, which is hard through the Zhonya's and the J, but if it happens, maybe the resets can be enough. This is the Dune golden path. Top esports should 80% of the time, more than that, be winning this game. However, IG have a chance, and that's how it happens.
I'm also looking at this now, and your levels stop mattering at this point for top esports. IG are starting to catch up. You're level 17 now on Rookie. You can start really cycling through some very dangerous ultimates. You've got so much magic damage on the Shy that you've had to get double Spectre's Cal for Kanavi and Cream to try and deal with all of that threat. You've gone GA into Spectre's Cal on the Yone already, so you can do it, but still, that's the stage of the game we're at. Arrow.
Through misses. Misses on that one. Would have been Gal turning up with it. The Kanavi ult goes onto JJ.
Turning around now, doesn't really get that much pull up on the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. It's close enough for the CC length. It's not that long at relatively short range. Pull away. They want to break the base down here in the bot side. On the other, though, is Cream shoving up down about 10% HP. They could surely clean this one out.
Oh, that'll be the tower gone. The minions will just about see that one through. So the base is broken. Rookie stole that Sejuani ultimate, which caused them some issues just in that last defense. Still, I think IG, look, given the gold lead and given the state in the game, I think IG surviving with most of their base intact and having inhibitors all up, that's better than they would have hoped for. So top esports, what are they looking to do? Of course, they have Baron and Dragon overlapping at the same time. I mean, both teams have players that can solo those objectives down very quickly, so you can leave one person to try and take that Dragon while you go up to the other side of the map. Double GA. Oh, it's so hard to get that first reset onto top esports, though.
GA and Spirit Visage now done.
Maybe, and the Spirit Visage also, it impacts your healing, if you get any healing through. Well, I guess that's less relevant.
And shielding.
But it will increase your shielding from your W, from your Spirit Cleave, and also the Shield Bow as well.
Yeah.
So give an extra 10% on that. Very hard to get yourself those resets. So maybe I was doing a little bit too much copium for IG in saying, oh, they could get the resets. The anti-reset comp is here. They also have the Feats of Strength, which will give them the extra stats on top of the regular cap of the game. So while, yes, you say, oh, well, IG are catching up because the other team's full build. Well, they're also full build, plus an extra 750 gold spent on these boots.
The other side of this, of course, though, is if you can force the GAs down, the game gets a lot easier again. So if top esports ever burn them for free, someone oversteps, Cream tries to look for an ult and gets caught out a little bit and just gets surrounded by the IG members, it can still be very tricky. In the extended fights of Viego, Silas, and Ezreal with the Karma backing, you are still very good in extended plays. A lot burst heavier for top esports, even if, of course, the Yone at this point can be pretty deadly in that perspective too. But you have got tools, it just requires exceptional piloting.
Where is the Karma? Not in range from Mikhail's right now. So scary. Look, if Mikhail's is in range, Kanavi needs to choose his targets a little bit more selectively. Cream, of course, with his ult, doesn't have to. It goes on to
phenomenal glacial presence. The Shy hops away, but tries to go between worlds, does so. It's read by Kanavi, and that's the game. Supposed to be a match between the Kings. The Sultans are swinging for the rafters, and top esports were made to work for it despite how bad this Yone got. But in the end of the day, Jackie Love comes out better in the divorce in game one.
Kanavi and Jackie Love get their ults onto the right targets. Top esports had one or two stumbles, but largely ruled the game on their easier to play composition. It has been a fault of IG in the past, and they will lose game one. Not quite able to piece things together or thread the needle in their own team fights.
Well, that was a game of League of Legends of all time.
Yes, it was.
We saw some vintage Rookie in the Shy for better and worse in that game. And actually, on the other side, some vintage Cream play, actually. Really, really clean Yone. We saw why we were quite excited about this guy at one time or another. Link that up with Kanavi on the Sejuani, and you were right. That Sejuani was near enough unkillable. Cream certainly was. Didn't die that game somehow, despite how messy it did get as it went on.
Well, folks, I guess we should reintroduce ourselves to those who are coming in from the LCK. Hi, folks. How's it going? I'm Nymaera. This is Initialise. You might have seen us about the place on LPL broadcast before, the LEC broadcast as well in recent weeks. We cast the LPL from here because there is no official LPL broadcast anymore, and we really enjoy the region. I used to cast the region on the official broadcast for the last 2 years. We've cast a lot of games here, and we're helping archive and bring the region to you in a more standard way from our standard broadcast. We hope you're enjoying it. I need myself another coffee, so I'm going to go rush off and do that.
Hey Al.
No, yeah?
Before you go, what do you think the goal difference was between mid laners at the end of the game?
5,000.
6.5.
Oh,
6.4k difference in mid lane, guys.
Rookie got creamed.
Rookie by name. Rookie by nature. That was a cookies and cream, exactly. He was eating good that game. Now watch him yo. Now watch him nay nay. Holy moly. Holy moly. Hello to Twitch. Hello to Nymaera's YouTube. Hello to Onivia's YouTube. Good to see you all out there. Yikes. Yikes, folks. That was a game of League of Legends that just occurred. Whew. Okay, well, the thing is, the moment we said that comp was just way easier for top esports. And it was. Gala tried, and in fairness, the Ezreal did get off to a really good start. However, the rest of the map did not. It was miserable. And life did silly things there. Silly things. To the side of Invictus Gaming, who were not Invictus. They were not Invictus. Ninivictus. I need a better negative here. Well, Gala did do the try, and for all I was saying, oh, Jackie Love on a slightly lower damage build, actually did quite a lot of work this game. Good for him. Cream on the Yone. Actually, we saw a really good Yone game from Knight the other time. Remember, he only did like half that damage. Cream did monster work this game. That is really, really nasty. The discrepancy in solo laners really hurt this game. Rookie and the Shy did not have a great time, did they? That is, yeah, let's experience this one more time. For better and worse, we did experience Gala trying real hard there. I think if you managed to pick off Jackie Love as well as these three, this might have been a bit different. This was the moment when you began to wonder whether Gala might have just enough in the tank to win the game. But the problem is the goal difference else was so large that you start getting GAs, you start getting Zhonya's, you start getting Spirit Positions, and then it is just that much harder. NIP best winner of this series, yeah. I feel like NIP should be favored, but then again, honestly, there was some fumbles from NIP. I think Duembe's counter picks did not work in the best of fives. Not in the upper bracket anyway. JDG kind of outdid them a little bit there. So we'll see how that goes. And then, yes, Cream on Yone is really, really good. I need to see him do it on champions that are not melee and named Yone and Akali. The losers out? Yes, they are. If you lose this best of 5, you are done. If Top Esports, Invictus Gaming, BLG now, as they just defeated Weibo in their best of 5 earlier today. If they want to make first stand, they have to win 5 consecutive best of 5s. It is a nightmare gauntlet. You're watching LPL and LCP? Oh, nice. How is it LCP finals right now? How's that going? Oh. But yes, loser drops is the key thing here. The dream is the Shy, Rookie, and Gala all pop off in the same game over and over. Yeah, exactly. Look, I think eventually Invictus Gaming will be good. I genuinely do. However, we are very... We've seen what? This will be the 4th best of 5, the 4th series we've seen from Invictus Gaming all split. They played 3 best of 5s in their group. They've then come into playoffs. And I just don't think that's a lot of time. It's not. It's not a lot of stage time. I think there's a bit of work to do. I think they've been trying to play some quite complex comps. I am more interested to see where this team is this time next split. See where that's all going to be at. What about Cream on Tristana? Cream on Tristana counts. That's fair. I just think Tristana's very good right now, so I don't want to see Cream on Tristana because I think it sucks. But hey, we've seen like Nuke try it and couldn't pull off a 10, even despite being 10 kills up, couldn't win into a Yone late game. This was an experience, and I think we all knew where this was going for MVP. Camilo USA had a good time. Yeah, he did. He tried. I think yes, he did some work. Oh, Cream. Man, he is just so good at Yone. He picks his moments to go Soul Unbound into Fate Sealed better than nearly any other Yone out there, because he doesn't hang around with the Soul Unbound. It is immediately knowing his engage range is better than most other people on this champion. It's really, really cool to see. 2 Taiwanese teams in 10 so far, yeah, fair. Yeah, is it Talon v... I didn't see who the other team was, actually. Is it Talon v... It's, I should know this. But yeah, looks good fun. I'm happy for you.
You gonna take a break yourself?
Yes, I am. Understandably, Cream was MVP.
Yeah.
It was a sick.
Yeah, it was a good game from like top esports as a whole. I think 369 was quietly chugging along.
Yeah, he had a good time on that rumble.
The combo with the ults was largely pretty good.
Yeah, no, actually, I think early game, especially when we saw like multiple, Glacial Prison into Fate Sealed into Arrow on repeat, felt very, very good.
Oh, is Talon CFO playing today?
Yeah, that's the finals now.
Really? Wow,
yeah.
Nice.
It's a lot of finals this weekend.
Yep. Oh, I need to put my head down and rest.
You may need to run some ads and break because it will mind.
I will do that now. Oh, I'm so tired.
Feel so tired.
Yeah, it's no surprise that Talon are a game up. They're a very good team. Oh, I need to sleep more. The IG bought Danian so he could shout at Rookie in the Shy Korean? Wow. Hey, look, after game 1, this team does tend to shape up pretty well. But game 1 does look very overcomplicated in almost every IG game. A shot for Konami to get MVP. I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Ooh, interview. Hey, the show.
한 6점? 7점? 팀원들이 잘하고 있다고 생각하고 성격이 좋다 보니까 사실 저는 제가 성격이 좀 특이하다고 생각하거든요. 좀
I scammed casual once. I did see that.
좀 약간 쉽지 않은 성격을 생각하는데 팀원들이 잘 맞춰져서 좀 더 시간을 보내면은 좀 더 잘할 수 있을 거라고 생각하고 그래서 그런 모습을 팬분들이 좀 인내심을 가지고 기다려주시면은 아마 좋은 결과가 나오지 않을까 싶습니다.
Interviewing in Korean?
目前队伍表现算是在呈现一个就比较向上的那个还行吧，就算是打得越来越好吧，就表现是挺满意的。就今年我想对队友说的就是加油吧，一起加油，不要有压力。然后我个人的目标就是打得比去年好。
That'll be our players doing their interviews. We'll slowly make our way back towards the stage. Oh, I need more sleep. I did sleep pretty well, but... Hello, we're back. Sam's taking a break himself. Into our 6th hour of the stream. Starting at 6 o'clock for me, for setting it up. Okay, IG got a... Look, they fought back pretty well considering the comp disadvantage in Game 1, but... These IG drafts need to change. Their Game 1s are very overcomplicated, and I'm not... You know, it's okay if you can pull off the overcomplicated drafts, but they haven't consistently now. So, IG, what do they do in Game 2? You don't have to worry about the Rumble anymore, but a lot of your power picks have gone to... Cream's lost his best champion in the Yone, which is a big thing. Cream is a great Yone player. You know, he plays stuff like the Akali and the Sylas too, but the Sylas is now gone as well. He's played more mages as time's gone on. Conversely, the top East was drafted super straightforward and plays to Cream's strength. Exactly, Shady. Exactly. Yeah. You can't be more different in terms of what was the strengths of these drafts. 3-1 top esports. I think if IG win this next game, I think IG roll over the rest of the series. I think they need like one team comp to kind of go their way, and then I think it'll get easier from there. Typically, IG are built through the series. They're not a good game one team. They overcomplicate things, and yeah, they struggle in game one. Whereas I do think top esports, well, they did have a very good late game. Was it the game 5 they had with Kanavi's Olaf? That was pretty fun. Cream, it was Oriana, Olaf. They should have lost that game though. Was it against LGD? Was it LGD they lost? They almost lost that game too. Because it's Xiaoya, yeah, Xiaoya and YCX is their bot lane. Is that them? Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Okay, well, we will slowly get ourselves towards stage. I need to find a suitably cool song. This should be cool, right? I need to find some better champion select music. Well, I mean, all of this is copyright free, and we are going to go towards that draft for game 2 here in the LPL. Danny and Martha, coaches on one side. IG, their game 1, not a great draft. Overcomplicated, lacking CC, and Rookie didn't have the best game, which didn't necessarily help because he was the one person with that real CC. Top esports, they won't, however, have a bunch of very comfortable, very powerful champions to the level that they had on that game. Just that. Cassante banned away by IG on blue side again. They chose that in game 1. Now into game 2. Will they find themselves like they have in previous series in this split, with a bit more coherent composition? No Rise for Rookie. Rise has been the LPL mid lane pick, it feels like. It feels like all the old gods of the mid lane are picking that champion back up again and getting some really good results with it.
It's been a bit of an LPL special, apparently. LCK's only seen it twice, 1-1 over there, for the whole split. Of course, just rounded out today. So I don't want to give that up to some of our very best players. Ambessa first pick, but the Jace was left open. Has often been an okay matchup into the Ambessa. And again, Jace feels quite flexible, really, in how you want to build him. You can go full damage, you can go tanky, you can go bruiser, even if I feel bruiser has kind of become the more standard option. And hell, you can even adapt in game if you want, depending on how everything plays out.
Ambessa much more easy to work into a team composition, I will say. Does well in pretty much most matchups. It's only really the Warwick we've seen from GT in Europe that has really given Ambessa a lot to think about. The Jace, strong laning champion at 369. It's always been a specialty champion of his. He's loved playing that in the past. Really want to see how the team comps build around this. You want something to pin people in place for the Ambessa. As top esports, they can play to a bit more range if they want. Maybe lock in a Maokai if they want it as well.
Yeah, that's not a bad option. They're going to go towards Kanavi's Nidalee. You've got the Jason already, so your double poke options are there.
And what you can do with that now is even lock in some like a Varus later and stuff and go for triple poke, and then you lock in on for 369 or something tanky, and you say, well, we're going to play triple poke and outrange you.
Does Gala now just lock the Varus himself then say, well, look, I still want to give this over, I'll play Varus, it's a strong lane. They go towards the Lilia instead. So we saw this attempted by Beichuan in game 1 of the series from TT and JDG. And it started fine, but as the game went down, if the Lilia can no longer keep farming, it gets trickier. But you can theoretically match. It's an AP jungle, AP source, which is really valuable. There's the Varus we were talking about. Corki, not really the poke champion he once was, but hey, rockets will count to an extent.
I guess you could go for Jhin if you wanted to.
True.
If you wanted to finish that off. I don't think you are. Look, you have enough options. You can go for Ziggs, you can go for Jhin. There's Kaiser as well, potentially too. Lock in the Leona. That's your hard CC. That'll help you a lot more for your team comp and allow that poke to become point and click rather than actually skill shot based.
So now I feel like IG have got a couple of options here in the bans. Do you get rid of things like the Maokai, which would set up for a lot of this poke? Actually, you can't because you could theoretically put that Maokai, say, top lane, move the Jace mid.
Which I think is okay.
So do you want to get rid of some of those setup champions, or do you want to try and pin Jackie Love's pool down and remove some of those easy pairings with the Leona that would fit this poke comp really well?
I think they could also ban out Misfortune, Leona Misfortune's pretty big too. The problem, I don't. Yeah, the Misfortune is a Jackalope special. They ban out the Corki. I don't love that as much. Yeah, Corki Leon is a good.
Plays it too, I suppose.
Yeah, and of course the Jace can go into either mid lane or the top lane. So different options there. I would almost prefer the Jace going into mid lane and then tank top lane be picked. I think that helps play towards the poke a little bit more. What does IG also want to remove there? There's almost too many options to remove. This is a problem.
I think the Poppy and Nautilus make a lot of sense. They're the really, really aggressive single target CC engage options from support, I suppose, at this point, realistically, where the lock-ins would be. Don't have to deal with it. There's that Misfortune you were talking about. Ziggs is definitely an option here. It will be pretty heavy on the AP front, but you still a good pairing with that Leona, and honestly, not that easy to lock in.
We called that out earlier as well.
But yeah, the Jhin was what you called. It's good setup with the Leona. It's additional poke. It makes it easier for the Jace and the Nidalee to hit their skills.
So last pick, flexing that Jace between mid lane and top lane, so IG will need to be careful of both the mid lane pick here. I think you're happy taking the Jace into the Ambassador. You just don't necessarily want to lock in a mid lane where the Jace thrives too well there either, because I do think a tank top lane and the Jace mid potentially makes things a little bit difficult to play against that poke comp. Braum into the Leona makes a lot of sense for IG. That means that top piece needs to be quite wary in a 2v2 if they do match up into that.
Door can help against the poke as well. Again, it's only up for one round of the cooldowns, but if you're using it to keep, say, this Lilia topped up, this Varus topped up, it can be a useful defensive tool into some of that options, and I agree. Very nice into that Leona too.
Ooh, are we gonna see Rookie? Come on, Rookie Ahri and Knight Ahri in the same day. I mean, I'm not sure, but I don't want them both to lose in the same day. That'd be kind of sad. Knight was really good on the Ahri, it just didn't win. It's gonna be Rookie's Azir, a champion which has had a patchy history on some great games, some awful games. One of his games against NIP, he slid over a wall accidentally and died horribly.
Oh man!
And the way it comes in, so now you have quadruple poke potentially coming in for top esports. 369. Likely to go towards a more bruisery build, well, less so than a full poke, but still really long range from top esports. IG, they are now really banking on Swirl Seed accuracy and Varus ult accuracy.
Alright, let's go check in with the Strictly Come Dancing crew, because we need to see exactly how far through the competition IG can go, because they are going to be required to tango their way through an absolute bullet hell here from top esports. And the bullets also include energy blasts and spells and large pieces of sharpened wood thrown by a woman who turns into a cougar on occasion, because
I'll have you know there's a flint spear tip to each of them. They're not just sharpened wood, my friend.
Fair enough. It depends what skin, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like, fall on these punji sticks or whatever they are. Whatever the
pogo
traps.
Sticks?
No, the ones you put.
Pogo sticks.
No, it's the traps you. No, it's the straps you put in the ground. You know, punji sticks. I'm pretty sure they're called.
Are they?
Yeah. Anyway, the stick things that the stick tracks and traps in the ground.
Bushwhack.
I know, Sam. I'm talking about pieces of sharpened wood because you were talking about pieces of sharpened. It is not important. It's not a pogo stick. You're just uncultured. We'll get into the game and we'll talk about IG versus top esports in our lower bracket best of 5 failures draft.
What kind of people are we that the insult is uncultured as the option? Oh dear. Do I stop pulling out Shakespeare puns like you were with Medic last night? Is this what I need to do to redeem myself? But anyway. Moving away from that, yes, Alex was right, it's a punchy stick. He pulled it up on Wikipedia. No! Oh, my days. You couldn't see that, guys, but it was actually very funny. Okay, so it is just base Nidalee. No skin for Kanavi. He's pulling a faker. He knows what he wants to do. Onto the Rift we go. Top esports lead and Victor's Gaming trailing. Wanted to even the series, and the cheers loud as ever. Thing is, Braum at level 1 is fantastic if he can get in range to Q. Not sure how easy that's going to be when everybody from top esports, aside from the Leona, has some really obnoxious level 1 skills to throw for about double the length of that Q, it feels like sometimes. So they managed to ward the Braum off. No, the Javelin Toss lands, interrupts that reset. He's a little late to lane, actually. 50 seconds is normally your break point to get back to lane on a good timer. Wards down. Are we looking for a lane swap now? Varus is looking on this top side with Fagala, so it might well be just that.
Yeah, you don't want to step into that jungle outside of the vision and fall into a punji stick.
I knew you were looking at. For some of the record,
tone of the voice.
There is a very hang on, Rookie. Oh, it's a javelin toss. Ow.
That's not a punji stick. But it's not a punji stick.
It's not. It could have been so much worse.
It could have been so. God, that would have been the end of him.
I genuinely thought you were just mispronouncing a pogo stick. Like, you forgot what it was. It's an actual thing. I know. Now.
Punji stick. It's the hole in the ground with the sharpened sticks at the bottom. It's a very nasty experience, probably.
Have you experienced it?
No, Sam, I haven't, but I know that it's a thing which some people have experienced in the past. IG have lane swapped, and they have got themselves a brawl in the top side.
Have they fallen into a punji stick trap?
No,
is it a metaphorical
not yet. They haven't. I love how Kadavi's trying to poke out the lane whilst also farming the jungle, really doing everything. He's just artillery here. If he does hit one more of these, and actually, Rookie might have to back quite unexpectedly.
Crushing more puts Rookie in a difficult spot, and at this point, the Shy is body blocking for his Azir. And again, Kanavi will leave. A little bit slower on the clear, of course, because I've got a few of those javelin tosses, which are a lot of your damage on those big neutral monsters. We're used instead to try and poke out the Rookie. Shy goes in, has got himself a Drakehound step or two. Doesn't lead to all that much.
He's got himself to level 2 now, so he can now go up towards top side for the wave crash dive, soak up a bit of the plate gold, leave Rookie to get solo XP now, so he can pick up bits and pieces. This tends to be the way of things where you get level 2 and a bit on both top lanes. You head to the side of the map, which is on the strong side. You share 3 people's XP there, and the support can maybe wander off and drop some XP themselves. Share some plate gold, as is going to happen. 370 quite get in range for that, but they're happy right now with what we've known to be the standard lane swap here in the LPL.
And we know how these two comps are going to want to play. Top esports, it's throw your skills. Theoretically, a person stunned up by the Leona, or a Jin W, or maybe a bit of way basic CC, and then everyone else hits their skill shots, and the person who is hit dies, and they cry a little. For Invictus Gaming, you are in a position where, yes, you've got good team fight, you're a little bit more versatile, but you really are obligated to close the distance and not just stand in the shooting gallery.
You're lower range on the whole. You have an on-hit Varus, the Azir. We'll see what. But hang on a second.
Baby.
369, buddy. That's a very dangerous TP.
I don't know about that one. Flashed early as well. Mako puts the door down, goes to the skies. Doesn't even get a minion.
369. What is it? Does he get 1 minion's worth of XP?
No, he doesn't even kill.
Maybe gets 1 minion if it dies to the turret. I'm not even sure. JJ now caught out. That's the CC landing in a bit. Is there another bit of CC ready to come flash through from JJ? Spear's going to land on the way out. IG lose their flash on their jungler, but they're very happy to pick up the first blood onto 369 on that top side of the map. Kill goes over towards that Varus. IG, I think once again they walk away with... I mean, look, this combo is easier to play than the last game, but it's still... I think top esports have an easier to play draft because they outrange so heavily. IG getting earlier gold it kind of soothes that a little.
369 as a player as well, obviously, who has been one of the absolute greatest top laners to have ever touched the game in the LPL, and I think for a long time, right, was the guy who convinced Bin to play tanks, right, because Bin couldn't do it. We're going to have to hold on these talks a bit later. This is the CC combo. Mako is not making anything right now. Gala will throw down a hail of arrows. Not quite a 21 gun salute. It's GG. Spotter Bob. It gets the slow from the blooming blows. Backs away.
Yeah, and Mako goes down as top esports. Mako it rain. Take down that Braum for their first kill of the game, even though it's a 1-on-1. And this is exactly what we're saying. Top esports are drafting easier things to play. It is so goddamn simple to land a bit of CC and just throw your shit at that first person who is CC down. IG,
poo,
if you have any
it now, exactly. Be like the monkeys in the zoo.
I think one of the biggest criticisms that has been universally leveled at IG is you are overcomplicating things. We know these players are good. That is not the problem. I think both these teams have incredible rosters altogether. But when you're playing simpler to play things which are easier to get on the same page for, it allows everyone to leverage their strengths much more.
You're now in a position, of course, where you get a kill on this Jhin, who then becomes more of a threat, because Jhin can sometimes default into utility, right? Just there to do setup, maybe get a decent fourth shot. But if you get the Jhin accelerated, we saw it earlier, right? Light nearly carried a game on that one into the very squishy comp of BLG in that final game. Sent Billy Gaming forwards in the bracket, but I think in this comp, if you start getting any of this poke significantly ahead, it's really difficult for IG, because they can't just sit around an objective. There we go, find the correct phrasing. You don't get to just stand there, because eventually your dancing shoes time out. You will fumble a beat, you will fumble a step, and the damage that will follow will be so obnoxious. If you can close a distance, if you can make it a brawl, you brawl better. But
It feels so bad for Jace, by the way, on the second tangent here. I just noticed this and I thought I'd bring it up. Jace died with so little gold in the first place, has to get a refill pot, not a tier. So it doesn't get a tier for the first stage of the game, which is really annoying. It delays it from being activated. You get less mana for that laning phase. So 369, a good Rumble game last time. Not giving himself the easiest platform to play off of here.
I was about to have a conversation about it, actually. 'Cause when we had that little play onto Mako, and we made that Mako it rain, and I nearly made a Final Fantasy joke about Mako will come a little later. We'll hold on to that one, just a spoiler for later.
Is it Mako or Mako?
It's Mako, but
it should be Mako. Mako's a cooler way to pronounce it. Rookie going on to Cream, shuffles in there, has the flash, so he should be able to get over the wall, and indeed he does.
Has to burn that summoner though. It could be one you return to later. And for the reason it's Mako is because it's Japanese, it's Mako.
Mako.
So, it's not M-E. If it was
it.
Mako, it would be spelled like Mako on here.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah.
So you don't have that.
And if it was M-I-A-E, it would be Maiko.
Yes, it would be.
Which is a different and completely irrelevant point altogether.
Yeah. Can we go back to 369 briefly?
Sure, why not?
Because I was about to say, like, there was a period when he was known as one of the better carry tops in the league. Kind of prior to his time on JDG, even actually, I would argue. And then he joins JDG in 2023, or rather,
his initial top esports years were carry top years.
And he was so good at that point. He kind of took over from where the Shy kind of left off, and he was the next great thing.
2020 top esports with Knight, both of them running the league.
And they were absolutely incredible. And then 369 2023 had to play a different role, because that team was about, let's be real, jungle, and AD carry, and even then, of course, mid laner as well, because Knight was so good. Actually, no, yes, it was that point. And you had this
super
time.
team.
And that super team was incredible. And 369 was the person who became your tertiary carry. He was your flanker on Gragas that broke T1 at MSI and that kind of thing. And it was really, really exciting. But it meant that people suddenly went, actually, does this guy play carries anymore? Maybe he's got a Nara in him. And it feels like coming into last year, 369 struggled to go back to being a primary resource taker on the team. And I'm hoping for this year, things change around again, because we know what he could do in the past. And we know he's a versatile player with a lot of experience, but does he have it in him to really pop off and command respect and space on something like a Jace?
Especially in a world of, Bin's dominance for the last year as well, which, 369 historically had a great matchup into Bin. Well, I say historically, particularly in 2023, had such a good matchup into Bin, because you just out-teamfight him. 369 still a very good team fighter, and I think it's a cheat code having 369 as an AD carry on your team, because 369 buys you so much time and space that you can then be the godlike carry in your region. Jackie Love, of course, in this one, less about the hyper carry. He buys his own space by being so long range. Him and the Hui. Jin Hui, by the way, the Ionian artist duo. They actually have a quest together if they're on opposite teams. Obviously on the same team here. Yeah, it was it happened at Worlds last year. It's the first time a side quest ever got activated at Worlds. So if Jin or Hui kill each other with their ultimates, obviously can't do it here, the winner gets either 4.444 lethality or 3.33% magic pen, which is really cool.
That's fun.
Yeah. Anyway, Grubs and Dragons spawning up. We'll wax a little lyrical about other stuff at some less important time. Top lane is still top lane. So no real roams up towards the Grubs just yet. Of course, it's the second set. It's really the first set we get the more interesting rotations of your first resets from bot lanes. And first dragon was taken by IG.
I think what the buff should be for Cream would be Jin Bro. And if Jin gets it, it's Whey Protein.
Is that Qui-Gon Jinn?
Qui-Gon Jinn, yeah.
Oh my god, we need to have a Qui-Gon Jinn skin.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't really fit the same character, like the very aesthetic kind of level-headed monk compared to the actual just serial killer.
He does kind of imply that Anakin as a child is someone that he will convert into a child soldier.
Okay, hang on a second. Look, the Grubs are going to get started, but the Jedi Order is there to protect people from untrained Force sensitives, because if they lose control of their powers, they go incredibly wild. And look, that's Star Wars stuff. We have ourselves the attack of the Grubs.
There's a million more on the way, perhaps. As JJ, well, actually, only 3. This is the only 3 remaining. They get one of the Grubs. Navi looking for an angle. 369 and Shy trading on the other side. It's now a 4v4. In goes Chris. Lands the stun. Will likely be put to sleep here by the lilting lullaby. Flashes away. But he's kind of split up from the team. Rookie gets the shuffle. And they close the distance. And Jackie Love did not love that one. Valentine's Day was a bit of a disappointment for him. Mako hit with the spiraling despair though. Should just about survive. Guardian proc by Snipe. The Shy gets jumped on won't fall down. This javelin toss just wide, and actually, IG picked themselves up a second kill here.
The CC, it lands, but the follow-up is not there this time for Top Esports. The spear was on cooldown and Cream was out of range. So Top Esports can't get themselves an easy kill at the start of the fight. Crisp has to back off, and IG managed to pick off the pieces after the combo doesn't quite work out. Watch here, right? Because the CC lands onto Makeup, Spear's on cooldown, and the Wei is teleporting in. So actually, Chris just saved all of his HP, and the CC is gone at that point. Jaculov has flash, but doesn't flash over the wall. Rookie catches him out. And how many times are we going to say this in the series? But one of these World Championship teammates takes down their old teammate. Top Esports lose the grubs and get a bit of a reminder that they can't flub their combo. It's easy to play out, but if the pieces aren't there, well, it's not a combo then, is it?
You are still very squishy, so if for whatever reason the space between you and the enemy closes down, it's not very fun anymore. And the other side of this, of course, is the fact that Cream was only on Ionian Boots in the tier, had like no damage, like an amp tone, if that. So was not doing all that much work.
There is a really fun fact in chat from Oreos and Chill. Hui and Jin's names put together in Chinese mean ashes, which is cool. So they have like complementary names if you put their names together, which is really cool. That's a great fun fact. If you have other fun facts in chat, please let us know. We love checking in over there and seeing what you're yapping about as we're yapping about, you know, straight nonsense. Chemtech Rift comes up, it's a Dragon Beast.
Deeply unserious, as sometimes both of these teams can be. Shy. For once, knowing that discretion is the better part of valor, and backs away from this turret. Always a guarantee. This is JJ. Won't get hit by the bushwhack. Doesn't fall into a punji trap. That's the name of it. Trying to learn new things the other day. That's 3 Drake hounds.
It's not new, Sam. It's been a time-honored tradition of trap warfare.
Look, I have just discovered it. And
no, you haven't, Sam.
You not hear about this punji trap? Sam, I just invented it today.
Sam,
on broadcast.
I remember watching an episode of The Simpsons where these things
never happened.
Never cast with your brothers. Do you have, you know, if any of you like the movie White Christmas, you know, there's that one moment you say, if there's that, if you're standing beneath a collapsing building and someone's there to save you, just push them out the way and meet your fate, basically. Same thing with casting with your brother. Just.
How you bring up Christmas movies, Alex?
Because there's no time like the present.
Good God. Good God.
Towers are going down, opposite sides of the rift. Rookie's not going to be quite able to kill this. He is going for the tank hit.
That's unspeakable.
Hey, at least we haven't got Cassandra picked just yet. That one is... We will make that skin made. That
yells ho every time he pushes a key.
Yes, I will not gift. It'd be great.
Cool! Turns into Krampus when he goes all out. I think it's genius.
Yeah, it's wonderful, honestly. The Shy... just collecting a wave down here, not pushing this too far. Rookie is going for the Leandri's Riftmaker build, so he will be tankier, which is good because, look, Rookie, if he went for the Nash's build, would just be outranged and kind of get burst out. It is harder to burst you out with this build, and he's looking to just dive in and shuffle people in. No one on Top Esports really likes getting shuffled, even Leona doesn't really want to be bounced around too much. He wants to be sticking in melee range to get the Eclipse damage and, you know, the Aftershock damage and kind of making a way back up towards the team at that point. Top Esports do need to be careful about their vision control. If they allow the Shy and Rookie and JJ to get any angle into the backline, their combo falls apart quite quickly.
Conversely, for Top Esports, if they start losing control of the river, and for whatever reason their tier 1 falls kind of for free, you're playing a poke comp where you don't have bastions to stand around and be safe. Be that in vision, be that just in sort of structures and lane control to hold with. At that point, it becomes a lot hard to play the game, and we know what happens from years ago. If you play a poke comp from behind or into Baron, life sucks really hard.
So Top Esports, we've you know, we saw their first blood combo, looked really, really good. It's not the end of things though. Game 1 was a more tilted compositional advantage to Top Esports than it is right. I get so tilted by the towers. So, this is where I go. This is my gamer pad. It's where I go, where I get tilted from the towers.
I knew you were going to make that reference. I know your brain, Alex. I figured where you would go with this, and it's to Sonic fandubs.
Wait until we get to a late game team fight. I have an announcement to make.
I'm pissing on the team fight.
Who is Eggman within? I mean, I guess his closest thing probably is someone like Rumble and his giant robots. It's probably the closest thing I actually saw that in game 1. Mako, we need to. This is where the poke combo becomes very dangerous. If any CC lands and it doesn't, could have been a very different fight. Herald spawns now.
IG, forced to back away though and lose control of the river, and we leave random fan derangements behind for a second. Look at the flank, Rookie potentially looking for a big shuffle. Garlet dodges the severing bolt, and so far so good on the dancing shoes. In comes the teleport from the Shy, wanted to play this one out. Top esports, pull away, let it reset. The Shy still on a flank.
Yeah, so the Herald's going to get started up by IG, but, I mean, you get the teleport out of this. I think that the Shy was a little bit slow to the fight. If they wanted to take a fight, they need to be while they're in the choke point. Now he's coming through. He is on vision, though. They have full information of this to Top Esports.
Javelin toss down to 1900. The shock blast just lands, but it's well repudiated, so it doesn't get all that much value. Herald is still taken by Invictus Gaming, and the poke right now isn't hurting all that much.
No, it's not. And Top Esports would have liked to land things into not shields, whether that's Braum or the Ambassador one. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Not a great sign that Top Esports are getting bullied around or these objectives much. I think they lost a little bit of control around vision. They allowed that teleport to come in from the Shy. Well, I mean, you can't stop that teleport, but the teleport came from the Shy, and they got a little bit timid. Let's see if they can do anything around the dragon. If they start stacking dragons, maybe we can be a bit more happy about their objectives.
And again, part of this is, look, you're on an Archangel Staff's, not a Seraph's. You've got the Leandri's is damaged from Kanabi, that's that, but it's Black Cleaver on the Jason, not a second item, there's no more mana or anything yet, so...
Crisp.
JJ, gonna hip hopping forward. He's got speed up from that passive. The blooming blows do in fact give you more speed the more you hit Q. It's the reason why you turn into Formula 1.
Yeah.
Lilia at any given moment.
It's the Q passive. Do you know what her passive is called?
Dream Laden Bounce.
Yeah, and it puts Dream Dust on the enemy champions. Yeah. That was on, I believe, LEC Pop Quiz a while ago, which I won as a caster. The only caster to have ever won LEC Pop Quiz. Herald comes in the middle. I just have to drop this. I have too much ego. The Swirl Seed lands onto Cream, but you can't really follow up on it. Top East was giving a lot of ground. They're giving so much ground here. Dragon hasn't been taken just yet, but Top East was...
Where do you walk?
They haven't really been able to do anything with their combo.
And again, no one can face check from Top Esports aside from the Leona, so if you lose vision control, it kind of sucks.
IG doing well to, even with the DPS Varus, just say, well, I mean, we can throw some poke back, and the Azir's got the Leandri's poke as well. There is a spear that lands on Rookie, but, I mean, Top Esports, they have to slowly approach the Dragon. This is not what they want to do.
Chains got some flashed away from, as does Jackie Love go looking. Solar Flare then flashed in turn by Rookie. A couple of key summoners blown. There's now Top Esports who are in the river.
But now JJ...
Nice chonk into the spiraling despair. Curtains are called, and Lilia is venison.
That's your combo. Eventually, IG end up falling to the poke. It's a slow run thing. Here comes Mako.
Crisp goes on in. It's into the Braum, though, who Glacial Fissures puts up the door.
And the Shy misses his ult, importantly in that. It was on the floor. It's quite hard to see there, but the Shy missed his ult. IG would have thought that JJ would be able to flash forward after some of these ultimates were used. Not the case. Top Esports brute forced their way in. We were worried about how they were playing around the objectives, but slow and steady does it. They'll get themselves the Dragon advantage up to 2 on the board.
Again, once 2 items come through, it begins to be a bit scary. Cream now has Seraphs, now has a Haunting. Guys, we look again, and it just took him a second to land a few more skill shots as IG tried to get the pick on the bot lane.
They tried to. Rookie puts himself a little bit out of position. Getting the flash away from Jackalov is a big thing. JJ, this is quite disrespectful. You're going towards Fog of War. I get that he's maybe looking to flash over and get a big Q. If that happens, maybe you can win the fight out. Well, you probably do win the fight after that point, but JJ caught out the wrong point, and finally Top East will say, well, we got our regular cooldowns back, that'll be fine, and the Shy doesn't have any CC to combo his ult up onto, especially with the form change from Jason tier 2 boots. He just walks out of it.
Going towards a Zonya's second as Rookie. I can understand that, trying to avoid some of the CC. I think into the curtain call as well offers quite a lot of value. Be something like that Rift Maker third then would be my thought process. Might even be able to stick on the arm guard and just build towards that Rift Maker and pray you're only going to need that one stasis. It can be useful for that clutch moment. Looks like it'll be Infinity Edge second for Jackie Love, going collect it into a relatively squishy comp. I see the full damage Jin. I can get behind it.
Yeah, it means that when he's actually opening up with... If you open up with the Leona ult, the Jin will maybe one shot, especially because it does execution damage. If you get the Nidalee with long range spear on top of that beforehand, pretty sure Jin just kills you straight after that point.
Horizon Focus will be coming in for the Nidalee second, and at that point, that poke begins to hurt.
Oh my god, so clear. IG, Chinese Ruddy Sack.
That's hilarious.
You did not just call Invictus Gaming Chinese Ruddy Sack.
Can you screenshot that on my PC? I need to send that to Don Jake.
I cannot believe that's the thing.
Exceptional. I will message Jake that.
That is actually so funny.
That is a statement of all time. I can get behind it. Content team. Do we start yelling about the Glazers being out now from Victor's Gaming? Who was the boss of it? Well, in fact, who was IG's boss who caused some trouble? Kanavi gets away, pouncing. Gonna be fine for now. I feel it's possibly a little disrespectful to call Gala hums, though.
Look, I found it funny.
That's fantastic. That's just excellent.
We're getting ourselves around to Attica. Hang on, IG teleporting up towards this, leaving bot lane. Hui's teleporting up now too. Attica started. Top esports, they're pretty happy to use the shred of the Attica and just wrap more poke.
Edge is completed now as well, so this Jhin is online. And in the immortal words of Beelzebos, I am complete for hug. Be advised, this Jhin will hurt. 6,000. Cream off to one side. Shy looking for that flank angle. Still looking like the Attica might just go down. Flipping. Zenith blade goes wide. Rookie! Shuffles two. Chains of Corruption are massively wide though. Attica could be stolen! But it's not. Jhin gets the Brawn before he can reset. Jackie now trying to back away. Does go down. Extended fight continues as Rookie will be forced to withdraw. 369 flashes out. They can try and burn every single withdrawal if they can. The Shy gonna Drake count step and public execute best he can. But Kanavi is still real annoying and takes down the Shy.
So every single withdrawal is burned by Top Esports. Rookie goes for a shuffle, uses his stopwatch, but he's not really connecting up with the rest of his team. Gala misses his ult after that CC comes through. And it really felt like the Varus couldn't quite get into the fight in the way that they wanted to. Top Esports, by getting rid of that Atacam, I think they've got themselves a decent win, actually, out of that. Yeah, Jekyll gets caught, but the Varus ult missing there, that's pretty critical. That would have bought up so much time and space. What ends up happening in terms of the grand scheme of things? Because Jekyll goes down, so that's 1 kill. How many else do they lose? So it is actually ends up being 2 for 5 withdrawals, though the Braum actually dies.
Yes, so the Braum actually dies. It means Braum will actually have withdrawal. I don't know if that's the most valuable person to have it on, though. But hey, you got what you came for. It's still actually a lot of gold towards Kanavi. He picked up a lot of those takedowns, just like 600-700 gold over towards Kanavi at the end of that. Finishes him off that Horizon focus. He's in a pretty good spot, of course. Not going to break the game. The gold lead is 200 if that's apart. So very, very even. The big tele point, I think, will be around this next objective. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. IG are the ones there first. Again, they did have the withdrawal, so ironically, they get back out on the map at faster. 369. Gonna have to change towards the Mercury Cannon. Throws down the empowered order, gets shuffled into the Shy, hops over to the skies, trying to run away best he can. Gets a heal courtesy of a Primal Surge. The burn's not enough. 369 has teleport, and now Rookie is down that ultimate.
Rookie gets the shuffle, but 369 ends up just walking out.
Pull away. And we're going to hold on for a second here. And someone decides to just throw pennies at us for no apparent reason. There's digital pennies in chat everywhere. Having some fun in chat. I see Dragon started, but the vision control not looking great right now for Victor's Gaming, and that means the poke can begin to start flying. Javelin toss number 1 goes wide. We can begin to look. It's looking like a Yankos sphere of accuracy. Cream flashed away at the public execution, but that summoners down. Deadly Flourish lands. But no real follow-up as yet. Dragon was taken, I believe. No, it's not. It's just we lost vision control due to the vision toggle, and all the while, 369 is shoving mid. That's why Top Esports aren't forcing this. They're happy to hold court and let the Jace do work in another lane.
Top Esports will get themselves Soul Point, and they'll get themselves a turret. This is a pretty big advantage for them now. They can choose to drop a dragon and then go towards something else, or they play slowly around the objective and just look to poke. They don't have to die for a dragon dive now or something like that. Rookie has been consistently trying to shuffle people back into his team, but on the other side, 369, he has a bit of HP from the Grasp and from the Black Cleaver. The Nidalee sees him through with a HP buff from the Final Surge. IG can't quite get themselves that play they wanted.
I think understandably, the Varus as the Fed member here. 201, gone towards the Lethal Temple. Blade plus Rage Blade, looking towards an additional lifesteal item here as well. Going to try and just tank his way through this poke. Because if you get to the point where the Varus is uncaring and unbothered with things like a Terminus or a Jack Show, it can be a little harder to make the plays work if this Varus is not as easy to chunk out.
Was that DPS build necessary for Gala? Well, the thing is, if you are playing around Leona, it's really good. The problem is, I don't think that I don't think that top esports are actually playing around their Leona that well. If you hit with a Jin W as well, on top of anything else, if Kree manages to get a tag on people, go on to that, then yeah, the damage is really, really good, because it's more about your W and your ult than your actual auto attacks. I think if you're auto attacking as the Jin, even with the rapid fire cannon, I think you could argue that's a mistake, because you're probably within shuffle range, you're probably within Flash Lilia range too. Okay, you have the Liandry's Azir onto the Baron. Top esports, they do not want to let this go. This is a bit of a lapse of judgment.
They're going to try and play this one out, down to 3,000. Can still be Kanavi looking to get into the back end by Baron secure, but what about the fight down to Cream on a good flank? Gets a massive crushing maw. Mako is dead. Inspiring Despair onto JJ. They try to run away, they'll have the Mega Blast Cone, and I think they can extract. Curtain Call comes down, trying to pick off as many members as they can. They dodge well. Rookie tries to use the Emperors to divide to buy time as Gala. Chains the Corrupted, Deadly Flourish still picks him up. They lose 2. But they still get out with Baron.
They still get 3 Barons, and they get it onto their solo laners, importantly. So you can split it across the map and say, okay, well, JJ can sit in the group in mid lane. The solo laners can go push out the rest of the map. Top esports, they need to get a response now before the respawns come back up.
Looking for a Hex Flash over onto the Shy, jumps on forward, gets a Repudiate, but the damage is pretty nasty. They pull back away as Chris takes an additional tower shot.
Shy.
Primal Surge heal is enough to keep him top as the Shy is okay. Severing Bolt just stepped out of.
I just saw that he had Eclipse and he had ult. I was thinking, you know what? That could be a kill. Ambassador, one of those champions which heals a lot when they do damage too. What's the chance of a turnaround? Chooses not to go for it.
Jackie Love comes away with a couple extra kills. Also took that tier 1 topside while all this is playing. Kanavi continues to maraud through the jungle. Has gone towards the Scorch Claw here. Like a Gust Walker, which you sometimes see on the Nidalee if you're looking to get value out of your move speed you get from your passive when you're going through bushes. But hey, I think the additional slow on hit can be pretty valuable. That extra bit of damage proc, especially when you're playing the poke comp. I understand the decision making here.
Okay, so this is a really big moment. Top esports, they just forget that Baron with Azir, even with the tankier Azir build, is really, really fast. And on hit Varus too. They take this very quickly. Lilia too, one of the fastest in the game at taking that objective. The ult goes on to Jackie, cleanses just to get the immediate ult out. JJ, not bad, I suppose, to put the ult onto him. It would have stopped some of that follow-up. The wall stops Cream from immediately following up. Doesn't really change that much, does it?
Nice angle.
Gala goes down. IG, with that Baron, does that smooth them over to a point where they can actually get a meaningful advantage. They're down a little bit of gold because they took the Baron and lost some kills after the kill gold, of course, factors into that.
Alright, falling towards a Void Staff third is Cream. No Blackfire Torch on the way. Of course, went for the Seraphs. I can't understand that. Relative sense. Rapid Fire Cannon just locked in for Jackie Love as well. He said not necessarily a great game for him to be autoing the Rapid Fire. Allows him to get those off, particularly with the 4th shot. Can now find some better angles with that. Bloodthirst complete for Gala. Additional lifesteal. Wants to stay alive as much as he can. Did give that shutdown over to Jackie Love, which kind of sucks. Void Staff just completed as we speak about it for Cream. And the Shy just hit level 16, so that passive amount of Armor Shred and Omnivamp now at its max value for this Ambassador.
It's worth noting, folks, for each rank of Ambassador's ultimate, 10% Omnivamp on your abilities, and then also 10% armor penetration per rank, so it's 30% of each right now. Now, if you think about the amount of damage that Ambassador does, a third of that going back as health to them, with the Eclipse on it too, yeah, kind of nasty, right? That's why we see the late game Ambassador be so nasty, and the Shy has had some highlight reel moments on that pick. It's been one of his better ones. All of his random CC can be so powerful.
Where's the follow-up? Not really there. Mako with standing in a great position to block off some of that.
Look, if you
down.
Okay, this is like the 3rd time I've seen this game from Top Esports. If you are throwing out the Solar Flare, make sure you haven't thrown the Javelin or the Jin W just before it. You want to make sure that as you go for it, everything can be layered on.
Traps everywhere, my days.
Jin and Nidalee, both of them, really just littering the place, trying to get some damage. And remember, if the Nidalee trap procs onto you, then the damage comes through, and you can get that root from the Jin W.
Really, really annoying. And just means it's hard to stay off vision as well. They have managed to force their way into the river now as well. Cleared out some of this good control wall to spot out some of those traps. Deadly Flourish lands, but only really breaks the Bloodthirst shield. Javelin toss into accelerated shock blast, but it's Rookie down about a third of his HP.
He doesn't have teleport. Very important. He also doesn't have level 16 if he goes in for an ult 2. He doesn't have the flash to make that land. Top esports may well have just bought themselves Chemtech Soul. Might not be game ending, but it's definitely nasty as heck. JJ, what's he gonna do? Does he go for a flash Q? He's got an angle!
Oh, it's a big angle. Gets on. It's only on to really Cream. The Lilting Lullaby comes down, immediately cleansed by Jackie Love. Chains of Corruption on one side. Locks up 369. The Shy into the backline. Locks down Cream. But look at Jackie Love. Rookie goes golden, trying to get the force shot, spots out Mako, will go 1 for 1. What about Kanavi? 369 Crisp on the other side. The Shy gets another. He can keep on hunting. Drake pound steps, looking for that lacerating slam to get a bit more move speed. Kanavi heals himself up. They did get Chem Soul at the end of it all, though. It ends up being a 2 for 3. Kanavi trying to trade it out. Gets Blast Cone to the other side. Gets another Primal Surge to keep himself topped up and gets out alive.
Top Esports get the soul, but they lose a lot of members. Key moment was Jeja going in with that ult. He doesn't just get Cream, he gets Jackie Love as well. Puts the damage down onto both of them, and both carries start burning to both the Leandries, and the Riftmaker amps damage too. Look at this. Does get the cleanse out of Jackie Love. Doesn't quite catch Kanavi, but even just getting the burn down starts to make things a little bit difficult, right? And as soon as you get Rookie in there, the extra damage starts to tick up. The Shy gets himself a 1v1/1v2 in the backline. Yeah, you get Gala gunned down as he's in the Dragon Pit, but both carries of Top Esports in the mid and bot lane positions go down, and IG can clean up.
Yeah, Crisp at least gets away. They go looking for Kanavi, can't quite find it, but hey, 2 for 3, you get Soul. Potentially okay here.
Worth noting, this is a really good point from Shelly in chat. Chemtech Dragons give you heal and shield power.
Very true.
That does apply to Nidalee's Primal Surge. That's going to be an extra 18% healing on the Primal Surge. When you get a load of AP and you get up towards maximum levels, that's a hell of a lot of work. You need to see how much value that can come into saving your carries now.
And we saw Nidalee kind of creep back into meta last year, just before that. Part of the reason she did is because she didn't fall off quite as hard as she once did in the mid game, because the Primal Surge boosts to how much she gives in terms of that healing and comes with that attack speed amp became really valuable for the rest of your comp. You become a sort of pseudo enchanter later in the game to keep people like this way topped up, to keep people like this Jin and Jace topped up as well.
And then particularly because you get the extra damage reduction when you're under 50% HP now, if you get that Nidalee heal onto Leona, who's tanking up the front line, maybe Crisp can do a hell of a lot of work. They have themselves the empowered Mercury Treads as well, the chain-laced Crushers. We are into poke warfare again, bullet hell in the mid lane, 4 minutes until the Elder spawns. Baron is up, so Top Esports can just go up to the top side of the map. Threaten Baron, it's not good terrain for them. He should be okay. Mako's walking
flash.
up. We'll see how far he can get out of this.
Gets the slow from the smite, gets the dragon, gets away. The deadly flourish just wide. Teleport from Rookie now used whilst he goes wide.
I was about to say, it's quite ambitious to think you can chase down an Ambassador like that. They get to get so much value. God, Crisp, they go for anything more. They misses again from
get
Crisp.
onto Mako though, and that's the person who's blocking all of this bloody CC. And of course, all the pokes. 369 flashes out as Rookie and the Shy try to catch him on the other side. Flash blown, but member down.
Yeah, and 369 actually, Gala, you gotta be so careful.
Ooh.
Flashes away from Crisp. Just about makes it out. Top Esports with that pick onto, as you rightfully said, that powerful frontline tool for IG. It will start up that Baron.
Shy and Rookie can still be very scary here. Double knockup, 369 just spotted out. Then now they've lost vision again. JJ's trying to come on over. Deadly Flourish lands! Goes Sonya's. Rookie, golden statue for a moment. The Shy knocked back away. Gets a massive shuffle, but they lose the Azir anyways. The Emperor going down enough to kill the King, but what about the retainers? GA on Jackie Love brings him back. Put back to sleep though. The lilting lullaby down. They do kill off the 369 Jace. Reset coming through from the Shy, who has got teleport.
Oh, bloody hell, it's just carrying on, isn't it? It's so close. Scarlet jumps on Kanavi!
There is no flash! Tries to get the root! Tries to get him! Crushing more, buys enough time and they pull away. Kanavi gets the key carry. 50 seconds on Gala. The Shy being run at. They have lost the wave mid. Solar Flare lands Deadly Flourish after. Buffered with the Drake Hound Step. Mako lands the concussive blow. Spiraling Despair now onto the Braum, who's put up the door, puts down a Glacial Fissure. Oh, actually, maybe we'll be able to escape here. The Shy loses his Sterex, but that's about it.
Oh, that's a proper Hodor moment. Really does end up buying that escape path. Well, I suppose that you actually live through at the end of it, so not quite the same. 2 minutes until Elder. Baron is alive. 36 minutes creeping up on the scoreboard. We are going to have ourselves a late game fiesta. Kanavi manages to get onto Gala just at the end of this play. Trap goes onto them, starts putting down bit of that value, and honestly, a lot of what wins this out is actually the Chemtech Soul. Gets the extra damage buff below this point, gets the extra heal. I think without the 3 Chemtech Dragons would have died without that extra heal and shield value.
You've got Zonya's completed, you've got the 10 stack on the Dark Seal. Hell, I'd be debating picking up a Magi's. Rookie shuffling away with no flash. Zonya's is back, curtains are called. doesn't do that much damage right now. There is no Lord Dominic's regarding there's quite a lot. Just stats built up by IG at this point in the game.
Top Esports relentlessly pushing the mid lane. Push it, walk through that wider opening into the river. Use your poke, use your vision. Using the half vision of Jhin traps and Nidalee traps. You can see they're littering everywhere. Makes such a difference. Baron's being started. Swellseed's going to go right down that alley. Not going to land onto anyone important. JJ has flash for another key Q.
Again on the backside, Fix is now coming down. Deadly Flourish lands onto Mako, and again, this Braum is struggling to be the frontline he once was as cleanly. Crisp continues to look forward, the slow from the captive audience, sidestepped, tried to read it, did Crisp, didn't quite get the right, zigged instead of Zag. JJ hit the shot glass, Solar Flare, slow down, plus buffer out with the watch out, Eve goes golden. Kanavi needs to back away, gonna be hit by the Braum passive, not quite stunned up, but Rookie finds the shuffle, can't quite get the kill, he's gone deep, Mako so low, the auto gets it for Kanavi on the other side, Shy, trying to get the work done, into the back line, trying to Drake step his way to victory, Cream gets healed, courtesy of the Primal Surge, it matters, oh god does it matter! They finally killed a couple. JJ can try and play it out. He's so damn fast.
Oh, that Lilia, that little deer. It's looking to make them into roadkill instead. We are left with 8 people dead again across both teams. 4 for 3. No, that's 7. I just can't count. Who gives a damn at this point? Elder Dragon is alive. Both junglers are alive. Kanavi can keep healing up. A spear could be everything. Need to be so careful.
TP, can potentially join. They could 2-man this Elder. I think this gets going. So look at this again because it gets very spicy.
I hope you're enjoying watching this. This is bare knuckle fighting. This is a knife fight. Rookie doesn't get the game-ending shuffle. It's on Kanavi, but it's not to Jackalope, which flashes away from it. Doesn't catch anyone else. The Lilia being saved by Mako. Yeah, Mako ends up dying for it. That's a huge moment in this too. The Shy very nearly cleaning up as well. Jackalope cleanses away, so he doesn't get the extra damage coming onto him through Lilia. Oh, very close on surviving that. Walks into the Hui pool, but the burn just lasts so long from the Dream-laden bout, from the Blooming Bows and the Dream Dust. He goes down anyway.
Man, it was heads up from Jackalope. I don't blame him for stepping in the Tranquil Pool. It was the right idea, just not enough.
Yeah, and there's a question, chat, why does JJ run there? Look, JJ has a lot of damage, and he even has the MR Shred item of the Bloodletter's Curse now, but the extra healing and the assassination value from a late game Nidalee, you don't see it in team fights in 5v5s that often, because not often the Nidalee just can't do that in 5v5. In a 1v1, Nidalee will one-shot you. You need to be so careful. So, a lot less flashes than there were last time. Gala has flash, 369 has flash. That's what we're playing with, folks. That's what we're playing with. A couple of summoners here around the place, but that's what we're missing. No cleanse this time either.
Rookie slow by the Soul Flare. That's it. And Elder now started up. Can Top Esports fight their way into the river? They got Soul, but they are now facing down the potential of Elder. Difficult. Down to 10,000. Looking to get in. The curtains are called. And that hurts. Chains of Corruption land. Onto Kanavi, but heals himself. Oh! Onto Gala. Takes him down to 10% HP. And that Paris does not enjoy it. Has got a bloodthirsty go heal. Crisp looking to get to the backline. Gets on a JJ. Mako also trying to buy time. Crisp going low. Not quite down. Rookie! Finds the Emperor's Divide. They lose Gala, but they still get to. Lilia continues to coup. As Shy goes down, Kanavi trying to hop on in, trying to get more. How much more can this tier do? Is it a predatory bear? It's looking like a very, very dicey 2v2. 369 to the skies. Accelerate to Shock Blast. And they end up going 7 kills again in a team fight.
Kanavi and JJ do not want to lose this game. Rookie does not want to lose this game. He gets himself a much bigger shuffle than he has in previous fights, but it's not enough to get them the numbers advantage. Teleporting in, JJ has no flash, but has smite. Does Kanavi really want to stay here? 369, powerful, level 18 Jace. I don't know if it's completely safe for them to stay here. JJ might be able to walk in. Sure, but he might be able to walk in and get the smite. He might just be looking for it. Let's see what he gets in terms of swirl seeds. He might just be able to Mega Blast Conan. Oh my god, he's going for it. JJ, get it! JJ! He's done it! He kills
Oh no!
He kills off 369! I have never seen anything like it in my life! The Lilia walks away with the Elder and the 2 kills!
That is your 2021 World Champion. Unreal scenes.
I have never seen anything like that in my life. That play just won the game for IG. They'll get the Elder, they'll get the Baron, and by hook or by crook, IG may well have brought us back to even.
Knavi's first death is to the hands of an Elder-empowered 1v2 Lilia. Oh my days, he just picked up Crisp as well. He's going to die. Hang on, Rookie now in danger. Curtains are still being called. Remember, there's still a lot of damage on TES. If they can stand and deliver, Rookie down to 10% HP for the public execution of the backline. JJ looking for an angle. Goes low. That's a bit bloody deep. The Shy continues to Drake count step. Is now slowed. Can't keep going forward. Big crushing more. Continues to chase. Cream looking for the long range engagers, and they lose a lot of HP.
Oh no. Just as they thought they had the hero play, they have no Eldor anymore. The Baron is not going to get them nearly as much as what they wanted. From Hero down into the pits of Tartarus. Cream just needs to be a little bit careful there. I mean, there's no flash on the Shy. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, folks. We hope that you are enjoying this one as much as we are. Oh, my word.
Death cap on Lilia.
Death cap on Lilia. Full build, level 18 Lilia. But he can't make it work 2 times in a row. That last fight around the Elder, I mean, absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I've never seen anything like it.
There is no intermission. There's no time to get popcorn. You stand or you sit and you watch wherever you are, because this is going down to where we are. 42 minutes deep. It's only game 2. Red buff taken. Elder still sort of on. Baron there as top esports though. Very, very threatening. They are not done here either. This Jin at this point as well, nearly at a full build themselves. I think that Lord Dominic's regards gets very, very scary. We'll look at the replay, because JJ with the Chemtech empowered blast cone descends from the heaven to Q smite the Elder, then wins the 1v2.
Has the Zhonya's. The burn from Leandries, amped by Live Rift Maker, and then the Elder Dragon burn on top of it. Yeah, you better cheer as that crowd. This is absolute Gladiator Arena stuff. Top esports, they survive that Elder play. They will probably survive this Baron as well, but it is much harder for them to play out their composition when they are the ones being sieged into.
Poke comp into siege ain't exactly a lot of fun. The gold at this point is near enough decorative. Everyone's got a lot of damage, is the long and short of it. Some decent survivability tools, Zhonya's and GA's built up in various locations to flourish. Doesn't catch on to Maker. I think the real value here is going to be things like these supports start to catch up in levels. The solo lane as Mako no longer 5 levels behind the poke. He's beginning to catch up. Crisp as well on this Leona. Gets increasingly tanky. Flash forward onto the Shy. Caught out in mid lane. The wrap to play. Flashes away with the Drake count step. The burn is huge, but he survives.
My word. Gets away with a sliver, but a sliver's enough. IG. I mean, I thought they had this game in the bag, but you can see that it is so difficult. If you miss position, someone just immediately gets popped. At this point in the game, it's no longer a poke comp, it's just an orbital nuke. The Shy's very lucky to make it out alive.
Jace just picks up a Serpent's Fang.
Yeah, that'll
deal
help.
with some of the shields. There are going to be a fair number, particularly on the likes of the Varus, on the Ambessa. Big, big, big time. Keep your eyes on that. I think there might be a locket on Mako too, understandably. Cream nearing a death cap. Hell, this Nidalee at this point as well. Those spears really, really sting. Just picked up a crit bloom. So more cooldown, more pen, more damage. Everywhere you look. Finally picked up that mortal reminder to Jaculov. Understandable when the Lilia passive, when the Shy's passive offers so much healing. Hell, this Varus build full of life steal, trying to mitigate that. Understandable.
45 minutes just crested. This is truly late game, folks. Minute and a half until. Elder is back up on the table. Not sure you get 2 of those steals in one game. Oh man. Shock blast lands and W lands after that. Would have been dead. Remember on
sorcery on JJ now.
Remember on that that last Elder fight where the spear hit and the 4th shot hit? Basically a 1-shot on Skull. Survives about 200 HP. Maybe survives a little bit longer now. He doesn't have that many resists though. He has the healing. The on hit, the Rage Blade does allow your lifesteal to tick twice when it's stacked up to 4 stacks on the Bloodthirst. If you have no resist still, going towards the Jack Show soon, and that will be the last bit of the build. Terminus as well. You actually need to hit champions to get those resist stacked up.
How easy is that going to be into a Pokemon? That's fine in the fight, right? But you need to be in range to do that.
Oh, they're hovering over Jaculov's Gathering Storm. We're 40 minutes in. He's going to have...
Insane. 791 AD.
Yeah, Gathering Storm at 40 minutes. I got to check how much this is, but Gathering Storm at 40 minutes? That's got to be like 80 AD or something.
He has basically got another Infinity Edge worth of AD.
Oh my god, that's insane. I gotta check how much this is.
It's a wild old game. Invictus Gaming and Top Esports devolving a little into an ARAM. I'm not sure you can blame them. I think if anyone splits apart for any length of time, the pounce, Rookie jumps over the wall, finds a hell of a lot of traps with the sweeper. Shot glass lands, Mako on a side.
Okay, it's 48 AD currently, got to 72 if we get to 50 minutes, and that is when you basically have an extra item on top of everything else. You can argue about all items, but Jin, Jackie Love, he just flicks that gad at you. Your head goes rolling. Any one of these skill shots could change everything. A little bit of damage into a Jin W. You need that damage to activate that rune. Yeah, I like that. You just get a little bit tense. IG, what do they have left in them? You better have their
Elder's
dancing
back.
shoes on. Elder is on. Spear lands onto the Shine. He takes a lot of damage already. Rookie looking for the flank, but not able to do so. Tapped again.
Jacqueline gets a rapid fire combo. There's a lilting lullaby into the glacial fish, but it doesn't get that much follow. Chase the corrupted land. But Cream buys time. Currents are called. Rookie has to leave. Rookie is in the grave. They at least get the Lilia back as they finally get two. JJ gets that one. It is 2 for 2. Run up Agala. Does not get away from the 4-shot cleanse on the Dream Lane and bow. The Shire strike. Jackie Love over the wall. Hit by another Swell Seed. Burns out. Has got the Guardian Angel. The Shire's going to try. Kanavi's going to try and heal him up. Gets a Primal Surge. Keeps dashing. Keeps hoping. Will try and lacerate his way out. But Jackie loves more than that. It is heroic stuff. It is magical stuff. It is Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming. This is what esports is all about.
Top Esports will move to match point in the elimination match between Invictus Gaming and Top Esports. You do not see team fights like this anywhere else in the world. They only have a couple of minions. I think they can with the next wave coming up. They surely should be able to.
15 seconds on Rookie.
Oh my god, did they just not protect the cannon? Does that mean the game extends? I don't think it does. I think they'll be able to finish it anyway. This Jin absolutely craps on the towers. 2-0 to Top Esports.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't clean. But my days, was it entertaining? It's magic out here, folks. It is scintillating, inspiring stuff. Somehow, Top Esports are 2-0.
This is one of the best sets of team fights I have ever seen in my life. In my life, I have watched nigh on 12 plus years of professional League of Legends, and I've never seen something quite the same as this, folks. Enjoy this. We desperately need to get some water and some extra drinks in here so our voices last the day. Top Esports get themselves to 2-0.
You go first, mate.
Holy crap, man.
Tell you what, mate. There is my replacement teabaggy thing on the little dish. Can I get another green tea, thanks? Appreciate it. Oh. How do we get here, folks? Thank you very much for the follows. Thank you for the sub wallet. Thank you all for the bits. KDA Dope had some fun with that one.
Somewhere there's a Nymaera who's really, really happy.
Somewhere there is a Nymaera who's really, really happy. What a thriller. Couldn't even get up to get coffee screamed like 30 times. Insane games. It is mental out here. It is mental out here. We hoped this series would deliver. I think at that point, you feel like Invictus Gaming, you wonder whether their spirit's broken a little bit there. That game felt absolutely neck and neck at the end. JJ, I thought, had won it. They got Elder into Baron. They were doing into poker, and they can't quite pull the trigger. Jackie stands and delivers. I mean, what an insane Jin game from him as well. Kanavi as well. Those two at the last stand multiple times were just exceptional.
Somewhere there's a Nymaera who's really, really happy.
Top should give MVP the Gala. Oh, man. The thing is, if you go poke Varus this game, you die in an instant. You have no defenses. Edge of Night doesn't keep you safe. You are outranged horribly. It's 1-4 in poke. You almost have to go, at least on my opinion, the on-hint slightly tankier build to even have an opportunity to be involved in the fights. I think it's just a rough game to be a Varus. I think it's just a rough game to be a Varus. You don't win the poke war. So you can't go the lethality build. It doesn't work this game, I don't think. Not with the comp you drafted. And you have to kind of go on it. I wonder whether Terminus Jack Show over the Bloodthirster might have been the play. But then again, do you get to heal through the poke otherwise? Maybe just sit on Vamp Scepter and go Terminus faster? I don't know. And Tank Varus does more damage than you think. And I think if if Gala was ever going to have an opportunity to play that game, it was going to be on the back of
who's really, really happy.
like good value from the healing, basically, just being able to deal with the poke not killing you in one. Because basically, I think if he was poke virus, one very good skill shot does him in. Like, he was nearly one shot as a tank virus. Imagine if he hadn't been, it would have been worse, I think.
Somewhere there's a Nymaera who's really, really happy.
So we're in the beginning that we're giving IG too much space. Yeah, I kind of agree. But part of the thing is they didn't have the damage items in. They were like stuck on Archangels, not full Seraphs. They were stuck on half a Black Cleaver. Like, they didn't have the damage there. The poke wasn't actually hurting. I mean, Gala missed like 7 ults on screen. Yeah, that too. Yeah, there was that really key one where Rookie found an insane shuffle at Atakan and then Gala just airballs the ult. That's not great. I mean, the last fight, he had a really good ult. It just wasn't following. Cream disengaged the follow-up with a wonderful crushing spear. Okay, here we go. So, Gala does a respectable amount of damage. Rookie actually really struggling to output damage this game. I know it's in the 0 into outrange, but Kanavi, unreal numbers. Jackie and Cream also putting up very, very impressive stats. I mean, that's a poke comp, right? That's a goal graph. All right, there's the team stats. Having fun out there, folks? I hope you are. I know I am. I'll bring this back just so I can sit here and be on camera. Oh. Here's the highlights. Rookie gets a multi-match. We saw a few really good shuffles that just didn't lead to the follow-up. The Shy really tried on this Ambessa. Was the last person alive, was threatening the backline really respectably this game. It was a valiant effort. Wasn't done though. JJ and the Shy really tried. I think the Azir Varus was struggling this game. It wasn't an easy game for them. We saw a few attempts from Rookie to close the distance and make sure that the poke comp was not sitting and firing for free. Like this moment here as well, right? You see the angle. Rookie's going to go looking. Jackula flash. You pull Kanavi back. He's got the concussive blows on. If you can kill the jungler, it feels really good. Crisp gets out. Chains of Corruption just wide. That one sucks from Gala, unfortunately. And, you know, it still nearly works. That Lilting Lullaby is superb. But the Primal Surge healing is madness. Tranquil Pool, not enough. I think Jacula or Canavia are the two primary options. I think they were both really, really good this game. I would be fine with either, personally, I think. And again, hi, Initialise, the guy who normally sitting here, well, here I suppose, is Nymaera. It's his channel. We cast the LPL together. You may have seen us on LEC too. If you've got the opportunity, please drop a follow here. Please drop a subscription. If you can do that over to me as well over on Initialise Cast, it is much appreciated, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Has AP Varus been nerfed into oblivion? It's just too weak before first item for pro play. I think it's primarily that second one. And when you were doing it, you're kind of doing it in mid lane where it's like, okay, you are safe enough in the shorter lane to get away with it. Especially into matchups where you're not going to get so punished. But like, you couldn't have done it this game. It would have you just would have like ceded all control. I think it's the honest answer. You really need 2 items on that champion to be good. And you're not even that great at 1 item. It's difficult. Man, that 4th shot. Nasty. Oh, Deadly Flourish works. Jackie Love just about burns out, but has GA. And the other thing is the GA means that the Dream Dust is not on you anymore. So, good flash away. The Shy just can't run far enough. Bloody hell. Wasn't Baron stolen by JJ too? Game 1, yes it was. The Viego got him. Sad that JJ can't get MVP for this. No, you really, really tried. It was a very good Lilia game. Hell, I think Knavi played a pretty good Nidalee game too. Imagine winning Elden Baron still losing the game. I know. That's madness. It really is. Knavi. Yeah, there you go. He only died once this game. That was around that Elder. Oh, game could have been just over if he'd secured that smite. Couldn't do it. But he really, really tried this game. 96% kill involvement. Dropped a single kill's worth of involvement, I think. down a fair amount of gold, but I mean, at that point, does it really matter? Let's have a look at the replays there, because he was trying, wasn't he? Plays an insane dive Nidalee at the back end of this. Manages to murder JJ in a second or two, gets Gala. Follows up well on Crisp, and then this one is the real key. Sees Gala's been hit by the Bushwhack, flash, pounce, take down with the swipe, and Gala dies. Massive moment that game. Lands the spear, hops out, forces the Zhonya's, just about gets away with this play in a second by pouncing over the wall as the stun comes on through. Gets to take out Mako from over the wall. It's really nice. Watch him in a second. He's going to pounce over, and I think he gets Gala again here. Gets the Shy with the Javelin toss. Gets a huge Primal Surge to keep multiple members alive. It's just a very good game. Keeps people alive with the Primal Surge. Hits a load of really important spears. 4-1-90 is like my bronze game stats. Yeah, it was not clean. A few for bot lane. Yeah, I think that was the split we were talking about with Jackie or Kanavi. And somehow we're here. Somehow. I'm begging Rookie to try. Holy shit, he's legit so much. I don't think he's having a great year, but I think that's a little unfair. I think Rookie's still good. I think one bad split does not a bad player make. Even if I agree his summer wasn't superb either, but I think there were other issues happening. He was really, really, really trying to solo carry that team. That didn't work out very well. Like on most fights, if he doesn't clutch flash, it's game over. Yeah. Jackham's main play, which is not getting caught. I mean, true. Some truth to that. Alright, we're in for the break. I am going to run some ads so we don't get them in game. Please stick around. It'll help pay for the stream and us. There we go. Oh, somehow. Breathing. Oh, I've got some clips to listen to. Let's have a listen. Oh.
That one, you didn't believe he was going to do it. You didn't believe me.
Wait, so
You didn't believe it. You're like, oh, he doesn't have swell seed. I'm like, no, he can do it.
Oh, I do. Whew. Whew.
Oh, crap, what again?
That was fun.
Fantastic.
Headphones, sir, if you want it.
There you go. I mean, I don't need to listen to them right now. Holy crap. Well, folks, we don't get them like that often, do we? We don't get them like that often. What a ridiculous performance from both junglers. Holy crap. Want to see game 5, please, IG? Well, we shall see, won't we? Okay, I gotta see what my call time is. I think it's 3:30. Yeah, 3:20 is my call time, so I gotta leave. I might be able to do this next game, but we'll see. We shall see. For some reason, I think because of the storage cap stuff, basically my past broadcasts are not being stored on Twitch right now. So I have to, yeah, have to go get the clips in a different way. Well, we have to just use the ones that we got live. Galakai the next game? We shall see. Holy crap, Cadrel has 50k viewers for this? Jesus. Oh, it's kind of demoralizing to see someone walk in. Oh my god. That's kind of demoralizing how insane those numbers are, actually. How the hell do you ever compete with that? Well, folks, let's go again, shall we? Hope JJ won't fall down today. He's playing so damn well, isn't he? He's playing so damn well. I can imagine Kanavi got MVP for that game. This is okay. This weird music is super weird. What the hell? I was right for it. That was from the Ziggs Riot Forge game. Holy moly. Okay, folks. Well, we potentially have one last game now. We shall see. Thank you so much for everyone who's followed over the course of these streams. Thank you for everyone who's liked, who's commented, who's watched. It helps us keep doing what we're doing. There is no official LPL broadcast. We may not be the biggest streamers out there. Make your own team to compete in the NLC. We'll see. Maybe I'll just perma-pick Ari for myself. But yeah. You know, we might not be the biggest streamers ever, folks, but we hope you enjoy our content. We've been doing this now for 2 years here on the LPL as an unofficial broadcast. This is our 2nd year doing it. I've been casting the LPL for 3 years now, if you include this one. So we hope you're, this song sounds cool. What's this song from? Oh, it's a TFT thing. Yeah, we hope you, enjoy what we do here. Enjoy bringing these things here. Yeah, it's hard to make an impact as streamers. Doing something like this because we don't necessarily have the brand of some of the bigger names out there, but we still hope that yeah, still hope that the content we make still makes its way to you guys in a good way. We really enjoy doing this. We enjoy that you enjoy it. Sizes and everything, says Mecca. Well, not everything, I suppose. Aw, thank you, Great Nate. It's a very kind thing. Thank you very, very much for the gifted sub. Means an awful lot. Well, folks, we might be seeing the Super Invictus Gaming team get knocked out in first round of lower bracket playoffs. Insane. Well, they got beaten by NIP in the group stage. Got beaten by NIP in the group stage. It's not the easiest thing here, is it? Lots of good teams. Well, back onto stage.
Oh yeah, last year, JJ had a head injury, and he sat out a bit of last year's games. Well, how the heck do you follow up Game 2 like that? Well, I suppose it has to be logically with a Game 3. Will it match that, though? Well, that is very, very hard to match, isn't it? IG down 0-2. Rookie and the Shy, their reunion split. In the lower bracket at 0-2 to their old teammate of Jaculov. Oh my god, Jaculov played well in that last game. What an insane Jin performance. Kanavi as well, putting in some monster numbers as we inch closer and closer towards that draft.
Hello, I return.
Still missing the old format. Well, it's pretty similar. It's still a gauntlet up into the second double elimination for the low teams just don't get that double elimination now. They have no safety net. Neither of these teams have a safety net as we get into draft for Game 3. IG on the brink after absolute scenes in Game 2. One of the craziest games I have ever seen in my entire esports career.
We're now in a position, right, where except there's no safety net. Well, IG are in free fall. Top esports at least have 3 shots at progressing forwards here. They are on series point, but it was like games like this are always the most deadly. If you lose this game, things get weird mentally. And remember, it's Fearless Draft, and we've had concerns about Cream's champion pool as we start to hit Fearless. Banning away the Corki, banning away the Zayat, banning away the Poppy. They're going to go rid of the Nar. That last ban to make sure the Shy can't go towards a stable, fix all top laner.
A friend of ours, G, always referred to the Shy as just the Nar merchant because they only won on Nar. And they just couldn't win on anything else for a long time in their career. Takes away some stability. I mean, it's only Game 3 in the draft. There's still a lot of stuff open. Vi gets locked in. You know, it's a takeaway from Kanavi. JJ is very good at this. And Kazanti, that was banned on blue side by IG an awful lot, is let through. Maybe that's... Maybe, I wonder why. I wonder if that's why the last ban is the Gnar. Because they know that the Shy is good at the Gnar into the Kazanti. Now, there's no Jace, no Ambessa into that pick, no Rumble either. None of the S tier Kazanti answers.
No, debating a Zyra. Wukong would be another option. Often see that as a matched pair with the Vi. JJ making very strong statements. In fact, today we've just seen a lot of first pick junglers, and we know that JJ is someone very capable of playing the Vi. I know Kobe sometimes has questions about the LTA players picking up that champion. Needs them to know how to pilot that Vi in terms of the ability to track flashes, but IG lock Gala's Kai'Sa. They lock in Rookie's Ari.
My God.
You have the dive trio of dreams.
Rookie has Ari. I've rated him as a top 3 Ari player in the world last year. We'll see if he still has it. He's not had the best series, folks.
Not the best year.
No, he has not. It's only fresh into it. Cream picks up. Potentially, though, could be him or Jaculov. Tristana. Last year, Cream had a world record-beating Tristana win streak on this champion. Got broken as it finally went towards Summer. But oh my god, that is a statement pick from him too. They have the AP AD mix in jungle. Vi Ari though, very, very strong. You can buffer out of the Vi ult if you time your W right as Tristana. It's just very hard to do.
And again, then you've got the Cassante who can help disengage, the Zyra who's pretty good disengage as well. You can, theoretically, do a pretty good job of making this Ahri, this Vi, struggle to pick the moment if the cooldowns are up. Of course, if you get beyond the plants of the Zyra, if Zyra misses the Grasping Reach, she can be a little bit vulnerable to people who can get past her wall of defenses. Your garden doesn't grow all that well when it's, you know, burned down to the ground. And we're getting towards the second phase of bans. Jax, Alistair banned for Shy. Obviously a pretty good player of that one. And on the other side, getting rid of Jackie Love's infamous Draven. The champion he made his name on. I think the Senna will follow his other iconic option. 74% career win rate on Senna, by the way. Nautilus locked, still keeping this Tristana as a flex.
So that's the takeaway from the Kai'Sa lane. Would have been great for IG's comp. Technically, Tristana Nautilus not a bad composition in itself if they do want to keep that and pick up something a little bit different for Cream. I think they're happy with the mid jungle as it is, though. It's just that extra curveball you can throw in. Rakan would be fine for Mako. Again, really helps you lock that in. It wouldn't surprise me to see that locked in. Yeah. What is the Shy going to go towards? The tank versus tank. The Shy's Ornn is a hell of a pick, by the way.
It is.
Not many people think of him as, you know, an all-time great Ornn player or something. He's really good. The thing about the Shy is that when he first came onto the scene, he showed that you can also be not just a tank player, not just a carry player. You can be both. And you can stand on my headphone cables.
Sorry about that, as I move myself across a bit. But yeah, I think the thing is, like, Ornn is a champion that you can combo on really hard, and the Shy has always been good with his combos. He's a Riven player back in the past, he's a Fiora player back in the past.
We have either Pantheon support or Ornn support, one of the two. I mean, it could technically be the Pantheon top lane. I'm going to imagine it's going to be the Pantheon support.
This is the Shy, so you never quite know. Debating a Smolder now. A couple options here for that AD carry position. Misfortune has not got the greatest win rate, but I see the combo, I see the vision. And it's be very careful into all the dive.
And it is a big comfort pick for Jackie Love. I don't love it in this game because there's infinite ways to... Well, I have to say, the Caitlyn being locked in, I actually don't love that either. What it is an early game wrecking ball. Later into the game, you cannot rely on Caitlyn to be consistent damage because there's too many things to kill you. The Vi can press ult on you, the Ornn can press ult on you, Pantheon can ult behind you. It's harder for him to do that. But even with all of that, you are then relying on Kanavi to buy a ton of time for you and things to work well after that point. Have to see now what Top Esports can do to see if they can close out this series.
At the very least, you can stand a long way away, and you can hope that makes it a little bit harder for the Vi and the Ahri to close the distance, because if they ever have flash, if they ever have ult from any of those members, Caitlyn will likely find herself in range, unless she has a wonderful 90 caliber net.
And so we will get ourselves onto that rift, potentially for one last time today. IG on the brink, Top Esports looking to close things out, not give them away into the series. We said Top Esports, they might build as the, IG rather, might build as the series has gone on. They were better in Game 2 than they were in Game 1, but still wasn't enough to get them across the line. Can they do better here?
Hold your nerve, and again, this does feel like the most thematically cohesive draft from Invictus Gaming. You know how this draft plays, it all works together. It's not trying to do a little bit of everything, it's trying to do one thing super well. Top Esports, good disengage, great front to back double AD carry, you see it, but it is a little bit more about those team fights, those front to backs. Can they pull it off? We saw a very good Caitlyn into Pantheon very recently, where the Pantheon would ult, Caitlyn would put a trap down, and
JDG versus TT.
Yeah,
he's had an incredible game there. Loading in IG Kai'Sa Gala using Jackie Love's skin against him on the Rift. Rookie picking up Faker's skin as well. The immortalized legend IG showing off their drip.
Cheers come out, and you can understand there's a little bit of tension on both sides, because that last game was anything but normal. Level 1 hook onto JJ, flash over the wall from the Shy, who misses the knockup. Jackie Love, though, did get stunned up briefly. Look at the other side, Cream! Starting with the rocket jump, trying to get in range, but JJ just get that kill. It's a 1-for-1. 369 flashing away. The piercing roots come on through, and it ends up being Jackie down for JJ. Flash is blown in multiple places.
So, rookie JJ, the Shy, no flashes. Mako, none as well. Gal uses his barrier. Jackie Love and Cream both use theirs, but at least Cream has his jump. I think you care a little bit less about Cassante and Nautilus having no flash, because at least they have some ability themselves. God, there's only two flashes in the entire game right now.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, that makes things interesting. No one got any wards down either by the time they were done, so...
1 kill each in mid lane. Was it a charm start from Rookie? I actually missed it.
I didn't catch. I was looking at Cream. I'm not going to lie. It was just
It's the W.
Oh, boy.
He has no flash. Is anyone walking to help him? He should be just about okay. The slow from the jump actually helping him. Lane swap comes through, and weirdly, Cream gets some decent damage down after all things are said and done. That W jump in.
And again, the Shy, because he's got the Searing Charge, doesn't have the less committal forms of damage available to his kit, right? Really needs a Volcanic Rupture or a Bellows Breath to be able to not just run his face into the enemy.
Worth noting, folks, that First Blood no longer gives extra gold anymore, so the actual First Blood doesn't actually matter in this one. Feels a little strange. I feel like First Blood, I'm just so used to playing around that one. So on 369, gonna go towards that top side. Has that W start, so it's okay to soak up something under that turret. Cassante W is what makes this champion a tank, and it becomes very, very powerful.
Oh, it's coming. They might still want to dive that. We'll see how they want to play it. Jackie and Crisp left to farm up the bot lane, and again, not that it's really about the plates as much in the lane swaps anymore, but it's still Caitlyn on plates and bot side. They will fall down faster. 369 at level 1, trying to play out for the level 2. Good W. Gets a huge amount of value, massive chunk. The Shine's going to go down. 369 still alive. Kanavi looking to get more damage. The plant's doing a lot of work. Gets another piercing ruse. Can't quite get that last bit of damage, but they still go 1 for 1 in the top side.
And 369 has teleport to come back. He does lose a bit of XP. That's the big thing, but coming back with that kill, he'll be happy that he absolutely had any right to be there. Fantastic W. That's exactly what we were saying. The thing which makes Cassante a tank is that W damage reduction. Gets it onto the Pantheon stun and the Bellows Breath at the same time. Fantastic work by 369 to well time that. If that wasn't there, he would have exploded sooner rather than later. Top Esports walk away with the 1 for 1.
Let's have a look at that one as well. What, oh what, are we going to see out of the resets here? Of course, Gala was the one who picked up the kill, didn't blow his flash either, so he gets to go back, has a Rectrix in inventory, so actually doing very well on this Kai'Sa so far. Dracula got an assist, but not too much more. He's gotten some plates, yes, but Caitlyn's not ahead of the curve, which is what you want to see if you can.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, Caitlyn's still ahead of the rest of the map, just not ahead compared to Gala. Mako's coming down, doesn't have flash. They call this off, they do. So the teleport comes down from Ahri. Want to see what Cream does with the mid lane wave now. Rookie saves the Shy, as he's done many times in his career there. Mako helping out too. Does it sacrifice his own lane state though?
And the thing is, the Shy is still at risk of being typed. On vision is Kanavi, Pantheon rotating right back down.
He has the blast cone. He has the... No, I was wrong. He actually doesn't have that. But still, they're going for the dive. 3 people coming in.
That means Crisp is down without that dredge line, though. Going to be stuck under turret. Doesn't have flash. They'll back away. Mako backing off. We're still level 2 here on this Pantheon, so does not enjoy that combo. I don't think he has the Aegis Assault to block anything either.
No one took aggro. So it does mean that actually the damage is... It works out for top esports. They damage so much onto Mako. Now, he can't... He has to go back off the map. Kanavi goes back to farming his own jungle, though. Kanavi, with these dive attempts in the bot lane, has dropped some farming time. We have seen this a lot from some Zyras recently, where they give up they cash in their early power of that early clear speed to go do a dive instead. Fantastic electrocute trade from Rookie there, gets the sweet spot on the Q. Will really help them. He's gone for the Dark Seal first back, which is man after my own heart. Rookie, as I said, genuinely I think was a top 3 Ahri in last year, maybe top 4. The 4 best Ahri players in the world last year, and I think there was an order to them vaguely, but it really depends on the game. Were Faker, Chovy from the LCK, and then Rookie and Knight from the LPL. I think that Knight was my favorite Ahri across the world. He accelerated the game in such a long way, such a good way. He actually lost in the champion early today, though, which was
kind of crazy, yeah.
Quite a telling fact of how poorly BLG are playing as a team. If even Knight's Ahri can't carry them out of that hole. He played very well on that one, but Rookie, he plays Fog of War so well. He leaves the lane and just comes to you from unexpected angles, and on a champion like this, that is so important. However, Cream, first kill going towards collector first item, can be very happy with his own Tristana, his own bread and butter.
That it is. Caitlyn switches towards the other side of the map to match up finally against their lane opponents. And of course, Draculov's first back is a BF sword, which feels real nice for Caitlyn. Loves that raw AD to get a lot of value out of the headshots, to get a lot of value out of your Q poke early. Cream hops forwards, looks to dodge the charm. Great feat from Cream.
I was wondering actually whether Cream would just pull the ult just to get the extra explosive charge damage there too, but gets so much work done there. Has the W back up. Crisp Gonna put down a ward. Cream getting full control of this mid lane. Picked it into the Ahri. Being rewarded for it so far.
Had gone for the Cull first back, where Rookie obviously got the Dark Seal. It means that actually, assuming the lane just goes even, will come out in the mid game with that extra significant amount of value. It's gone towards the Dirk first, likely means Collector. Often is the way for the Tristanas in the current meta. And Dirk, despite being nerfed somewhat as a first item buy, still pretty potent into something like an Ahri.
It is. Worth noting as well, though, you know, you say, oh, well, you know, the Cull gives you that extra value if nothing happens. If you get 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, maximum value, you are 1,000 gold ahead of the
That's
curve.
very big.
So if you get to about 5 stacks on it, you outvalue the Cull. I'd say it's not 1,000 gold, it's about 800%. You get to about 5 stacks, things change. Cream does have that ult, walking forwards, but doesn't get the charm angle just yet.
Good buffer. Flash, and oh my days, everyone could fly from multiple directions. And Ahri picks up the kill.
The buffer is okay, but 2 Dark Seal stacks and a kill onto the Ahri. Rookie, as we said, may just be one of the very best Ahri players to ever do it. He's been doing it for such a long time in his career. Gets a second kill on the board. Cream's Tristana hits the dirt.
Felt like Cream had buffered that one really well. Looks like him in a really good location.
But then turns out there is a thing called L minimap, where you see 2 other people in your lane. It's like, oh, this is not an honorable 1v1.
It's not, and again, you understand why he's retreating that direction, but it's towards JJ, who's here waiting over the wall. Shy gets a decent little trade back there, and the gold remains slightly top esports favour, but that's mainly off the fact that 369 had got the lane a bit more than the side of the Shy's Ornn. We're going to call the Forge God. Flash, burned, all out into the Stranglethorn. I think the Shy's likely just going to die as footwork used. Top side, we see Flash away from Jackie Love. Trying to trade this one out. The Piltover Peacemaker goes wide. Flash away now, trying to get that last Acathian Rain. Loses vision. They can keep going. They'll get both.
Get both, and on the bot side of the map, JJ getting forced onto the charm. Lands, but is buffered through with the W. The damage comes through. A Rookie can't pick up the kill. Teleport in to see if they can maybe pick something up, but Kanavi will have another E to go with it. The Shy will collect the wave. 369 walks away 2-1-1 and 1,000 gold up on Cassante, on the broken champion in that top lane.
The problem is, Gala is now 2-0-2 on the Kai'Sa. Mako 1-0-4 on the Pantheon. That combo is going to be really scary.
So now the question is, look, 369 is the god of peel. How much can you do with a 1,000 gold lead on an early lead on the Cassante versus Rookie on Ahri and then Gala on Kai'Sa? How much can you do with that? Flashes out of the initial W, but then gets all outed out of his own second part of his ult. He does okay for the first part. 369 cancels him out a second, knows his mechanics well. JJ, can't really do that much. And sadly, Rookie doesn't have the tools to really help himself either. I was wrong in the play there too. Charm actually just misses as 369 slides through it with the W.
And this is the other side. Mako goes jumping forwards, and Dracula buffers it with a 90 caliber net, but Gala gets a great angle behind. There's nowhere really to go. That Piltover Peacemaker missing kind of stings. Even with the vision control behind, you just can't keep running away.
Gets the second supercharger, and that moves to be so nasty. Gala's Kai'Sa, baby. You get out of that laning phase against the Caitlyn, and if you actually ever get even or ahead, then it's much like the whole thing with the Kai'Sa and Ezreal back in the day. You just assassinate them. 369 has that Sheen, gets himself another plate on top side. This Cassante will be the superior tank this game. It really is, though, down to him. He has the lead for his team. You don't have the early lead on the Caitlyn. This Cassante needs to do some serious weightlifting.
At least mid lane, feeling like a bit of a matched pair right now for both teams. Rookie off to a good start, but then again, so is Cream right now. So feels like both of those players will be valuable coming around these early set of objective fights. We did get a Dragon for Invictus Gaming early. Saw JJ solo that one out, but obviously on the other side...
This could be a bit of a problem. Is there Bellow's Breath left? If you can still go unstoppable, it's a bit of a problem. Use that now.
Q3.
Use it now. Alright. I was wondering whether the All-Out would be pulled, but I think with the Grub spawning in 15 seconds, he wanted to save that for that point. He wants to just chunk the Shy out and then still be able to team fight. He doesn't want to just trade, say, oh, well, both top laners are out of the play. No, he's too important. He needs to save that ult.
Good cooldown discipline. Sometimes, guys, you just need to keep an eye on the timers, especially if things like Grubs are coming up. You want your ults available for that. Solo kills are lovely, and if you can get them, great. That's a good advantage too, but you, if you're only just going to get a chunk, not worth it. There goes Mako, having a great game on this Pantheon as well. Wrapping around the back of the pit, use the blast gun to get on in there. JJ will get a hold of this Skull Crab, and Top Esports now turning on up themselves. Looking to start contesting as they clear out some of this vision.
So, what goes on to Gala? Takes a little bit off of them. They have a biscuit, they'll have some sustain. With this build, you probably do have a bit of lifesteal and runes. Not always, you don't always do. Because you want to get from maximum attack speed to stack up that passive, obviously. Not great terrain for top esports fighting around these grubs. I don't actually think they should risk this. I think they should be playing off. That's a good charm. Gets a really good electrocute trade. They're going for it now.
Mako gets rooted up. Stranglethorns after the Aegis Assault will time out. Now in danger. The Ignite is down. They can't quite get anything more. And in the end, they burn 2 ults. To only get half of a Pantheon's health bar.
And an Ignite, so they don't actually get the full CC to stop him from casting the E in the first place. Very hard to do that. Very strange to blow that ult. I mean, yeah, top esports probably don't want to fight in the pit because then you have the Vi and the Ornn being able to pin you against the terrain, and you have champions like Zyra, which just don't deal very well with that one. Cream teleport, yes, he does teleport back. It's just a little bit delay on the overlay. So 3 grubs going to go over to the side of IG. And top esports just choose to call it quits. And I have to say, I do agree with that. You don't want to fight again with the ball at your back.
I appreciate looking for the potential pick, but once it fails, you just have to back away. Mako, though, has got himself a Grand Starfall. Rookie's got ult. They can look for Cream here. Who's Jackie Love and Chris coming down to try and defend.
If he buffers out, he'll buy a lot of time. He also has the Buster Shot. Remember, he can try and cancel it. Buffers out.
Flash away. Now the turnaround can start to come on through. Mako has got Flash, maybe forced to burn it. Is he going to try and Grand Starfall here? Remember, Pantheon is still pretty good. Dredgeline is exceptional. Going to try and pull him back with the explosive charge on top. Turnaround for Mako. The turret shots come on through. Just at the edge of range, and Crisp thought he'd done all the work. And the turret says no.
I really think they could do that as well. They're hovering onto it. The Shark has the ult. He can pull the ult across it. Rookie gets some damage down, as does Mako. Cream at half HP.
Has got a cease and desist. They can look on in. Call of the Portugal coming on through. And I think top esports are going to be in so much trouble. Cream tries to get something back, but now every single member of IG is on the bot side. Nicely buffed from 369, but there's still a flash and a shield vault and a Cassante with no defenses left. Trying to play on out hook onto Gala. Where is the rest of the team? Trying to bring people over. Gala not doing so bad here in this 1v1. Now Crisp caught under this turret.
Gala, buddy, they need to get something. He's going to die.
Oh no, barrier bait. Gonna get the depth charge, can't quite get it. The burn is pretty good. What about JJ? Can look to get some plants down. Caught in the river here. Mako actually could probably murder Kanavi if he gets face checking. Doesn't have the mortal will right now. In comes the cease and desist because it wasn't used before. Kanavi falls to top esports, collapse in the matter of 2 minutes.
Rookie, full Malignance, full Pen Boots, getting some Dark Seal stacks as well. This Ari is off to the races and really starting to build up alongside the Kai'Sa at 3-0 and 3. The dive combo from IG, the most coherent composition that IG have had the entirety of this series, is working out very well. This hook is fine. I actually think 369 makes a mistake by pushing this W here because it pushes the Rookie under turret. Charm brings Crisp under as he tries to follow him, and Rookie walks away with a really nice punish there. Teleport awesome as well because, you know, they did just walk behind them. And I am left just walking away from this play thinking, well, look, Cream at the first part of this play, just Buster Shot the Pantheon away. Yeah. I think at that point you just have to punt him back, and I think at that point you get the easy kill and out. I think that's actually a miscalculation from Cream, actually, from top esports.
Yeah, and then Crisp understandably thinks, well, maybe I can trap this Kai'Sa here and kind of get stuck on the turret. Sees this, someone's like, well, maybe I can make my Dredgeline plus depth charge combo come on through, but it's not quite there. And they give one up, and Gala gets out and away, and Kanavi can't quite get one over. And then, unfortunately, Mako has found a good wraparound and sets up for a great combo between Shield Vault, Cease and Desist, and Rookie picks up the kill with an electrocute, I believe. The gold lead, not that extensive, worth noting, and I believe first turret still went the way of top esports. It doesn't matter though because the objective still went IG's way. First 3 kills went IG's way. They have the feat of strength.
Okay, so top esports, they have a bit more of a long hang on. Mako doesn't have flash, he has an E. That's going to be the best he's going to get though. He's going to wait for the bomb to go forward to get the reset on the jump.
He doesn't have that much to work with. Chris coming around, waves coming on in. Going to try and Grand Starfall interrupted. Chris will probably die for this. That's possibly okay. Oh, he gets the kill though. That puts them on 8 Dark Seal stat.
Here comes Gala. If they land something, Kanavi's just used some stuff. They don't land this. Kanavi in a bit of trouble now.
Rookie had to ult away though. Gala has to flash under the turret and doesn't save it. I'm not quite sure what that one is. Has to get away from the plants, I think. It's probably most of it because there was 3 there and available.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Gala were trying to just all in Kanavi, especially with Rookie having some ult charges left. They choose to go for a different route. There have been so many random kills that... we have Ruinous Atacard again.
Oh my god, we do!
Guys,
it's happening!
Twice in 2 days, we have a Ruinous Atacard. I missed it. We have Ruinous Atacard. That is why there are so many plants around the rift.
We have Ruinous everywhere again. It's happening again.
What? What?
Okay. The Shy's about to get collapsed on. It was going to be these two teams. Of course it was going to be these two teams. The Rookie, the Shy, and Jackal reunite and decide to bring us all glorious violence. The Shy is dead. Kanavi gets that one. We have got 17 kills in 14 odd minutes, so understandable why this one happens. Mako and JJ starting this one up, teleporting down. Remember, the Shy won't be able to join for 20 seconds. Rookie off on the flank. Can look to come on in here. Is going towards the Leandri's second. Ace in the hole. Will pick onto Ghana. Big chunk. The turnaround. He's just in the backline. But they've looked up Ari. Trying to finish him up. Gets a reset. Gets over the wall. Cream doesn't hop out. Grand Starfall brings in Mako. And it is IG feasting as Rookie survived. Jackie couldn't pick up the Ari.
And IG looks so different when the comp is bloody easy to play. 10 Dark Seal stacks for Rookie. He should definitely be getting himself a death note after this one, as Top Esports can't play through the Cassante advantage. It is so hard to block off all of the dive. Invictus Gaming finally turn up to play.
Oh man alive, it's still somehow only about 3,000 gold. Let's have a look again, because we're back towards this bot lane dive where the Grand Starfall is interrupted. Crisp will trade their life out for it, and they can't quite get Rookie afterwards because, again, there's a lot of work. And then Gala walks through, and Kanavi says, no, you don't. Forces a bit of a weird moment there. I'm not sure about that flash, honestly.
Yeah, well, that one felt a little bit weirder. This one looks pretty damn good, though. This was tasty. JJ goes into the back line. Rookie ends up living because everyone else is CC'd so much, and you could just see that 369 can't protect people. You can't protect people against a Vial like that. You can't shunt them out of it. The Caitlyn is not designed for this kind of situation. Great charm forward.
That's on Kanavi. Goes double knockup. Massive XU. Chris tries to flash away. Does not as the Acathian Rain. Make sure it pours. Jackie Love being run at. Needs to back away. Stays alive, but that mid lane turret will now fall.
Rookie, where's your Magi's, buddy? You get a kill like that and you start hyper farming after it. Rookie, go get yourself that Magi's Soul Steal as early as possible. He's overcapped on that right now. Building towards the Leandris. Imagine how powerful this team is going to get when they hit towards 3 items, though. 2 items on Gala, near enough 2 on Rookie as well. And as we said,
there's an ult from Gala available. He can look to join. There we go. Cream's in danger. Buster shot away. Supercharger though.
That's an insult to injury. Hey, there were some worries, folks. IG, look better the longer the series go. Flash forwards. Shot back. Rookie trades flash for flash in that one. I actually think that one favors the Ari because the Cassante needs that flash to do so much in this game. He is the sole gold lead for Top Esports.
Somehow, Rookie's only 200 gold ahead of this Tristana, who's cashed in a cull and done as much work to claim plates and turrets as they can. Carlo 6-0 and 4. 369 about to get jumped on. Shield Vault comes on into the charm. Dicely W though. The Pathmaker does its work, and 369 says cool.
I actually don't know how these teams are going to, because this is still a playable game. It's not as bad as the AL and IP game where the game was just over before Artican was started. I don't know how you play the game with this Artican in pro play. Hook missed there. Mako, not the tankiest folk ever. Rookie does have ult back again, courtesy of Malignance. Ult Hunter stacks being max, and then also having himself rank 2 of that ultimate.
Duo Jackie needs to be a bit wary. This Pantheon has been so frustrating. We've seen Caitlyn neuter a Pantheon just yesterday. That hasn't happened today. Mako has been superb on this champion. Dragon started. Top Esports coming over to fight though.
Rookie, look at him using the Fog of War. It is one of his greatest weapons, that Fog of War. Top Esports are scared. They should be scared. Cream might be able to jump over. Here comes the Ornalt.
Cream needs to be so afraid of where Rookie's going. They get a decent chunk. There's a cease and desist in, and immediately Zyra is down. Cream hops away, but is not doing damage. Backline is 369. Might kill off Mako, but the rest of the fight is a wipe. And it is damn clean.
Round of applause. Oh my word, you even get the special banner as you get the kills on the Faker skin, even in the pro games. Rookie catches both carries with his Q as he dives in, as the ult comes through. Beautifully timed from IG. The composition plays itself, and they are damn good players of it. Really fantastic snowball. As it looks like IG, it might have just the fastest game of the series if they carry on like this.
It's looking... We're going to at least game 4. The Tristana has not worked. The Caitlyn has been punished. Sounds like every play from Top Esports just hasn't quite worked clearly. Look at Rookie's angle here. They know he's there. They've spotted him.
But look at this.
Look
Look at this.
so much value.
But look at this. He jumps over the wall and catches both AD carries with this Q. Applies the Leandri's burn. He has the Malignus burn on them too, ticking beneath them. Gets another W cooldown and just absolutely mashes through the backline. And yeah, 369 gets one. That's 1 for 5.
Gala is 9-0-5. Just
Jesus,
picked up a
man.
Nash's.
So he has the W upgrade now.
No Medjais, by the way.
I'm very sad, Sam. He would be on 25 stacks by now. By the way, folks, I really will have this rant. This is a great game from Rookie. The game becomes unplayable if you get a max stack Medjais, because Tristana can't play against you anymore. You get to the point where effectively you one-shot, and you have so much damage that you get 1 kill. The healing you get from your passive with the increased AB from Medjais keeps you safe. Rookie, Fog of War again, and he goes!
Wonderful value Konami, though. This time around stays alive. Rookie goes golden, immunes the ace of the hole. But look at the shy! He's found the angle, and Rookie comes right back over the angle as in goes Kai'Sa. Gala killer instincts, and it's another fight for Invictus Gaming. It's another triple kill for Gala. It's not quite a penta, but his Kai'Sa is still clean as everything.
The Prince of Pentas denied for 2 fights in a row, but make no mistake, this Kai'Sa has taken over the Rift. Sadly, it's fearless. You won't get another game of this in the series, but with a 12-0-6 scoreline currently, you are not left wanting.
They're on to the Ruinous Atacon. 2 Ruinous Atacons in 2 days, guys. We're being blessed.
I can't believe this. And but
There they are.
They get the plans. The rare sight, folks. They've got up to over 30 roses, each of them giving you adaptive force and a little bit of cooldown reduction.
50 of them now.
That's so ridiculous. And also, all of their neutral objectives now increased by a 25%, I believe, as well. So each of their dragons and grubs will mean that much more. JJ, another fantastic game from him too, actually. He's been playing consistently well this series. I think he's maybe the only one who has consistently played well this series. But the rest of the team following in sync this time.
That Lilia game felt pretty aggrieved not to win that one after the magic and the Herculean effort he did. No, though, this feels like the Invictus Gaming one.
They don't have flashes. They don't have flashes.
Hang on, look where come Cream and Jackie Love. Mako's 1v2ing the double AD carries! Ace in the hole, blocked by Rookie.
If you want to see the impact of 50 roses, that is that. The support level 11 Pantheon almost solos out. Yeah, he's pretty fed anyway. Great charm over the wall. Each of those blood petals you pick up gives you extra adaptive force. Yeah, that's going to hit like a truck.
It gives you experience as well, remember?
That's the one, yeah. That's the one. I thought it was cooldown reduction. That's the Infernal.
Yeah, it is. And you're now at this point where you've got a 3-level difference in support. That's mental. You're just a level behind 369 as Mako.
So, IG, steamrolling this one. Didn't have nearly as many signs of life this earlier into the series. Going back, Rookie spends his freaking gold on boots. Get out Medjais. Be a well-read individual. You know, I'm just gonna let him do his thing. He's 7-0-13. He's playing well. I just like to have my own little rant about that.
Enjoy the inverted scorelines of Gala and Rookie as well.
Yeah, I like that. That's like complementary colors. You know, creates a whole painting.
Hidden kill.
Oh my god! And I think Gala going for the Zhonyas as well is so nasty, because it means that just even when you get that one miracle Zyra route, you can't even follow up on it. You can Zhonyas into the Nautilus ult too. They just can play like absolute lunatics now if they weren't before.
And the thing is, Zhonya's has historically been pretty awful into Caitlyn, because you put a trap under the statue and the moment they become human again.
Here we go, JJ ulting in. Kanavi forced to go golden, does not have flash, and he'll be staying in place until he goes to the grave.
Not get that much fire. Jackie trying to ult and do as much damage as he can, but just doesn't have enough in the tank. It's over. It's a triple for JJ this time. He gets to be involved. All the while 369 is trying to clear the wave. It's not going to happen, folks.
Yeah, 369 is on his own, and he cannot do anything. He's clearing a control ward. They'll walk down towards the Nexus. The Ruinous Atacon will buff up the 3 grubs they have, so like they have basically an extra 1. IG will make things interesting and put a win on the board.
They get 33 kills in 25 minutes. Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throats, and games for the LPL viewers. We are not getting a clean sweep today. We are going to another Invictus Gaming wake up after 2 losses in a row.
Jackie Love not able to get a clean sweep over his former IG teammates in Rookie and the Shy. We get ourselves a win. This is what we wanted. Elimination match. Drama between both teams. Whew. Okay, folks. Now, with this series going a bit longer, what that means is that I actually will not be able to stay for a game after this point because I have to go on LEC desk a little bit later. So if this does go the full distance, I really hope you enjoy it. I'll be sad that I won't be here for it.
That's fine, I've got you guys.
I need to go to the toilet, and I actually need to start getting ready. I've got about half an hour before I need to leave, but I gotta make sure I get the most out of this. We're getting towards game 4. I'm glad IG finally found a comp that actually played itself. Jesus Christ.
How are we here? Man. Worst day to leave, sadly. I know, we're in good hands with time. I appreciate it, guys. Having fun back there? Hello, Onivia's chat. Hello, YouTube chat. We're gonna go for another long day, aren't we? I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my bones. 15 kills in 40 minutes to get Ruinous out of camp, but that was more... That's insane. Oh. Oh, no. I don't really know where to go. Do you use the same mic both? Yes, we do for this one. We have strictly got a setup for 2 mic setups, for 2 headsets, and we do that for like pro broadcast from here. But it's like what it means is I have to move my mic setup from my room into here, which is a bit of a nightmare. Because I have to move preamps and compressors and everything, and it's just not doable, really. So if we had the chance, probably what I would do is just have a second setup in here, and we just do double headphones. At some point, we might do that if I get the opportunity. But yes. But hello, welcome, folks. Again, I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera's channel. We stream the LPL here. You may have seen us on things like LEC. You may have seen us way back when on things like LJL. I'm currently on NLC2, so if you're a Lost Returners fan, you might have seen me there. On top of all this, of course, is the fact that we'd love you to drop a follow. We'd love you to drop a subscription if you can. If you can. Caitlyn Pitt was so bad against 3 dive champions. Yeah, I mean, the idea is that your front line is enough with the disengage of a Caitlyn and Tristana that one of you stays alive, and you can basically try and bait IG to overdive. But the problem was IG got so ahead that every diver with a solo kill threat, and they fumbled the turnarounds too hard. I mean, Gala just also, and Rookie, pop the hell off. I think it's a rookie MVP, but it might well be Gala too. I mean, Mako, actually, I take it back. Mako had a killer game on his Pantheon. Few good options. Hey, thank you very much for the prub, Mika. Thank you for a second month in. Sivir's 100% better at this game. You know? Oh, it's so odd, because the thing is, I know exactly what you mean. Into things like Ari, really valuable, can mess with the Kai'Sa who dives too deep and you can just sort of like stand and deliver. It sucks specifically into Vi, because Vi smites off your spell shield mid-flight. And hey, thank you for the reset. We got a hype train! Choo-choo. And hey, thanks for joining on in. Prime Gamers, we love it. Thank you for the Bezos money. Gala, very understandably, at 13-0-10, earns himself an MVP. It probably was going to be him. I'll shout out Mako and Rookie as well, who had really good games. I mean, the whole team did. Though I get the Sivir angle. I just think into Vi, it can sometimes be a mistake because the spell shield doesn't save you. Let's just enjoy the fact. This happened in a picture-in-picture, by the way, but this genuinely broke the game because Karla starts this one out 2-0-2 after the kill from the dive and the lane swap into that play there. It's massive. Gala's going to pick this one up and then outplays the Nautilus on about 10% HP just after. I mean, what do you do at this point once the Ari and the Kai'Sa from Gala are this goddamn fed? Jackie flashed to get a last auto onto Rookie, failed, and it means the Gala just gets to break everyone's ankles. We said we saw Shai said going across to set up some plasma. Cream failed to flash over the wall. Into the Yumi emote for the oops. Oh, LPL on CFOB Talon. Oh, damn. Good for Flying Oyster. Good for Flying Oyster. Talon have beaten them so many times. I'm so glad Flying Oyster did well. Should Nautilus have just stood in the back line, peeling whichever ADC gets engaged on? I think post a certain point that no longer works because there's too much to peel. I think they hit a point where the Nautilus had to try and catch Kai'Sa or Ari, and you had to just full send to burst them, and it just never happened. They like Rookie got out on like 5 HP. How many times? One for support. Fair. Mako, I think, actually also had a really good game. I might have put my vote in for Mako. Detours. The Invictus Gaming emotes are in. It's an old emote. Used to be where, you know, mom take a picture times. I wonder how that's got to be like OG Twitch emote. It's got to be pretty back it. Okay, top esports choose blue. Not a surprise. Awful drafts for years now. Hello, Mabinogi. Good to see you. For those who don't know Mabinogi, something of an LCP specialist, specifically because they ran the VCS English and did a lot of VCS English work for years and years and years. They were our seniors when we started up our own official broadcast on LJL. I still know a lot about the teams there. So the Vietnamese teams over in the LCP, they are the specialists out there. Mabinogi knows more about that. And to be fair, the OS teams as well. I know T-Tours are. It's just a mega one. But the Gigantify things do. Oh, yeah, you can pay channel points to do that. Sorry, yes, you can do channel points, I think, to just make an emote giant for fun. You can make some very large emotes. Yeah, like there's the Uwari one. That's a great one. The thank you emote currently concerning right now. Like with the on-screen celebration. Oh, yeah. They had to turn that off for something, didn't they? Because people started spamming, like, random streamer emotes on various Twitch channels. Very funny. Okay, I need to run some ads. And thank you for using some bits there. I appreciate it to do that. Hope you had some fun. Appreciate the little tip there. It does make a difference. Thank you, guys. And again, for those who can, we really do appreciate the support. The subs matter a huge deal, especially because we're basically doing this for free. we're trying to get some sponsors and stuff in where we can, but you guys throwing support in matters a huge amount to those who can. We really do appreciate that. I want to make sure everyone knows that. So again, for those who have subbed today, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I'll run some ads ahead of this one. I know Alex is getting ready. I'm gonna go put the kettle on because we're going to at least one more game and my voice needs to hold out. So I am gonna leave you with an empty pair of chairs for a second or two. Go take this moment to get yourself some water. Go get yourself hydrated and be ready. Yeah. I just like let people know that I'm away.
Yeah, this slow. I put the kettle on for you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
I gotta get ready to go, really.
Don't blame you. Got some people spending bits of Gigantify emotes for entertainment purposes.
They are great. Thanks.
It's just a giant RE hit chat now.
Nice. I can appreciate that.
Eat my mug.
Okay. Oh man, it really is crazy, isn't it? How IG pick a functioning team comp and it looks really good. Do you use the same mic? Yeah, when we start like this, we use the same microphone. Yeah. We could set up multiple microphones, but this is just easier logistically, because if I don't want to set up multiple microphones for my regular stream setup, or if I'm using it for Discord and stuff like that, and I don't really want to change my mic setup for, you know, every day if we go on stream. So this is the easiest thing. It tends to work pretty well. Also, it's a good quality microphone. As long as we have okay mic technique, it works out pretty well. Which is sometimes not the case. So, you know, if I lean in close like this, obviously I have to speak a lot quieter, but if you then lean in and start shouting, you just completely blow the mic. Which has happened a couple of times. LTL final is a slot to career, 100 Thieves or Team Liquid. I think 100 Thieves have to walk in as favorites, right? I think they have to. HLE, the best team in the world. HLE look awesome. Zeus is the best player in the world right now, I think. I think Zeus is incredible. Siochi, I will not do that. I'm not gonna begrudge other people for doing it if they judge it for them, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not gonna talk any more about it. But no, I'm not gonna cover it myself, Siochi. But I won't speak for anyone else. Plus that means I can actually have a break, which is kind of nice. I really need to watch. I feel like Initialise sounds a tad more distant than he... Yeah, but that's because he's sat farther away from the mic. And he leans back away from it when he's getting quiet. Whereas I lean into it when I'm getting quiet. This is microphone technique, basically, Paul, which I have brought up in the past, and I'm sure I will in the future. But it is what it is. Yeah, I know. But, I sacrificed my posture for the better sound, so...
我平时也很爱玩一些冷门的代。现在还不清楚对手是谁吧，但是我也没有说一定想遇到哪个队伍。我觉得
I actually don't mind the emotes being big. I mind it when people throw singular bits into chat. Who do I think is the current best support? I think Delight's fantastic. I think Delight's been incredible.
就是我们会很厉害的。
Now that Carrier's off form a little bit, I think you have to say Delight, right? I think you have to say Delight. Okay, folks. Get this up there. Right. I have to head off. I have to go to the LEC, folks. So I have to do that. I appreciate the feeds having crowd noise. Yeah, I do too. I do too. So it's a really cool thing that we get to use the clean feed now. So we get to have the feed which, of course, the LPL Chinese broadcast has.
So I have to go. So folks, Sam will still be covering this. So you can still watch this here. He'll still be live on here. But I have to go because I'm on LEC desk. So Sam will take over the rest of the stream. He's been an absolute soldier. He's been doing a hell of a lot of games recently. You know, he did 9 games yesterday. He's doing another bunch today where we've got, you know, minimum 8 today, right? So Sam's been doing a hell of a lot of work. So seriously, round of applause to him and show your appreciation as he finishes off this series. Tomorrow, I mean, Sam might take a break. It might be me solo casting it. But yeah, I'll be on desk in LEC, so catch me there later today. It won't be too long. And I've got to go get ready. So I'm going to turn my camera off. Sam can figure that out when he gets back, and then we will. Yeah, we'll do that thing where we cover the rest of the games. IG finally on the board. Might take Monday morning off at least somewhat. My voice might die otherwise. You know, it doesn't matter. Thank you, mate. I'll move that over to my room after this. I'll just take the seat, sit down. I will indeed enjoy Hello Chat. We return. Oh boy, what a series it has been. It was looking not so long ago like Top Esports might just be taking this series without too much contest. Game 2 was close, but wondered whether IG's hopes and dreams and mental would be broken after that very frustrating loss after the Baron and Elder were taken away. Not anymore, though. We ready? Time to lock in. Here we go. For possibly the last time today. Game 4, Top Esports versus Invictus Gaming. Bans already go flying. Rise, Nocturne, Lascana, the Callista, inevitable bans. What do you do, latter? The Nara again away from the Shy. Nicknamed a bit of a Nara merchant, as we said. Just that last game. There's a better win rate on that champion than pretty much everything else. Last ban available. What are you looking at? Wukong would make some sense, I think, here.
Last remaining seriously top tier jungler. Might just end up being Xin Zhao then as a trade. I don't think that's been played, so maybe I take that back. What are they thinking? We want to focus on that bot lane. Jackie loves Draven, might be an option. They go and get rid of the Victor. Cream has put some time into that. It's felt like one of his better performing champions. I am going to quickly move the socials feed up a touch. Lulu first pick. We know what that means. It means Zeri. It means Jinx. It means IG need to be ready for a very different style of bot lane game. We tried the Varus and the Ashe. We've tried the Caitlyn and the Kai'Sa. Hell, we went for a poke one between Jhin and Ezreal. Maokai locked in. Very potent. Is a flex. Are we locking in alongside it? Jinx, I think, makes some sense. Does very well with the Maokai because it's very easy to hit your rockets and get excited. Stops Jinx Lulu as well, which it feels like has been the preferential pairing for the Lulu in recent weeks. Not the Zeri. At the moment I say that, it's being switched over to that hover. We'll see. What does Gala feel like? Goes towards the Zeri. Pilot's a little bit more like that Kai'Sa. Lots of dashes, lots of abilities to pick your moment to strike, which Gala is at his very best doing. Xin Zhao locked for Knavi with the Lulu behind him and the Jinx behind him. Very, very nice. Lulu plus Xin Zhao is very dangerous because it gives Xin Zhao ability to go into the fight and stay in the fight. And oh no! It's back. Curiosity may have killed the cat alongside the patch notes, but satisfaction and the need for an enchanter on this Zeri brings her right back. It's Mako's Yumi as well. Remember, he has a world skin on this champion. One of the best selling skins of all time. Which is just back to this meta, isn't it? Zeri Lulu. Jinx Yumi. Galio band. Be very good with the Jin's out. Very good with the Jinx. Some follow-up to that dive. What do we ban on the other side? Realistically, it's solo lanes. Olaf has been something of an answer into the Lulu and the Xin Zhao. With the Yumi as well, can be very, very deadly. I understand the ban away. Could have gone towards Yeje or the Shy. I think another bit of frontline would be a good ban away here. We are getting a little shyer on that front. Is Alistair up and available? It is. Alistair might be worthy of... actually, I take that back. The support's locked in. Having a momentary madness. Camille. I see it. 369 would have been difficult here. When you've locked in the likes of that Lulu and the Xin Zhao already. Something else to empower, to dive in alongside that. Especially with all of those very obvious tank tops gone. I can see it. Sion. To rise in priority a little bit here, as well as a potential top lane tank and a bit of an additional engage option. Thinking about Oriana, it's a secondary enchanter of sorts. Can empower that Zeri. Maokai, a decent enough ball carrier post a certain point. Of course, the twisted advance will decouple the ball, if I remember correctly, because you become untargetable and the ball drops off you. So keep your eyes on that. Nocturne already banned. No Vi either. So couldn't lock that in and flex the Maokai top. Akali for Cream. A hover. Reminder, of course, when he was making his real name for himself in 2023 on OMG, it was the Akali alongside the Yone that looked oh so deadly. Xin Zhao, Akali, adding a Renekton to get this Jinx excited. You've got a lot of tools to run down that Zeri, who's going to be mobile, but is going to have impeccable positioning. Top Esports, obligated to make sure this Zeri doesn't get to play the game. Wukong all the way through to last pick. Would flex the Maokai topside, make the Shy be a tank player. Had a great time of it on the Ornn. And IG have a protect the Zeri comp. Have a wonderful team fight comp. The disruption from a Shockwave, from a Nature's Grasp. There we go. The Cyclone. Add in a Yumi ult as well, that final chapter. And you can make the life of this Akali so challenging. Just yesterday, we saw Setup try to make the Akali work into a Yone and a Maokai, and the Maokai just stuffed the play every single time. It'll be a little harder perhaps this game because you've got a Shin Zhao and a Renekton alongside it. It's not just the Akali trying to make those plays onto the Zeri. I think again, Invictus Gaming, the composition hits mid-game and it plays very straightforwardly. Gala with a Yuumi on top. Hits ult, blows everyone up. You find a good shockwave, a good cyclone as well. All's right with the world. On the other side, it is Lulu and Jinx. Shin Zhao trying to get resets for the Jinx. You try and blow up your first target with the Shin Zhao and Akali. You get the Jinx excited and you run from there. You need to make sure though that this Akali, this Shin Zhao are threatening. I think the team fight comp in an even game state gets very hard. Eyes on Cream. A lot of pressure on him to be deadly this game. Time to turn off the music. Time to prepare ourselves for Game 4. Invictus Gaming absolutely ruined Game 3. And they did it spectacularly, didn't they? That'll do. Jayo's come on through. There's no lane swaps as yet, but here comes the rest of Top Esports on a bit of a meander. The Shy gets towards his turret. The ward goes down from 369. Do you want to lane swap outside of the Zeri Yuumi lane, who's gone for the exhaust and the heal? Basically, all the tools possible to keep Gala alive. Bit pointless going cleanse this game, because what you really need to do is stop getting burst. Buy this Akali, buy this Shin Zhao. Exhaust will help, heal will help, barrier will help, cleanse, unrealistic too. There's not that much CC this game. Burst, oh god, yeah. There you go, there's the graph, and we spoke about it. Basically, in an even game state, Top Esports, at their best, somewhere between that 15 to 20 minute mark. Then you start to get second items and level 11s and all those other juicy things that the scaling will really matter on. Wukong, a phenomenally scaling jungler. We know exactly how this comp plays. On the other side, you really want first item and snowball from Top Esports. This Shin Zhao, this Akali have to get things rolling. This Renekton has to get things rolling. Gala has to be a non-factor in this game. Or as close to that as you can help make it. Yuumi, very heavily nerfed in recent years. The changes to the final chapter, no longer having a root on it, just a slow. And the heal. The champion just doesn't really have that same potency, that same bite that it used to. The bop and block passive, still good. And again, much easier for the Yuumi to stay in range to be an enchanter when you are attached to the champion, right? You can't get out of range for the heals. This sometimes happens with a Soraka or a Sona or a Lulu. You are going to be forever in range of this Zeri. Also, of course, you've got the best friend passive as well. Basically means that Zeri will likely be the one that Yuumi gives the most potency to. That was another one of the changes way back in the rework. Stops Yuumi just turning from in, going, cool, I leave my jungler, I leave my ADC alone. Let's go play with my jungler. Or another laner who's strong. Yeah, Zeri auto starts with a level 1 EQ. It's just the way it works. She doesn't get to choose her level 1 ability. No opportunity to pick up the Spark Surge, that wall ride. Sometimes I have to double guess myself. Because, of course, Lightning Rush is the Kennen E. Which is a similar idea to Zeri. At least thematically. So, where are we at? Not too much seeing. Cream takes a turret shot. And even the command attack to dissonance combo is there we go. We see the ward over. They know exactly where that Wukong was pathing. Nice to know that the wards worked out in that sense, but Akali forced to reset a little earlier than I think they were hoping for. Still comes back with an Abtone and a Dark Seal. And I think you really do want the Dark Seal this game. You want to snowball. Oh, yes, you do. Make like Aram. Hell, make like a Nunu. Be the greatest snowball ever. Level 6 is where this game, I suspect, will start breaking apart. Gives you access to that perfect execution. That Crescent Guard, big tools this game. Grub spawn a minute and a half, Dragon 30 seconds. I wonder whether we will see some conflict around those grubs. Dominus for Renekton at its most potent kind of around those early objective fights on top side, where the base stats and the double empowered abilities matter. Rookie has no mana, needs an electrocute, but will have the teleport, so that extra third of an HP bar matters. JJ is on a ward, so Cream doesn't overplay this. He's going to try and interrupt Rookie's look at a back. Not quite at level 6. Cream, half a wave off that, I think, so Rookie should get the reset. Should have a nice old back here. Will be a tier plus amp tomes, I would imagine. Seraphs this game, very valuable into the burst. Already a much quieter game than last time. Remember, we had Ruinous Atacon. We hit 15 kills in 14 minutes. It was pretty mental, folks. Kanavi. Not doing anything super spicy right now. He's gone for the Caulfield's Warhammer. Rookie TP's back in. There's that tier. Amptone's boots. Nice. Boots early into Akali can really matter because it helps you dodge things like... Actually, level 6 just hit. Nice combo. They're going to go play for this. Force a flash because Kanavi was around. The shockwave lands. I thought Rookie had done a very good job there, especially on the reset. Problem is Kanavi popping out of the bush made Rookie really nervous of perfect execution moments. But with Rookie, no flash, no TP, no ult, I think that's going to signal a grub start for top esports. JJ is going to try and trade out over onto this dragon. Spotted out by a control ward though. Just going to fake backing off a little bit. Well then, just drag it far enough out of the pit. Should be in a safe enough spot. Zeri and Yumi going to join up on that one. The Shy eats a bit of a trade there. Hey, it's Renekton to Maokai early. Renekton will have the shove, will have the early trade advantage, but Sap Magic means that the Shy unlikely to be under true threat under the tower. 369 Renekton though is a legendary thing. Gala might be forced to wall right, and JJ felt the need to pull off the dragon, wasn't able to do it. Only one grub taken by Kanavi. Wanted to make sure they didn't get any of these early objectives. Really want to play around as much of this early priority and this early damage as they have. The Lulu as well, early on. Much more threatening than a Yumi, who isn't going to be doing all that much until she gets items. Lulu base damage is really potent at this point in the game. A polymorph could be really nasty for this Zeri or this Wukong who goes forward and realise they're a snowman and don't get to ult in the same way they used to. Back towards grubs we go. Dragon was interrupted. Smite's up and available. I wonder whether Kanavi tries to save his, so he can instead play around the dragon. Mako starts it off, throws out that auto. Is he playing his own skin? I didn't actually see. He better be playing. I think he is. He's playing his own Yumi skin. That's his actual cat it's based on, by the way. Very cute. There's a great picture of the cat in the cup somewhere. Cream playing this out 1v3. Over comes 369. Shockwave! And Cream has to execute away. Gets exhausted. JJ gets a big knockup. Will have flash for a second. Cyclone might well be traded. The heals are huge courtesy of the Zoomies. Can look to flash on forwards. Can try and get on top of something more. Gala will lightning crash down. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Back away. No, it's not 1-for-none actually, because it was the clone that died. What am I talking about? Heal, exhaust, multiple ults. But Cream can't quite secure the kill, and the Cyclone does its work. And it was always going to be difficult. The exhaust is exactly what you want to see. Lands the E, goes on in, and the exhaust is great. Means that the perfect execution just doesn't have the same damage. The heal afterwards, there's the shield. The knock-up on 369 prevents the W. If 369 gets that empowered W there, JJ dies. Cream gets to play that one out. That second knock-up, huge value. Cost a fair amount of summoners, of course, but hey, you take that as IG. You get the dragon as well. Top esports overplay their hand just a touch and get burned for it. For the record, though, folks, that would have happened to Cream, whatever the champion was there, if they were running the exhaust and the heal. It was quite a lot. That's the problem that Akali's going to run into, is unless you find a way to burn the exhaust, burn the heal kind of for free, you just get exhaust every time. It's the reason Kennen's fallen so out of favor. Exhaust neuters him. Don't feel like you need to run the Ignite for the lane matchup. And that is just going to be Cream's life unless he gets really, really, really fed. And that's one of the powers of running enchanters. You do get a little easier access to things like that exhaust. God, I hate Yuumi, says Harold in chat. I never was as bothered by Yuumi as some other people. 369, gonna pop the Dominus, but there's Cyclone back on cooldown. Even jumps the other side to prevent an easy dice through to safety. Nice kill. Picked up by JJ on this Wukong. 2-0 now. Oh, Invictus Gaming, their comp was already easier to play. Getting ahead early on matters a lot. .369 was sticking around with not that much HP to work with, actually. Overcomes Kanavi. They're teleporting on this, and the Shy may be forced to flash. Wind becomes lightning for the slow. We'll be able to Audacious charge again relatively shortly. 3 Talon Strike stacked up, gets the knock-up into Wind becomes lightning part 2. 369 with the teleport back. Can now look to find a W. Double Bramble Smash is good. JJ now coming on over. Trying to play this one out. I think the Shy, even with the Sap Magic, should just fall. Kanavi gets it. JJ backs away and ends up being an extended 1-for-1. That leaves Rookie alone, though. Polymorph prevents easy follow-up. The Rocket comes on down. Wildgrowth to knock Rookie up. Heal to keep the speed up with the Whimsy, and Lulu runs him down. Crisp gets Rookie. Gets an assist for this Jinx as well. Gala will get a play at mid lane. But Top Esports with a nice counter punch. As the play in bot lane came across, Crisp gets free time up here. 15 seconds before Rookie spawns. She would pick up another plate, probably. Teleport will come on through. Cream will get to hold on to his a little bit. Needs to think about resetting shortly. Grubs have just spawned. Can teleport back in. So, are we going to see another fight around this? Wild Growth is down, but so is the Shockwave. No ult available for the Shy. I don't think, looking at the Grasping Roots, Nature's Grasp, sorry, Grasping Roots is Zyra. That's that particular conflation of plant things. JJ will be able to at least get one of these grubs. Teleport behind from Cream has perfect execution. Rookie might not have fun with this one. Forced off the grub pit, though. So, will still likely be 5 grubs over towards Top Esports. And you have got the stronger side laners. Akali and Renekton will be better in a side lane than the Orianna and the Maokai. Orianna not really the best side laner. Again, one of the reasons why she didn't see quite as much over as you once did in pro play. It feels like she doesn't side lane post grubs in the way that some other champions do. It can be a bit risky out there. Of course, with the auto attacks empowered by Clockwork Wind-Up, theoretically not bad at taking turret plates. It's not going to happen this game. 369 slides forward. He's going to try and get his Conqueror stack, but the Shy actually trading very well there into the Black Cleaver on this Renekton so far. Okay, the Shy. Dominus comes on through, dices through. There's the Conqueror. Twisted Advance comes on down. Bramble Smash out. So Dominus pop to try and make sure that this Maokai doesn't get to come on over and contest for this dragon. JJ's around with the Yuumi on top. Makes him a lot harder to deal with as a bruiser. We'll be able to flash on in, doesn't secure the dragon. Turn around, the heal's in, the exhaust comes on down. Flash on forward with the Wild Growth onto the back of this area. He needs to think about sliding out. There is no exhaust now for Cream, who can go dashing on forward. Goes into the Twilight Shroud. They get the Wukong. Akali's the one that picks it up. Another E! Shuriken flipping on in. And the mid-game spike is hit by Top Esports with a plum. Beautiful stuff. Gala survives. Not without a little bit of cost. Mako survives, burns, heal, and exhaust, but doesn't keep the jungler or the Orianna alive. That's a kill now for this Akali. It's 2-0-1 for the Xin Zhao. You needed to start spiking at this point. They have. They get the dragon. They've got 5 grubs. 369 will claim another plate here just before they fall off. Critical fight for Top Esports. I hope we get the replay, because we'll have a look at it in a second. Because basically, they come over to contest the dragon. JJ flashes, try and go for the smite fight. Fails it. Is now on the wrong side of the chompers. Cyclone is going to be kind of pseudo-interrupted for the part 2 by the flash on in plus the wild growth. Mako separated from his squad, but leaves JJ out to dry it, and of course the exhaust has gone down. Cream gets to play the back end of the skirmish as the second man in. Akali has a much better time in that scenario, has the rocket belt complete, has the Sork Pen boots, makes Gala's life hell, makes Rookie's life hell, 3 stacks on the Dark Seal, is now off for the races, will be a legitimate threat alongside this Xin Zhao. It's what top esports needed. And Rookie going 0 and 2 there, not having an easy time, and again, will be a threat. The Yuumi can only be in one place at once, can only exhaust one target at once. That's why you needed multiple threats, because if you exhaust the Xin Zhao, well then Akali's getting free time. If you exhaust the Akali, she can wait her time, Xin Zhao gets to go in with Lulu backing them up. Can be really, really nasty. You want this space created by the Wukong, by the Maokai, held by the Shockwave on the Orianna to give Gala free time to fire, but he's going to want 2 items, going to want chance to scale. Jumper's not quite arming. Navi can look to go over the wall. Dacious Charge interrupts the Spark Surge. That's the final chapter, and the Flash popped. Good summoner trade. Gives a moment now for 369 to step on forward. Has got themselves a Hydra in infantry, by the way, liking probably to go towards a Stride Breaker, not a Sterax this game. This is going to be a pretty high damage Renekton. Also going to be really valuable interrupts and slows if it's a Stride Breaker on people like Gala. Zeri hates Stride Breaker. One of the few ways you can make sure that even after she tries to dash around, gets pinned in place a little more freely. Oh, Shy has got Nature's Grasp. May be required to burn it. Dominus comes on in. Hydra proc does a fair amount of work there as well. The sapling will slow Kanavi down, and they won't force any more. Herald has spawned, and it will be, sadly, Voracious Atacon spawning this time around. Not Ruinous. We only got 6 kills. It's not really that bloody this time around. Alright. 369 will likely be claiming this turret. This will be feats of strength for top esports. A lot more calm, a lot more collected. That early fight looked a bit ugly. Rocket gonna try and steal. Slightly mistimed. Appreciate the attempt from Jackie Love. You got a minute and a half until Dragon, so that'll be up in time for that next big objective fight. Mountain Dragon this game would be really big for either team. Gives your Lulu empowered frontline, who are bruisers, a bit more survivability when they go diving forward for top esports. And on the other side, IG late game with Mountain Dragon. Oh my days, could you imagine trying to burn through the Maokai, the Wukong, when they've got the Orianna shields, the Yuumi healing and shielding themselves, Gala with the barrier? It just gets so obnoxious. You cannot give those extra survivability stats to a comp that's trying to mitigate burst. That will be a very potent dragon to be paying attention to. The souls in general. Over comes Chris, who's having a very good game on the Lulu, honestly. Very impactful so far with the wild growths as a sort of aggressive player. Manages to get that kill onto Rookie, has roamed really well in the way. Of course, the Yuumi can't, really has to join up with the Wukong realistically to be on a good roam. Of course, will eventually be able to do that with a Zeri wall riding into the backline. Mirror's Edge style. Gala might need a little faith this game. Do you have enough to have a bit of mojo available? Look for the W onto JJ. The Ruthless Predator does come through, but JJ buffers it out with the Warrior Trickster well. Kanavi. Now he's looking to fight over the vision control. Nice ward there behind Rookie. Means he's a known quantity. You've got to be really careful here. Oh my days, they now know. But they have no idea where everyone is. Crisp and Jackie potentially in danger. Shot laser wide. They don't take the bait, don't step into the tri-burst they have no vision on. Nice zap comes on through. Knavi. Audacious charge away. Command attacks distance. I think if a shockwave comes on through there, GG pounces on the Xin Zhao and it gets a little ugly for a second or two. They're teleporting into mid lane. We are going to get a 5v5. Shockwave lands onto Jackie Love, who flashes to avoid it. 369 is on vision. Big flash off of the Jinx. But crucially, the Shockwave now down, didn't get the kill. Here we go, Cream looking for an angle on the side. Exhaust is up for Mako, makes it very difficult. Dragon secured. In comes the Shuriken flip, looking for an angle on him. Final chapter used. Can look for a bit more. The shield's just come on off. Kanavi's Crescent Guard is down. Into the back line we go. Who's going to get exhausted? It is 369, but Akali kills off Gala. The Zeri's down with the count. The Shy in the pit trying to get something with the Bramble Smash will not do so. Goes down. Over the wall we go. It's another kill. JJ Desmond tries to run away. Cream hit with the prowling projectile. Does not go down. They get to, and what kills they are. Gala down. Flash, barrier, the heals, the shields, just not enough to keep that key member alive. Another kill for Akali. Oh, that's great news. And now, of course, with no wave clear in mid lane, towards the mid lane turret with 5 grubs we go. Jackie Love going to stand, try and deliver. Rookie behind becomes a bit riskier again. Shockwave up in short order. So I think sticking around could have been a risk. Let's look at the team fight again, because Dragon's going to go down. And IG don't pull the trigger. They kind of get stuck in Safari League of Legends. Cream baits out some of the cooldowns. Rocket Belt, Shuriken flip out. And then Kanavi with the Crescent Guard timing up. Flashes forward for the 3 Talon Strike on Gala. Wild growth after allows Cream to get the kill. Just about survives. Gets a little bit of second wind healing. And Crisp, gorgeous wild growth. It was 369 that was exhausted. There's too many targets at this point because the frontliners have gotten enough threat that 369, that Kanavi, that Cream are all threats individually, all going forwards at once, that the exhaust can't save you all. Great work from Cream, honestly, there to buy out a lot of those cooldowns. The final chapter and the Cyclone not getting that much value. Then Kanavi goes forward. I wondered whether after the Crescent Guard fell down it'd be risky to go on forward, but with the 3 Talon Strike up, initial knock up into a wild growth, you can see why Lulu Shinsao. It's a big old combo not so long ago when we last saw Lulu really a meta. Fearless is bringing back Shirelias now. Excited Jinx. 3 diving, fed. Carries on your top side as well to empower with that speed up. Yeah, I can get behind it. 2 items have been hit for Gala. Is that going to be enough? Moonstone Renewer as well to empower those heals and shields. You've got a Saros completed. Again, 4,500 gold is a lot. Shiboda drive this one into the turret and claim that mid lane tier 1. Out comes the Nature's Grasp. Nice from Kanavi to try and interrupt it, but actually now really deep. That's a huge shutdown. Wukong picks it up. Bit far. Atakan's up, and you just lost your jungler. How much more can IG get off this? Are they going to try and force onto the Atakan? I think they should. That's a potential moment. This comp is about to come online. Atakan will give them everything they need. Here we go. Burn some big ults, though. No exhaust. It's a final chapter of a Shockwave or a Dream. Jackie Love looking for an angle. Where is Cream? Teleporting now. It's not the closest ward. Jackie Love trying to chunk out. Again, there is no smite. So if you can get the Atakan, all is right with the world. Pulling off. 369 trying to run away. Has got dominance. Shockwave lands onto Jackie. 369 trying to get back on his. Cream is in onto Rookie. Needs to find some big executes. Gets the Zeri. Needs to find another. Does get the smite. Cream has done all the work there. Yes, you lost 369. Yes, you lost Jackie Love. But you deny the Atakan. Crisp around. Hasn't got wild growth for 8 seconds, but will have it. Kanavi about to spawn. Get over here. Do top esports feel like they can do Atakan? I don't think so. Crisis somewhat averted. IG thwarted this time around. Still, narrows the gold lead a bit. 3,000 gold lead? I don't think it's enough. If Gala gets an opportunity in a team fight, he didn't this time around. Because Cream breaks Rookie and Gala in a second. Shuriken flip lands. Gets into the backline. Gets one. Picks up the other. Still, I think, has perfect execution to work with there and holds on to it so they can't keep walking back towards the Atakan. Because then Cream will just get another. He wasn't a Kali specialist. He's 4-1 and 2. He's got a 10 stack Dark Seal. Oh my days. This Akali hurts. There's the Shadow Flame as well. Feats of Strength empowering the Sorcerer Boots as well. Holy moly, there is just no magic resist built up yet. So Unending Despair is about it. I do not care. You do so much work now into this. Remind me, does Shadow Flame still have that passive that works with shields? Did they remove that? Is it just crit at low HP now? I feel like they removed that. There was a point where Shadow Flame was pretty good into shields, even if it felt a little bit of a bait. No, it's just the low HP one now. I was thinking with all the shields, it would have been a great time for that, but I'm thinking of seasons past. Dragon's up. Soul point for Top Esports on the line if they can secure it. A second Mountain Dragon would be really nice. The problem is that banana bush control, really frustrating. There goes JJ to the backline, but doesn't get that much value. Now Kanavi feels the opportunity to go forward. Look at the backline. The Zhonya's times through the Maokai ultimate. They go to the backline. JJ's dead. Cream is exhausted, but does his work before the exhaust comes on through. Cream goes back towards the Shroud with the Shuriken flip. They get the jungler. Mako burns ult, exhaust, heal, does not save the jungle. Top Esports do it again. They have been so good at baiting out these cooldowns. So good at making sure the Yuumi is not getting as much value as you want. Gala is down flash, is down ult, will not be able to play out this fight. You have no shockwave, you have no ultimates at all. Soul point secured, the Shy is in danger, has to flash away from the wind, becomes lightning. And Cream, again on this Akali, a player that we have begun to criticize. After we were hyping him up so much for 2024, he didn't deliver in the way I think people were hoping for. We're worried about him in a potential fearless scenario, is turning up on Akali. JJ's back. Can try and play this one out. Oh my days, Gala's got a Yuumi on top of him. Down 4,000 HP. The Wukong not quite here. Cream looking for an angle on in. This would be the steal if they can get it. Got the smite. Gala's dead. It's over. The Shy about to be run down. Picked off by Crisps Lulu. They have the revivals. The withdrawals are in. And the Hopium, the Copium that came on through. Suddenly burning out of the system for IG. What a game they had. And Top Esports are sober, stone cold in snowballing through this mid game. It's a 5-1-4. Akali, you've got a 2-item jinx. The rest of the map is looking damn strong. Cream haunting for JJ. It's got perfect execution up. He can just try and turn this one around. Can just leave out here. Happy enough to buy 2 ultimates with his time. Baron's up. Lost some very big tools. Of course, that was the rocket from Jackie Love as well. How hard do you want to force here? Not hard enough. Let's have a look back at this replay. Cream is going to go straight across the wall with the blast cone in a second and force a really ugly flank. The wind becomes lightning and the Chompers hidden by the Atakan wall leave Gala frozen in place. What a disaster. He's had such a good Kai'Sa game. An MVP performance, understandably, from Kanavi. Finds 4 people there. Not that threatened, though. I apologize, it was 3. I got baited by the Wukong clone. I just counted bodies there, red health bars, and got punished. The Shy gonna try and look for an ultimate, and Kanavi would just say, fine, I've got a wild growth and opportunity to keep going forward. JJ knocked up with the 3 talents, right, needs to get over the wall. Teleport in, Cream now looking for Rookie on the back. Oh my days! Damage is brutal. Cream can't quite find it. Hits the Shuriken flip. Won't re-trigger it. But that's the smite down. That's ultimates down on so many members again. They keep going forward. Audacious charges in. 369 slices dicey. Dominus is. And we'll be looking to end the Shy's career. The tree is lumber. Fuel for the fire of Top Esports domination in this game. What do? You have no ults aside from Mako. How does Gala find an angle in here? You've got no smite. They've still got Atakan. They've not lost a withdrawal yet. It's Baron. It's Soul Point. They'll use this Baron and the tail end of Atakan to shove out all these lanes, siege up towards the tier 2s, and then turn that into Soul. You have to feel that is the order of events that is preordained with this map state, with the Baron going down. Invictus Gaming have to tear it up somehow. Can you catch the Akali going too deep? Can you somehow, someway get Gala a free team fight? I think if you give up Mountain Soul, it's over in the extended play, even with how good the scaling, how good the team fight is. Just not happening. And again, Victor's Gaming draft, an easier to comprehend team comp. It makes sense. Hit mid game, play the lanes out just fine, and you should be fine. And Top Esports say, yeah, well, we're going to play for a mid game spike. It's a Black Cleaver Stripe Breaker Renekton. It's early damage to Shinja out the snowballs. It's an Akali from Cream who makes it work in a way that Akalis have struggled to fully execute on in recent patches. Third item is completed for Gala. Bloodthirster in. Is it enough? We've seen 3 items Ares certify some truly miraculous comebacks across this champion's history. Is this most maligned of duos? Specifically Zeri and Yumi, not Gala and Mako, of course. Able to pull a rabbit out of a hat. I suppose in this case a cat. Na'Vi, audacious charges forwards, gets the 3 talent straight, knock up onto the Shy. Taken down very low, they're going to try and find an angle in, but the wild growth comes on through. A double kill to shut down Cream into the back line. Will be exhausted, but Zonya's is it. No follow-up, the final chapter feels appropriate. Unfortunately, the ending is a tragedy for Invictus Gaming. The super team that wasn't in winter. They have nothing left in the books. They have nothing left on the board. Top Esports will bring them low. The Cheyenne rookie fall to their former player, their former world's winning companion in Jackie Love. They move forward, and Invictus Gaming bow out in the first round of playoffs. Extraordinary snowball through the mid-game. Back to the drawing board from Invictus Gaming. Questions I think have to come out about the game 1. What was that draft? Didn't really feel that easy to execute. Game 2, winnable. Game 3, superb. Fortunately for them, game 4, they never got to a position where their comp came online, and credit to Top Esports. They managed that snowball so well. With the exception of that initial first blood going over, they did no wrong. Cream on that Akali was exceptional, wasn't he? Thank you for joining us. I'm Initialise. I'm on Nymaera's channel. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's glad to have you all in here on YouTube as well, Nymaera's YouTube. Hello, Onivia as well. Thank you all for joining us. And we find ourselves celebrating Top Esports moving on forward. I believe the winner of this one goes on to face NIP. Trying to think of the bracket off the top of my head. It's that or Thunder Talk. styled on them. It was always like the Akali had to be a threat. You had to be able to take the flexibility, your ability to outplay your opponent and really deliver. And Cream did, right? You had that ability to threaten the backline, but you had to mechanically execute, and Cream did just that. I mean, so many of these highlights are Cream popping off. Again, Canavian 369 backed him up. There's a Lulu there as well. It's not Cream alone. But I will say that was what I wanted to see out of my Akalis. All those damage numbers might not flatter in the way I think the gameplay and the eye test did. We pull away. Let's see who the MVP is. I think we all know. Sorry, I'm beginning to not talk so much. Our draft later here. Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind. I thought IG's draft made sense, right? That composition really does make sense. It's a way of matching the Lulu first pick with the Yuumi. You've got the Zeri versus the Jinx. That all makes sense. And honestly, you've got a better team fight comp, assuming you can get through the mid game. They couldn't. They never got to the point where their front line can stand to deliver, where you should have a better team fight where the Zeri gets to really just outscale the opposition. Instead, the front line, the 1-2 item spikes hit real hard for the Renekton, for the Xin Zhao, for, of course, what I suspect will be our MVP in Cream. There he is. 3 MVPs. He did so much work this game. Again, the damage share is not going to inspire. The damage numbers aren't going to inspire, but the damage he did do was so good. He threatened the backline. He broke apart the battle lines of IG like a hot knife through butter. I suppose in this case, it's a kunai. This here, where he earns so many ultimates, is absolutely critical. And then gets to re-engage. It is ridiculous. He gets away with this as well. JJ has his ankles broken. This flank from the teleport, similarly. Shuriken flip onto Rookie makes him think he's in danger. Do you see the opportunity to get onto Gala? Uses it to get onto JJ. Finds a wonderful Rocket Belt angle on here as well. It's not a Storm Surge game as well. There's so much mobility. He needs to be able to threaten the likes of this Wukong. The likes particularly of the Zeri. The additional mobility matters. Getting in range for an easier to hit Shuriken flip. Huge item choices as well. Deservedly MVP. Mechanically played that about as well as you could. Those fights were masterfully navigated. You had the tools to outplay, but you did need to do it. If you fumble, you kind of end up in a setup position where the Maokai roots you up, you don't get a great time. The Zhonya's angles to make sure the Maokai ults never caught them. Did we ever really see this Akali locked up outside of that initial kill over? Nah. It's great stuff. But, folks, this is going to be it. I am done for the day. Thank you so much for coming on in. Please throw a follow at us here. Please throw a subscription at us here if you can. Follow me. I'm in the titles. I'm Initialise Cast. Thank you for hanging out with myself and Nymaera today. We'll see you tomorrow. But we're done for today. So, YouTube, goodbye. Twitch, goodbye. We'll see you next time.